All right, I guess we're live. Jeff, you want to check if we're actually live? Is that true? On
Yeah,
YouTube?
I can check. Like, it says live and it's rolling, but I can check. Did you tweet out a link or anything?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Strickland account today. All right, welcome to our live stream. This is our
Yeah.
live stream. We're gonna talk about, the Knicks. Hopefully, doing some things that are exciting. Oh, look, it's Tyrese. All right, look, let's have everybody introduce themselves. I'm Shwin. This is me. This is what I look like. I have a beard. I have hair. I have a headset. I am joined by Prez. Prez, what's up?
Yo, it's me. This is Prez. This is what I look like. My face is a triangle. I have a mask on at all times.
You're an anime character.
I'm an anime character.
Yep, it's not.
Everyone knows.
Yeah, it's not bullshit. That's real. And Tyrese is a really fat white guy. That
Fuck Boston. Woo!
Yeah, exactly. That's Tyrese. The first white Tyrese in history.
I just don't have a webcam and I'm chopped right now because of COVID. So
yeah. I mean, you're no.
That's dedication right there.
You're always looking rough, though, bud.
Hope you're feeling better.
yeah.
All right, shut up. And then we also have Geoffrey Rasmussen, also known as Frank Barrett 119 on Twitter. What's up, Jeff?
Howdy.
All right. I got Woj, on my screen right now, probably yelling about God knows what that Sean Marks told him to say. But yeah, I don't know. I want the Knicks to trade up. That's my hot take. I want the Knicks to trade up. I think they can trade up. I would like to at least know, even if they don't get their trade accepted, that they made a legitimate offer. I don't want it coming out tomorrow or like 5 seconds after whatever the Kings do with their pick that they the Knicks offered fucking Cam Reddish and the Dallas pick and Evan Fournier. Like, that's not a real offer. Like, make a real fucking offer. That's all. If they make a real offer and it doesn't get accepted, that's fine. But just make a real fucking offer. That's all I ask.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that we find out too. We have a good feel for if the Knicks did or didn't, because I just think the Kings are going to end up trading the pick. I think there's a really good likelihood that they do, and I think we're in for some really good Shwin if the Thunder trade for the fourth pick, and it's a very uninspiring trade package. I think it's pretty safe.
I'll
to
be
say
so fucking pissed.
It would be pretty safe to say that means the Knicks didn't offer anything good.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is I'll say this. I kind of feel like the other teams that are apparently bidding to move up to 4, it kind of feels like bullshit to me. Like, I don't see Oklahoma City moving up to 4 because it would actually take something real for them to move up to 4, and they're not trying to do anything real until next year. Like, that's the first time they're going to try and do something real because...
Yo, timeout. I'm watching this shit. What the fuck is Paolo wearing? Like, has he explained
It's
it?
awful.
Yeah,
Are those
yes, he did.
He looks like Willy Wonka.
He is wearing a purple suit because his mom she's a legend at the University of Washington, and he did not go there. Both his parents went there, actually. He did not go there, so he's paying homage to their alma mater by wearing that suit. So respect him.
Why does his shit look like he got one of those like 5-year-old embroidery packet tools?
You have a fucking anime character on your screen right now, and you're judging Paolo Banchero's.
What's wrong with
fashion
Joker?
sense.
What is wrong with Joker?
Joker way more dripped out than fucking
I know.
Willy Wonka.
Have you seen that fucking
Paolo.
trench coat? He absolutely is more
literally have
Thank
never
you,
watched
Tyrese.
an anime. I've not
Thank
watched
you.
one in my entire life.
It's not an anime. Well, it is an anime. It's a fucking. It's a game. It's a game.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Who's this?
you think this is a fucking
this
game?
is Tari.
Yes.
Okay, Tari. That watch looks very expensive.
All right. The best finish got to be Johnny Davis so far.
Is he wearing a taco? Is he dressed up as a taco?
Unfortunately, not.
He got the J lapel pin is heat.
He looks like a problematic billionaire.
By the way, if the Knicks if they take Johnny Davis, then Mark Berman should get all the credit because this man, his last tweet was literally the Knicks will take Johnny Davis, and then we can apparently look forward to an Evan Fournier trade, which was also in the same tweet. That was his last tweet.
That'd be
He went
such a
on his
Berman
hiatus.
thing to just like accurately predict it and then disappear like a fucking ninja for the first time ever.
Ninja vanish. Like in
I miss
PSV.
Bourbon on the timeline. I'm not even gonna lie.
I mean, the thing though is I want the Knicks to trade up for Ivy because if they do, then Berman will also be able to spin his like CAA runs everything angle that he's dying to like. He's like dying to get that one out there. Like he's probably got a fucking article in drafts already written up. He's just got to put in the player's name, all that shit. Like it's just they've got to pick a CAA guy, and he's set. And it would be perfect if it was Ivy because that would be perfect for a lot of reasons. Tyrese, do you want them to trade it for Jaden Ivey? Because I don't even know. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, I'm begging them to do something. I'm tired of Leon Rose being more cowardly than a damn prayer boy. I just know I want some kind of chaos, man.
Yeah, look, I want them to trade up for Ivy. I don't really agree they've been cowardly. I kind of think that's like a really stupid fucking narrative.
I mean, not cowardly, but like
No, but you're not the only one saying that. Like a lot of people are saying that.
They need to swing.
Yeah, they need to swing. But like, what I don't really get, like we know this, right? We know that they loved Obi Toppin in that draft. He literally fell to them at 8. What the fuck are they supposed to do? Trade up for him so that everybody could be like, "Oh, look, they took a swing. Good job." Like, okay, they did that. Like, what I don't get really what the issue is with what they've done, because what we know is this, right? We know that they were actually willing to trade up for Obi, but they didn't need to. So who the fuck cares? And we know that last year they tried to trade up for Chris Duarte was the rumor. I think they also were interested in
Trey Murphy,
yes. Trey Mann. So like they've tried to do things, and quite frankly, like I don't have a problem with them not swinging on those, because like you're like, who cares about swinging in the mid-teens? Like, yeah, you can tell me Kawhi Leonard went 15th, but like, like I don't know. I just don't think that's really a fair standard to hold them to. But this year feels different to me because I think due to the work they've done in the last 2 years in the draft, they actually have built out like a pretty solid core of young guys. Okay. Like they have depth in numbers, right? Of like solid young pieces. And however you feel about RJ Barrett's upside, who Tyrese, we know that you hate his guts. However you feel about Emmanuel Quickley's upside, Obi Toppin, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Oh, Obi Toppin, by the way, another person Tyrese absolutely hates.
You ain't lie.
But like they don't have anybody that, forgetting what even if you don't think Jaden Ivey can be a star, right? Which whatever. But like they don't have anybody that brings what he does to the mix, right? They don't have anybody that can just blow by their guy with one, like no screen, with speed, and just force the defense to rotate like that. They don't have that. And so that to me is why I would like them to go up to get Ivy, because like if you told me they loved, I don't know, let's just say they viewed Mathurin at the same level as Ivy, right? I don't think it makes sense to trade up for Mathurin, because there are other wings that are going to be in this draft that, like, even if you don't think they're as good as Mathurin, if they fall to you at 11, it makes sense to not pay the premium to go get him. Right.
That skill set's easier to approximate, even though like Mathurin, his skill set's rare in its own right. But like I know exactly what you're saying. Like Ivy, it's just there's no quote unquote like middle class player level of just explosive downhill burst, right? You're either Ish Smith or you're like a blue chipper. There's no there's no, and I love Ish Smith. Ish Smith, every time I watch Ish Smith live, he scores like 30 points. It's fucking fantastic. Somehow he hasn't been a Knick, which has blown my mind. But yeah, here's a question for y'all. So like Shwin, you were talking earlier about
I talk a lot.
You do talk a lot about the alleged market for Jaden Ivey with the other teams, and how it seems like a little flimsy, right? Like it's cooling off a little bit. So let's say if y'all had to rank the teams as threats, including Sacramento for just not trading him, how would you rank them? Like if the teams are Detroit, Sacramento, Atlanta, Indiana, what was the one more?
Not Washington.
Washington.
OKC.
No. Oh, is OKC like? Are they in the mix? I mean, I guess they're always in the mix.
I've heard like they like they like are interested in getting up to 4.
All right, let's say OKC because Washington not smart enough to do that anyway.
Washington can't match anything.
They
the
just
Knicks-
don't have the.
Yeah, they don't have it.
Yeah,
Um,
unless Denny Abdia moves you, and I don't think that's the case.
nah,
Nobody
nobody
is
is.
not moving
Yeah.
a single soul outside of Israel. Okay.
Yeah, he's it's the only place he's moving anybody. Maybe in Brooklyn too. Who knows? And I think it would be OKC just because they have so many assets. So like,
Yeah.
if they were like, yeah, fuck it, we'll give you a Rockets pick. Like,
Damn.
you know, I don't
that's
know.
True.
Yeah, like I don't know, but also like the Rockets now control the shittiest franchise in the NBA's future. So who the fuck knows what could happen?
If they just decide to like ball out and just offer like half of their Brooklyn stuff. That's a lot. You're right.
But like, yeah, like I would say OKC. I would say then. I really don't think Indiana's going to trade up. I think like that's like a fun narrative that people like Jaden Ivey, hometown kid, they want to bring him home. This motherfucker grew up in South Bend. His mom coached at Notre Dame, and he went to fucking Purdue. I don't think the hometown shit matters to him at all. I don't think that matters to him.
He's
at
trying to
all.
leave the hometown,
Yeah,
bro.
he's trying to
Who's
get the
trying to
fuck
be
out.
around the Hickory Fields?
Yeah,
Just
he's
like
trying to get the fuck
Oladipo was.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's trying to get out.
Side note, Jaden Ivey's on the screen right now, and that fit is a 1. He might be top 5.
He has a
right
quality. He's top 5. He's top
now.
5.
He might be top 5. Like him, Daniels,
Sohan.
Sohan.
I didn't see
yeah.
Daniels yet. I gotta look at Daniels.
That lavender suit. Ooh,
Yeah.
woo. That was clean. That was clean. I like a good pastel color.
Mom's fit looking good too.
right.
I'm looking good too. Shit.
Shout out Clyde. Shout out Clyde.
Mom looked like his sister.
I forgot about that.
That was
Oh.
crazy. No, maybe that's why Julius mailed it in this year.
Literally, like Clyde was just like off the shits after January. He was like, "This season is over, and I'm gonna get these jokes off." And I respect.
He was off the. He was off the prune juice.
Yeah, so it's OKC. Then I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I really just don't think the other teams are much of a threat. I think it's OKC.
Yeah.
Like Indiana, what the fuck are they gonna offer? Like, yeah, they can give you 6 and Keegan.
You want Isaiah Jackson?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like and if Isaiah Jackson has this amazing value, like Quentin Grimes should be worth 7 times that or something. Like I just don't. The Knicks have the need. They have a pick in this draft, obviously, right? They have the 11th pick. They have. The fact is, like, I think if you put a gun to the 29 other GMs' heads in the NBA, and you were like, "Will the Knicks make the playoffs next year? Will they do it?" I think 25 of them say no. I think 25 of them say no, at least. All right. I think that pick has value because of that reason. Because these teams are like, this team is Jaden Ivey isn't taking them to the playoffs next year. Like, this is a lottery pick. This is a lottery pick next year. So what they have to thread, though, I think the needle they have to thread is, how do you protect that? Because I am not giving up an unprotected 2023 pick. Hell fucking no. I am not giving up whatever minimal chance. What were the Knicks odds of being the number 1 pick this year? It was like 2% or something, right?
2.5, I think.
Everybody go around. What would you protect?
Top.
Protect that 2.
I said top 3,
I said top 4. Top 4.
but I would push for top 5.
I mean, you mean like top 5 is like basically irrelevant. It's basically like top 4 or just like protected.
Yeah, but top 5 sounds nice
Wait, why,
I know.
why is 5 irrelevant before it's good?
because you can't move up to 5.
You can't move up to 5.
Oh, duh. Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
So
I
like,
was like,
basically,
what's he
like
talking about?
top
Yeah.
4 is basically like just protecting it from getting the best odds.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I would like top. I think if you give up someone like Obi, I think you could ask for top 10 protection on the
Oh,
2023
God.
pick. I'm going through the list. Okay, say it was Grimes, you probably give up like top 6 protection or something like that. If it was like Obi, I think you argue for top 10.
I'm like, I just don't like, if you're not willing to give up, like, it better not come out tomorrow or some shit if they don't make this trade. It better not come out that like they wouldn't give up Quentin Grimes, because I love
Right.
Quentin Grimes, but like
You
nobody
could find a
loves
Quentin
Quentin.
Grimes.
Nobody loves Quentin Grimes more than Prez. Okay, like I promise you, you can find a fucking Quentin Grimes in many drafts. That is not a knock on him as a player. That is just like a less rare archetype, a 3-and-D wing. No matter how many threes this motherfucker gets up, how good he is on defense, that is not the same thing. That does not have the potential to alter the trajectory of your franchise. I don't know if Jaden Ivey is going to alter the trajectory of your franchise.
I see Jeff got that look that he wants to push back a little bit.
I just got a flashback to before the 2014-2015 season. Bill Simmons, Haralabob, and Zach Lowe did this like 90-minute video season preview.
Wow.
And Bill Simmons
Three
asked,
absolute losers. Nice.
and Bill Simmons asked them both if they would trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, and Haralabob was like, every day I would trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. You can get a Klay Thompson in any draft, but Kevin Loves are once in a generation.
So this is the moment.
This is that moment. You're gonna regret saying that.
It's fine. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But like, to me, I think you take that chance. Because Prez, you talked about this, right? Because when you looked at Mathurin as a prospect, when you DM'd me like 600 times, and I finally was like, all right, I look at the things you've sent me, and I was like, yeah, it looks like his path to being an actual star would be Klay Thompson. Because Klay Thompson is like this very, very rare intersection of insane 3-point shooter while also being like high level defender. And as good as
there's literally no one else.
Yeah, like as good as Quentin Grimes was as a shooter, for me to not make that bet on Jaden Ivey because of the potential for him to reach a Klay Thompson outcome. And mind you, like, I don't think pedigree is everything, but Klay Thompson was a number 11 pick, and Quentin Grimes was a 25th pick, which, not according to Prez and probably not according to Tyrese, but like according to many people at that time, they thought that was a reach, right? I think we've seen enough from him to say that it wasn't a fucking reach, but it was seen as by many as a reach at the time. I am not going to give up the chance of a player like the 75th percentile outcome for Jaden Ivey versus the 75th percentile outcome for Quentin Grimes. Ivy is like that player will move your baseline.
It's just like the difference between the various ball handling archetypes and non-ball handling archetypes. It is what it is. Like, we trade Grimes ends up in Sacramento. He'd be a great fit there. Like, I would love to tune into I love Sacramento. They're one of the few teams that nobody gives a shit about, so they're cheap when they come to DC, so I can see them and get good seats for affordable prices, and they're often entertaining.
Sacramento, Washington got to be one of the worst games on TV. I wouldn't even league past that shit.
That's why that shit is like $12 for you to get into like the
Man, you got to be a basketball purist to go to that game.
Prez and I were the only two people that are not Kings fans that were excited for watching Domantas Sabonis
Fox handoff game.
This dribble handoff game is going to be ridiculous, bro.
Go look up the PPP for that play. Tell me that's not over 1.0.
Yeah, man. You could, like, I love basketball more than the next guy. There's no way you're going to get me to watch a fucking Sacramento Washington game on a Thursday night.
When I was in law school, I would fucking go to the, like, JaVale McGee, Nick Young era Wizards games where they basically paid you to go. So, look, it's come a long way.
I'd rather just get hammered.
You were in debt, and they were paying you to go. That makes sense.
Still in debt. Would appreciate that if they got that back.
Oh, wait, is Kyrie requesting a trade? Oh, that's great.
Apparently. That's what... just real quick, I want to shout out Colin Loring for pointing out that if we trade Grimes, he's going to punch Tyrese in the face. So get ready for that, Tyrese.
All right.
Shout out to my guy, Jonathan Rivas, who had two important observations. One, that Coolio performs at halftime shows for the Kings.
I'd watch.
Shwin, my question to you would be, if we got Ivy and he hit his 75% outcome, don't you think, and I agree with your point, that Grimes can't be the difference between not trading for him and trading for him. So we're in agreement there. But to follow up on that, if Ivy reaches his 75% outcome, we're going to be saying, man, it would be nice to have a guy like Quentin Grimes next to him, you know? But like that's just let me finish. Okay. So don't you think there is some merit then taking that step to just trading quickly instead of Grimes and giving up less extra assets?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not.
Grimes is okay. I love Grimes. We could all love Grimes.
I mean, you guys know I love Quickly. I'm Quickly's
I'm,
#1
like,
fan. I was just
top 5 cutest players in the NBA, bar none. But like, Grimes is a player that ultimately you can replace. Like 3-and-D wings until the end of time will be a position that you can replace. Like you could get somebody for the MLE, and you could get a Quentin Grimes. You don't replace Quicklys like that. Like good combo lead guards like that. Like it's hard. It is hard to replace somebody like that. And even if it makes sense in the idea of like, well, Ivy and Quickly with the interlap, whatever, I still would just keep Quickly.
Can I just say it doesn't make any sense though? It doesn't make any fucking sense, and I'll give you
Okay.
examples why. I'll give you an
All right.
example why. Who did Emmanuel Quickly have a ton of success playing with in college?
Maxey.
Okay.
Ashton Hagans.
Ashton. Who did he have a ton, who did Quickly have a ton of success with playing with his first years in the NBA every time he wasn't injured?
Alfred Payton.
Yes, Alfred Payton.
Derrick
Rose. Why would I not want Ivy? Like Quickly, if there's one thing about Quickly, it's that he plays well. He plays well with anybody, but we have evidence that if you play him with a guy who can get into the paint at speed, that can collapse a defense like that those teams aren't just good, but they absolutely blitz other teams. Because
Dyson Daniels, why his outfit so shiny, bro? What the hell is this? He looked like the inside. He looked like the inside of a candy wrapper.
What the hell is the Jabari Smith fit? What
Jabari looked like a generic, like it's like generic.
He looked like he go into
accountant.
a youth pastors meeting, bro. Like that's hard. He looked like he go into Washington D.C. for some kind of like mock trial.
Hey, watch it. Watch it, bro.
Sochan's fit is hard.
Is it Sochan?
He looks terrible.
Is it Sohan or Sochan?
It's Sohan.
Sohan. I'm not cool enough to wear pastel suits. I think it looks good on him.
Why does Ty look so scared?
Ty watched it, look like he's nervous.
Yeah,
Ty looks like somebody's auntie.
He looked like Lupe Fiasco cousin.
Prez, as the 4-5 scale, or as someone who is like a 4-5 tweener, would you weigh Jabari Smith more as a 4 or as a 5?
He's a 4. I would much rather, because if he's gonna be a huge player, because he's only 18 and he's already like 6'10" and not really skinny. He's just lean, and he doesn't jump that high, but like he's so good at defense that I'd want him away from the hoop, but able to go to the hoop.
Yeah.
And if he's the 5, then you get that on offense, which is cool. So like you could definitely do that for some stretches, especially if he fills out and gets more athletic. But like I would still,
bro.
Jalen Williams,
he's a menace, dude.
Jalen Williams' dad must be
fucking gigantic too. Jesus.
Yo, I just learned Mark Williams' sister's on the Mystics.
What?
Yeah.
Who's his sister?
What's her name?
I've not watched.
Elizabeth Williams. Yeah, she's legit. She's nice. Go Mystics.
So
the only non-New York team I root for.
So they just got like super boring names, Mark and Elizabeth.
They do.
Hey man, we all can't
generic suburban black people names. Not even black people, just generic names. Period.
Yeah, they're like they're names. They're American.
Dyson looks like one of those dudes in Times Square who's like a robot. You know what I'm talking about?
You mean with the paint on his face?
Or not a robot, like a statue.
Yeah, like one of those like the dancing statues.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he looks like.
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
His dad has a great suit on though. Shout out Dyson Daniels pops.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta take Ivy. The Quickly thing, like, I'm sorry, like it would I would not, if the make or break thing is Quickly or if it's Obi, that's fine if they walk away from that. I would not trade any of those guys. I would not trade either of those guys for Ivy, because like you got to give them a shot. Like they've got to get a shot. If they traded Quickly, I would literally be sitting there like having to root against the possibility that Quickly is what I think he is would suck so much ass. Or even like Obi too. Like the Obi stuff is crazy. Every time he played, he was impactful, but we couldn't play him more because reasons. It's just like I would be so mad if we gave up either of those guys to get Ivy, and it wouldn't be anything about Ivy as a player. Like, I think if you just look at it from a, whatever you want to call it, risk management, asset value, whatever, it wouldn't be like some horrific thing. But more so than Obi, like, I think Quickly absolutely has star potential. I think the shit we saw at the end of the year to me isn't like, that wasn't, oh, he got hot at the right time against weak opponents. That was, oh yeah, if you give him more minutes, this is what he can fucking do. And it was also like, oh yeah, it's normal for a second-year player to like struggle and then figure shit out.
That's
and
a terrible narrative, by the way. If you look at their last 13 games, like 8 of them are against playoff teams, and like playoff teams that are trying.
Yeah,
and
full strength.
Teams that closed the season strong. Like the Hornets, I think, had the 3rd best net rating or something after the All-Star break. They also beat the shit out of us twice, or 3 times rather, when Tyrese's favorite player, Julius Randle, played.
It was really funny. The Knicks won at Charlotte without Randle, and then like 3 games later, Randle came back and they got crushed at home in New York by Charlotte, and it was just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame Julius. He needs to be unlocked, but we can't afford the same opportunity to anybody else on the team, right, Tyrese? That's the motto.
Somebody on Twitter, I tweeted about Dyson Daniels fit, and somebody in the replies was commenting about his mother. So that's the kind of crowd we're dealing with today.
Hey man, listen, Dyson mom fine. I can say it. I ain't
you
wrong.
can say it. She's an adult. You're an adult. Better than commenting on what fucking teenagers look handsome. All right, all right.
That's
Tyrese.
weird. That's weird. I'm looking at mamas.
Do you guys see the Warriors fan the other day that was like Steph's daughter is gonna be?
Yeah, that's weird.
What the hell was that?
Yeah,
that was creepy.
We don't need to talk about that. That was odd. That was
today we look at moms.
Okay. All right.
Or pops, whatever floats your boat.
Literally, we don't. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All right. I don't think we need to talk about this anymore. This is fucking weird.
Next year, me and Tyrese gonna do our own live stream.
Please do.
It'll literally be.
Because I don't care what these guys are fucking wearing.
We're just judging fits. We are just judging fits and talking about the draft.
We'll do. You know what we do next year, Tyrese? We do a pregame live stream, and then we go to this one. That way, we get it out of our system, and we don't have to annoy Shwin, and Jeff, and everyone else.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you guys to do a live stream next year where nobody can see your faces. I feel like that will really go over well.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have like 5 people in the comments. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be like me with a screensaver
on. But yeah, like I don't think you can trade either of those guys for Ivy, because if Ivy was a legit surefire guy, like if you're talking about, I don't know, I'm trying to give a comparison.
These fucking fits. What is Jalen Williams wearing? He looks like he's threatening the Batman. Sorry, continue.
Chet's fit is nice. Chet's fit is nice. What happened to wearing Todd? Paolo Banchero looked like one of the. Remember that candy from Jimmy Neutron? That purple candy? That's what Paolo looked like today.
What the fuck are you talking about? Jimmy Neutron?
Oh, I forgot. You guys are like 30.
You're like 22 now, right?
22, about to be 23.
Act your age.
Yeah, which means Jimmy Neutron references. Speaking of the Riddler, Adam Silver, back in the flesh.
Fucking Adam Silver.
At least we don't have to see Mark Tatum again.
Shwin gonna put a price on his head before this decade is through.
He deserves it.
That guy.
The way he announced, man.
Pick one. Pick one to keep and one to boot. Him or Tatum, not the player. The what's his first name? Mark Tatum. Did I make that up? Mark Tatum. Who's worse?
I'm kicking Silver. Easily kicking Silver.
I mean, Silver's worse, but Tatum's more annoying because every year he just screws us over. Like it's just so easy to associate him with the stupid lottery where we never run good.
And he's always happy. He's just always smiling. Happy.
What are you smiling about? Ruining the dreams of Knicks fans everywhere?
Damn, he's smiling because he's happy he'll get like a free beignet next time he goes to New Orleans for all these fucking draft picks he gets.
Apparently, Usman is Dieng's in the conversation for 8, which is what the hell happened.
What you mean? What happened?
Why?
He's great. I love
How is Dieng
Usman.
in the conversation for 8, bro?
Because he's fucking 6'10" and gifted and 12 years old.
I gotta be honest. I feel like I don't care that you wrote a 7,000 word piece about Usman Jang. It didn't move me.
Literally,
I
I was
don't.
like,
I don't
I'm still
care
not
about
taking him
Dyson.
top. I'm not
All the
taking him Lotto.
conversation about Dyson Daniels and Usman Jang. This is literally based on nothing that I did myself. Dyson Daniels, the conversation on him, it sounds exactly like the conversation about Frank when we drafted him, except he sounds worse. It sounds like there's much less reason for me to be optimistic about his upside. Maybe I'm totally wrong on that. But like all the stuff of like, oh, well, he could be a point guard, but he doesn't quite have the burst, but he's got all the size, so he can play the other position. But actually, he can't shoot yet, but he's gonna learn how to shoot. Like, I don't know, man. That just all sounds very fanciful and theoretical. I think people are like a little too into the whole having size and being able to switch everything on defense stuff that the Celtics did as like some kind of automatic template to success. And Usman Jang, like, yeah, I don't know, maybe he's gonna be good, but like, I get that like you can't be afraid to take a project, but there's also something to be said about
Oh, I wrote 7,000 words, and I would be very scared to take him.
yeah,
100%,
like
100%.
like I'm not gonna get like I'm probably not gonna get much production out of this guy for a couple
At least
of years.
a year, probably more.
Yeah. So like I don't know if I'm spending a lottery pick on that, that has to be part of the equation. And the 8th pick is that's the Pelicans. Like I hope they don't take him. That would be a terrible landing spot for him. Like he's not going to get reps. He's not going to play. He needs to play. If there's anybody that needs to play, if there's anybody that just needs to be on some horrible team,
I'd be
that
very surprised if the Pelicans took him. But David Griffin also doesn't know what he's doing, so it's possible.
He somehow lucked into that damn draft last year, man. Why? That franchise is the luckiest franchise in the league.
It's so insane. It's so
It's
insane.
like them and
It's so
OKC.
insane. We had a better net rating or a better record than them last year. They get to play a play-in game, so their fans and make the playoffs. So their fans and that whoever that beat writer is who's always talking about the Knicks, I forget his name. They like feel like
Ginsburg?
they can dunk. Yeah, Mason Ginsburg.
Like literally, what happened was like they lucked. Like they played the Spurs, my dear old Spurs, and they beat them. And then the clip, like Paul George gets COVID right before their play-in game, and then they beat the Paul George-less Clippers. Like you cannot tell me that franchise is not the luckiest franchise in the league. Them or like the Cavs.
Didn't Paul George play that game?
No, he had COVID.
Oh, he got COVID. So oh, that's right. He played against Minnesota. He didn't play the
Minnesota.
second one. Yeah. I mean, and then the other thing too is they beat the Sun. They lost to the Suns in 6, which at the time I was like, wow, that's really impressive. Like the Suns were the number 1 seed. Like holy shit. And then the Suns were terrible the next round and got.
They just like you
fucking,
can't say they were terrible because like they went to 7, even though like it was bad.
No,
the
they
last
were.
2
I
games.
can say they were terrible. They were like historically annihilated in Game 7.
But Game
on their own
7
court.
was terrible. But like this,
No, they were terrible. They should have smacked around that Dallas team. You're the number 1 seed in the fucking West. You had like a top 10 defense or something. You had one of the best offenses in the league. You smack the shit out of a team that essentially has one guy and whose defense is, I don't give a shit what their fucking rating was they were a gimmick. That was a gimmicky defense, and it worked in the regular season, and it worked against the Suns because the Suns were, I don't know, fucking poisoned by Robert Sarver's idiocy or some shit, an evil general being. But like they played terribly. I think they lost all 4 games that they lost by double digits. I'm sorry, I'm not giving them brownie points for going to 7 games against a team they were like heavily favored against. Fuck that shit. So yeah, going 6 against them isn't some like amazing achievement.
and they went against them without Devin Booker. Remember, Booker got hurt.
Right. Booker got hurt, and I think Paul had one of his like 7,000 hamstring issues during that series too.
Yeah.
Something was wrong with Paul. He played
First
too
second
well
row.
in those first 2 games against Dallas, and then just I know there's the whole like CP3 in the playoffs, but like
That's me.
huge,
That's me. I do that.
the huge drop off from the first 2 games to like something was going on, and yeah, there's always an excuse for him, but
Why is Jay Bilas on my screen?
Billis.
I don't care.
Okay.
Also, like,
so like
so who do you guys think is gonna be the first pick? Because I'm thinking it might be Paolo.
I think it should
Isn't
be
it
Paolo.
just? Isn't it just a lot? I think it should be Paolo too. That's why I was asking Prez earlier if they see Jabari.
Yeah, he was
if
trying to
they
ask you guys a question before you started fucking, talking about who was wearing what.
Yeah. Yeah, he was more interested in the wardrobe. But yeah, I don't get why if the Magic, if they're trying.
All right, picks in. Come on, tell us, Prez. Who do you think?
My bad. I'm gonna guess Paolo. Fuck it.
Jeff?
It's Jabari.
I think it'll be Paolo. I think Orlando finally realized that Paolo was the best player on the board.
Yes, they took Paolo. Let's fucking
Wow.
go.
Wow.
Let's fucking go.
My stream crapped out, so I'm truly in the dark.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
I got
That's
Perfect
UTG.
for Orlando. That's
I got-
great.
I got
Houston in
you.
the mud right now. Houston
Yeah.
fans gotta be so sad. Fuck
Oh,
you, Tillman Fertitta, broke boy owner.
He didn't work out for them,
tried
right?
thinking that shit too, and he looks so stupid right
But
now.
wasn't the big thing that they hadn't worked out Paolo, right? Like,
I
pretty
have no
sure
or
idea.
he didn't work out for them. I don't think.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think it got reported this morning that he didn't work out for them, but that he had finally met with them.
Like,
I don't know.
We
Yeah,
gotta
sorry,
stop
go
taking the workouts to heart.
I don't care about the workout stuff. Look, let me say this: if a Knicks fan after the Kevin Knox thing, if you still care about fucking workouts, like, I'm sorry, man. Like, God bless you, but
Like
need help.
I don't care what team works out who, because we've like the league has shown like we don't care about workouts. We still have game film. So like
Some GMs the Kings, ironically, I'm sure they still
Yeah.
wish Jaden worked out for them, but like
they
They took
care only
Davion.
about game film, right?
They
yeah,
took
they
Davion.
don't do workouts.
Yeah, like
They
I
love-
actually think that makes sense, to be honest. I think I wouldn't want to do workouts. I would just want to meet with these guys.
The only thing, like, I think, I don't want to get into like draft nerdiness, super hardcore, but like, there's certain
Fine,
things
this
you
is
can do.
your
Like,
time to shine. This is
I mean,
the last
I
chance
guess
to
so,
shine.
but like, I would do like tons of shooting stuff because you can. I know people say like everybody can shoot at open gym. It's true, everybody can shoot, but like the people who can really shoot hit 90 out of 100.
There's no way
threes in an
Tyrese
open-
can shoot in an open gym.
I
Neither
feel
can
like
I.
I'm
Well,
Reggie
define
Bullock.
shoot, but
I'm Reggie
like
Bullock.
what's the Walt
So you're
Parent
mid?
Utah drill,
I don't
where
dribble,
where
but I
they run
shoot.
like a zillion miles and then shoot like 53s
Yeah,
or
we'll call
whatever.
it the Utah 100 something whatever drill.
Yeah, like shit like that. I think it's a good data point to have, especially if you're dealing with guys who, for whatever reason, didn't shoot a lot in college or got injured and missed half the year. So you got a small sample. So like, it's not useless, but it shouldn't be like what we had to fucking deal with Fizdale and West taking his shirt off and Kevin Knox and all that nonsense.
All right, who does OKC take?
Chet,
Chet.
so
I
they
think
can
they should-
fulfill their Chet Wemby wet dreams.
I think they should take Chet. I think
Whoa,
they should-
whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh,
Shut
God.
up.
Oh, never mind. Fuck. That was fucking a fucking troll. Never mind.
Why
Shut
did why did you do that? No.
Yeah,
It said the Knicks and fucking Kyrie stuff, and I was like, never mind.
Thank
Fucking-
Kyrie,
God.
stop following like fake Woj accounts
I need
or
to.
whatever.
I need.
alright?
I need to stop looking.
stop
at
thinking the Knicks are going to trade for Kyrie Irving.
I don't
about
want
that?
it to happen.
It's not going to happen. The Nets are not trading. If they
I
trade
said.
Kyrie Irving,
I literally
it
have
will
said I
never
wanted
be
Brunson
the
since the
Knicks.
start of the season. I want Brunson. Please.
okay, well,
So you want Brunson and Randall?
I want Brunson, Ivy, Randall because I like penetration. Okay.
okay.
I
that's
like
just-
some rim pressure.
Okay.
What
Let-
is the
Brunson,
vision of
Ivy-
that team?
Brunson, Ivy, RJ, Randall. We're going nothing. We're pressing HB dive. and
We're
going
literally
to the hole.
scoring. We're gonna have a worse offense than we did this year if we do that.
That's you're lying and you know it.
No,
Anyway,
I'm not lying at all. That offense will just be terrible.
We're
We're
cooking.
gonna have 4 guys trying to get to the same exact fucking place.
We will
That's
be
your offense.
cooking. Anyway,
Um,
I'm not letting negativity stop my Brunson agenda
it's
until
just-
he signs a
I
dotted
I
line.
want you to get better agendas. I think Jabari go. I think they'll take Jabari. I think they will.
I think they take Chet. Jabari's going to 3. Or did people finally read it? Did the people watch the tape and realize Jabari Smith can't finish inside 5 feet?
I feel like Presti would like salivate at the idea of Chet getting hurt and getting to tank another season.
Watch happen. Like it goes Chet 2, Ivy 3, and then like we're all just sad.
There's no shot Houston's taking Ivy. Houston's like bored. Like they have the easiest thing to do here. They just have to see who goes top 2, and they're like, okay.
Did OKC pick or no?
Not yet. Pick is in
we-
though. Pick is in
We,
though.
the way we'll do it, Prez, is if they pick, we'll tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, Prez is listening to the radio right now.
Yeah. Prez has got WFAN on. He's got Mike
Listening to
Francesa
fucking
giving
Michael K.
Him, Mike Francesa giving him analysis.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I love this kid. Saw him in the tournament, one game. Looked real good. He's just got that dog.
He competes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Jabari, like, he feels like
He'd be a great fit. He'd be a great fit. Fantastic fit.
I think if it was just about fit, I feel like Jabari fits in OKC really well. And I think Chet fits basically most teams, but I think he'd be if you're ever gonna make Şengün at the 5 like actually work somehow on defense, Chet is the dude that you need.
Yeah.
Or
But
a
you
guy
don't
like
fucking,
Chet.
like you were saying, like they shouldn't be drafting around Şengün. I love Şengün.
No. I agree, but
yeah.
I'm saying like
Yeah.
because he's going to be
For
playing
that
a
type
while.
of center, right.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they would
Yeah,
sell high in Şengün.
it's gonna be Chet. They want Chet and Wemby for 2023, and that will be like the twin towers that we don't need.
Let's see.
It's like the twin antennas.
Yeah.
They took Chet. All right, OKC took Chet.
Yeah, if my shit is delayed, let's count
Yeah,
the seconds. 1,
yeah.
2.
YouTube TV is
Y'all might make me break and subscribe to YouTube TV.
But Jabari, yeah,
Yo, Chet's dad is tall.
he is. But like Jabari at 3 is fine too. I mean, that's the thing.
He's great.
Jabari works.
Great.
He-
It's
I think
fantastic.
works
Right.
the draft starts at 4.
In a lot of ways, like if you're the type of person who's slightly more down on Paolo, then
Chet makes a lot of sense.
Chet, yeah, but like for Houston, like we can quibble or debate what they're doing with their rebuild, but like they got a lot of guys who need the ball, and they don't have anybody who's truly a knockdown shooter, or literally anybody who's both good at offense and a very good defender. So Jabari will fit perfectly fine. And my big issue with Houston,
Jay Sean Shate isn't that guy.
I know KJ Martin, my son,
He wants to trade.
requesting a trade. Exactly. Just that. Well, that's what
Jay Sean Tate is your son.
everyone's my son, dude.
What is wrong with you? Fucking Ohio
Draft
State?
Twitter sons
Get
be the
outta here.
weirdest sons of the planet.
This is me. I'm even
Bryce
worse than
McGowan
most
is
of
my
draft
son.
Twitter. But no, like for real though, like this fluff piece came out on the Houston Rockets, and
I
Shwin
didn't
and
read
I
that
both
shit.
like hate DM each other these pieces whenever they're sent. And it was about their rebuild, and obviously, it's wonderful that they got all the Brooklyn picks, but like,
Shout out Kyrie.
yeah, shout out Kyrie, but like it's good that they have the picks, but they haven't really optimized any of them. Like KPJ, I love KPJ. Shwin knows he's like one of my true sons, but like he probably shouldn't be like a high usage point guard. That's not how the best way to develop him. Şengün needs to have post touches. He hardly got them. Garuba didn't even play, which is insane considering how bad they were at defense. So like they have guys, but they have no idea how to put them into situations that benefit their development. And Jabari is one of the few guys, along with Chet, who they could pick and would actually benefit the other young players on that team. So I kind of like that.
Prez, KPJ led the league in catch and shoot threes last year.
He's a better off. I mean, obviously, I see why you explore the on ball stuff with him, but like he's no slouch off ball. He can shoot fine.
I think he's one of those guys though that hates to catch and shoot. Like if he gets a clean catch and shoot, he likes to still size up his man and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, they had to hammer that shit out of him. Like it was only like the second half of the season he started really just firing without exactly like holding and all that. So
doing the hard end Melo stuff, or like that was always the weirdest thing with Melo, because every time he did catch and shoot, he was like automatic. But he would always have these things where he would like, no, I gotta let me survey the landscape. What do you mean survey the landscape, motherfucker? You were wide open. Shoot that shit.
Melo did the thing where he would like wait for the closeout and then do the quick release, like you still can't get me, motherfucker.
Randall does that all the time. It's infuriating.
Yeah.
Like Randall will like pump fake and then take 2 dribbles and shoot like a long
The
two.
Yeah,
worst
that's what we
fucking
need. That's what we need
thing
more of that, right?
ever.
The only
I
harder
hate that
catch
shit.
and shoot threes are Fournier's fadeaway catch and shoots, which are like a thing he invented solely for Tibbs' offense.
So, Prez, to bring it back to that article you referenced, to me, the biggest takeaway from that article, though, was the coach, the front office, and ownership. They had a very specific vision that was all aligned.
Do you
and
buy that?
I don't buy it. They
don't buy it at all.
Usman Garuba
Well,
with their
okay,
first
if
round
you
pick,
don't-
and he
if
played
you don't
0
buy it,
minutes.
I'll tell you why I don't buy it. I'll tell you why I don't buy it. They did not hire Silas to do a rebuild. That was not why he was hired. He was hired. If you go back and look at the articles that were written when he was hired very, very specifically because he was an innovative offensive mind, and they wanted to diversify their offense. They wanted to move hard and off ball and do all these fucking wonderful things. And if he was not, there was all that smoke last year when they were like, they'd lost 20 straight or something at one point, right? Early in the season. They'd lost a bunch of fucking games in a row. And he was on the hot seat. He was on the fucking hot seat for a rebuilding team that was going nowhere. I think Houston, I don't know what the fuck they do. Look, I've been to Houston. They've got wonderful strip clubs. I have a feeling that maybe the media members, their beat guys, they take them out for a good time. They show them, the great Houston nightlife that exists out there that James Harden was definitely participating in constantly. And I don't know what it is, but they're beat guys for The Athletic, for ESPN. They get the most ridiculous coverage. Like anything they do is amazing. Oh my God! They traded.
Who gets some more fluffier fluff pieces, them or Atlanta?
No, it's Houston by a lot. Houston
Fluff pieces are not like Houston fluff pieces got the kittiest gloves in the world.
It's crazy.
Houston fluff pieces are like the equivalent of like padding a box.
Look, what do we like? It's cool if they all have the same vision, but like, let me just say this: when you suck ass, it is very easy to be like, oh yeah, our vision is we want to rebuild and do these fucking great 15,000 things, and like nobody holds you to any of that because everybody's like, oh, they're rebuilding. That's fine. It's fine. Like the Knicks, if you say, oh, like the Knicks have a defined thing, right? We want to be competitive. We want to be in the playoffs, right? So now you actually have a tangible target that is a bar that every decision you make is judged upon, right? Good or bad, development or just in terms of winning games, all of that stuff is weighed against this goal. If the Knicks were to come out next year and just be like, you know what? We don't give a shit about making the fucking playoffs. We are just going to play the young guys as much as we can. Like, I mean, how would we judge that? Does that mean that now everybody's on the same page and it's great? Like, I just think that if you watched Houston and if you follow enough of like the people that they're fans and whatever that follow that team day to day, I really don't think that they're this wonderful, super aligned team. I actually think, Prez can talk about this a lot more because he's into like nerd, fucking development of young players shit. But like, I think that they are all over the place, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
I guess. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. My bad.
Jabari Smith.
I was just like early in this stream, Shwin, you talked about how people had, in your mind, incorrectly talked about the cowardice of the Knicks front office. And when I was reading that article, it reminded me of what people are saying about the Knicks front office. And to me, the Knicks it's not so much about cowardice and more so about trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Mm-hmm. Like, that I agree with.
They're very clearly trying to sort of win, but also trying to like accumulate assets and trying to have all this youth, and you can't have it both ways. And I guess, I mean, you're gonna be more in tune with the Rockets. If you believe that was just bullshit, then okay, I'll take your word for it. But I do still think it has some relevance to the Knicks in terms of the Knicks, in my opinion, are very disconnected, especially between the coach and the front and parts of the front office. And I think that's non-conducive to an optimal front office going forward.
So I agree.
An optimal franchise. Sorry.
I agree that the Knicks. This is what I would say. I would say there's not really much of a disconnect. I would say the only disconnect exists on Tibbs' part. I think everybody else is aligned fine. Like, what other disconnect are we talking about here? We're talking about Tibbs. Like, that's the only fucking disconnect. And this idea that, like, oh, like, he was in this tough spot. He wasn't in a fucking tough spot. He was not in a fucking tough spot.
Wow. Shit. Let me get off Twitter. I'm gonna get off Twitter. Fuck this.
Don't. Yeah,
bad.
I'm
My
just
bad.
I'm on a burner.
I didn't know what the ground rules were. My fault.
Like, so the Knicks did not get this pick, I'm assuming. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
No one did.
Okay. Well, I don't. You're annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, of course they did.
They took Keegan.
Yeah, they did. They took
Yeah. Stop fucking ruining it. The entire point of live stream
All right.
is to
Anyway,
react in real time.
all right. Let us all pray for the.
Now you know how I felt the other year where I had like the fucking stream from the black internet or whatever. Shit was like 10
we're
minutes
like
behind.
talking about Quentin Grimes. You're like, oh my god, we traded Kai Jones. That's crazy.
Exactly.
But like I just don't think there was much of a disconnect. The disconnect is Tibbs. Like
Mhm.
the front office. If you're front office, do you really think does anybody really believe the Knicks traded for Cam Reddish and the conversation was ever had? Because the actual reporting has been they traded for Cam Reddish. Tibbs disagreed with that decision. Like they talked about it. He didn't want them to do it, and they did it. So that's not a That's if there's a disconnect, it's on Tibbs. The way a company works is if I am your subordinate and you ask me for my input, and I say I don't want to do X. And they're like, well, these are the reasons why we think X is going to be good. And you can say, no, this won't work because blah, blah, blah. If your boss tells you, well, we're doing X, you have to do X. You have to fucking do it. If you don't do it, that is on you. That is your fucking problem. And all this bullshit with Tibbs, like, oh, disconnected the organization. No. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What disconnect? You didn't want to play Cam Reddish because God forbid we added a 6'9" wing with some tools who wasn't fucking Evan Fournier or Alec Burks or Kemba Walker's fucking corpse who could actually maybe do something that wasn't like exactly whatever your bullshit vision of the team is. Like, it is bullshit. He is the problem. He was the problem last year. That is why he had to issue this entire ridiculous mea culpa at the end of the season via Berman about how, now I see that Obi can help us win and quickly did these things. That was obvious the entire fucking year, badass. Like, fuck you.
Shwin had that one pent up since he didn't get to get as many of those.
I should have gotten him going.
No, you're right. You're right though. Like the disconnect. I truly agree. Like the disconnect. I'm sure there's differences of opinions sometimes. Like maybe Wes likes a guy more than Leon or whatever. But like when the rubber hits the road, it's the coach's job to make the vision of the rest of the front office become tangible. And he really just I mean, obviously we've talked about this a zillion times, and it's been covered.
This is a problem he has fucking had going back to Chicago. That was a problem he had in fucking Chicago. So this idea that the front office is imposing what did they impose on him? Oh, the front office was up there like, yeah, bro, make sure you play Alec Burks more than Giannis.
The front office has been very accommodating to him. They've had consensus picks that he's liked all their picks.
Okay, wow. So Keegan just straight up to the Kings. That's surprising.
Yeah, they were never taking Ivy.
Yeah, so what this means is that to the Kings front office, they thought that
Keegan was more valuable in a package.
Keegan was more valuable than whatever packages they got, and they think that they can have their cake and eat it too by picking a player who is more win now, and can contribute more. So like it's as much their estimation of other packages being lesser, and like them probably saying we have to win now, but we don't want to look the fool, so we're gonna pick the guy who, in our estimation, is both the blue chip prospect and the win now guy. And it's totally delusional.
I mean, then again, like it's Monte McNair basically operating under the win or you're fired context. So like I can't even blame him for like doing this pick.
Well, it's that and the optics as well, because you could get a package that looks mediocre and helps you win now more than Keegan is, because even good rookies aren't good. That's just how it goes. Like unless you're really, really fucking good,
unless you're like Emmanuel Quickly.
If he's like, okay, so say he's like Franz Wagner. Is that
right? That's not moving you that much. Like Franz was good for a rookie, but like he's not moving you from playing to the seventh seed or something. He is, but he was like a 34% shooter who didn't even shoot that many threes. Like this is what I'm saying. Like we like players like Franz and Keegan, but like I promise you, they're not gonna be
I
the
mean, but,
difference
like-
between a high seed and a lower seed.
I
But
know,
can
but
they
like,
help you get to the plan? Because look at it this way: the Spurs made the plan last year at 34 and 48. What did the Kings finish at? 30 and 52.
yeah,
And
like,
they tanked the last however many games, right? I think they shut down Fox, they shut down Sabonis, so they tanked it. Like their goal is to make the plan.
Mhm.
I'm not saying that's right, by the way.
Yeah. That's like the
I'm not
bare
saying it's
minimum.
right, but like I think from what I've seen of Keegan and looking at his synergy shit that I saw, like I think he could help them this year. I think that I mean, for them,
Is he gonna start it? This is the thing though. Like they're putting
He's gonna have to
Sabonis
start.
at the 4. He's gonna have to start at the 3. He's not gonna be a 4 or 5.
yeah,
like he
I
was
think
in
it's probably
college.
going to be
what if they
like,
start Sabonis at the 5 though?
Then that'll help them on offense and hurt them on defense. So
But
like,
but their defense is fucked anyway because they got Fox and they got Sabonis
they need Nerlens
doing
Noel.
nothing.
that's what I'm saying. Either way, like they're I don't think he's gonna help them more than like, AJ Griffin would have helped them or something, like a less win now draft prospect, but the bar for contributing rookie is just so high.
So,
I mean, I think
Prez,
if
I
they
gotta
get,
ask you a
if they
question. I
get,
gotta
like,
ask you and
15
Tyrese a question. Very
Sorry.
serious question.
Sorry.
So when we draft AJ Griffin or Johnny Davis at 11, when will you guys go into your spreadsheets and retroactively bump them up the board so that you can say that you had them?
we call that
I will
we
I
call
will
that
tell
doing a Chad Ford around these parts. Okay.
I will tell you right now what I had AJ Griffin and what's his face?
AJ's 5 for me and Johnny's 6 for me on my Knicks specific board. So.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, on my board, AJ is 7. Oh no, AJ is 5. No, AJ is 7. AJ is 7.
Whatever the Knicks do is number 1 on my board.
And Johnny Davis is 9. So like either way, they get value.
Schwin's historical draft
assuming
board is just
assuming
unrivaled.
Yeah, I had Frank 1, I had Knox 1. Yeah.
I believe it.
assuming the Pistons take Ivy, do you guys think that and they signed Ayton? Do you think that's a playoff team next year or not?
No.
I think that's it depends what the rest of the roster
I
what they do.
think Ayton. I think Cade, Ayton, and Ivy.
I don't think this is
It's a play-in team. I think it's a play-in.
This is my other hot take too, and I'm saying this before I even know what's going on with Ivy, because I think I want the Knicks to still trade for Ivy if they can. By the way, but like I don't think Ivy's going to be good next year. Like I don't want the Knicks to trade up for Ivy because of what he's going to be as a rookie. I don't think he's going to help you win a lot of games as a rookie.
Yeah,
he's got a
it's
lot
hard,
of shit
right?
to figure out.
Yeah,
He's got a lot of shit to figure out.
he wasn't good at defense. Like,
Yeah.
surprise.
He wasn't good at defense. He's got a lot of offensive decision-making shit to figure out. His handle is pretty raw, I think.
I mean, he wouldn't even get the minutes to really like.
Yeah,
even,
yeah,
right?
and that's why that's not what it's about to me for the
Yeah,
Knicks
of course,
to go for
of course.
Ivy. But like that, I don't think getting I would say if Keegan had dropped to them, I would be like, wow, they might actually make the play-in now. Ivy to me helps you less this year than a player like Keegan does.
I don't think the difference is as great because I think Keegan, as he gets to the NBA, he'll benefit from having like some easy jump shots, but the rest of the game is going to get harder for him. Whereas I think the opposite is actually true for Ivy because he'll probably be with better talent and with more space because he won't have big ass 7'5" Zach Edey and Trevion Williams just clogging the hole and like no other ball handlers and stuff like that. And like that's not, I'm not saying the Pistons are gonna make. I think I got to see because I don't even know who's on the Pistons bench to be honest. It's like Hamidou Diallo and like
And your boy and our
Killian
boy
Hayes.
Stephen Lee, Killian, right? Like
Kelly Olynyk.
I hate the Pistons now. I'm pretty confident it's Jaden Ivey. It has to be.
he'd be like objectively, like he's a fantastic pair with Cade. If I was them, I'd be thrilled. And honestly, like they got fucked in the lottery. Like I got one of my boys.
no, Jaden
Fuck
Ivey.
that. Fuck.
Compared to the Kings or whatever.
No, they got Cade Cunningham last year. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. I don't give a
They
fuck what they got fucked.
I'm just
this
saying,
year.
if
They should've
our
gotten
team
fucked harder.
dropped
They
from
should've
2 to
failed us
5, you can't fall to 7.
We always fall. We fell from 2 to 4 when you could only fall 3 fucking spots. Like, Like, no, I don't give a shit. No other team. I don't have any sympathy for any other team in the NBA. Every other team in the NBA can go fuck itself. Like every other one, I don't feel any sympathy for any of them. All of them can fuck off because all of them move up in the fucking draft whenever it's. Hey man, when has the Knicks haven't moved up since Patrick Ewing? And we still got to fucking hear about that shit all the time. Oh, they rigged it for Patrick Ewing. Oh yeah, they never rigged it for the Lakers. They just kept their pick for like 5 straight fucking years. When it was, they had to keep it. Like, give me a break, man. Fuck the Pistons. Fuck the city
Pistons
of
now
Detroit.
firmly on Shwin's shit list.
They don't deserve shit. Fucking
The Lakers mid 2010s run was one of the most disgusting things ever. That's clearly like the league trying to keep them relevant. It was insane. It's insane. They've never
It's
done
whack.
that.
It's whack because they've done that shit for like big market teams and small market teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prez, answer this. Answer Chris Bernard.
I feel bad for the Pistons since they fell. Knicks fans, hello. Yeah, that's legit. Your gripe is legit. I'm just saying. If my team fell from 2 to 5, I'd be pissed. That's all I'm saying.
Nobody cares about your team in this scenario is the point.
Nobody
team
cares
sucks.
about my imaginary team.
Yeah, no one cares about your imaginary Pistons fandom.
All right, now the draft starts. So
now I can say this. I always thought Jaden Ivey was going to be a bust. Terrible pick. Happy the Knicks did not pull the trigger.
Okay, so I'm thinking next pick is Mathurin.
Yeah,
Indiana, Mathurin.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be my
seven.
You know what? I'm gonna buck the trend. I'm gonna say they're taking Dyson. They're gonna double down on like weird, passive, versatile guards.
Bro, they got Rick Carlisle. He might actually kill somebody if they just give him like a dude that is a ball of clay. And he has to be like, yeah, Rick, just figure it out, bro. He's gonna be like, okay, I might kill someone.
They're
Yeah, but
comparing
they might
him
kill-
to Ja Morant.
He's gonna look at Benedict Mathurin's defensive tape and also kill himself. So like, it's a lose-lose for Rick Carlisle.
Are they really comparing Jaden Ivey to Ja Morant? Are you kidding?
Yes, because they dunk and have long hair.
I think if there's any explosive
black.
guard combination for him, I think you have to go back. I think it's like Gilbert Arenas.
Look at that. Even for the fucking graphic, they picked like the same hair, like when they had the same hairstyle. They know what they're doing.
It's a racism.
It is a light racism.
Yeah.
A little bit.
They did a racism. ESPN did a racism. Nothing. At least this isn't the NFL draft where they're just like, oh yeah, this guy ran a 4.3 40, and his mom used to deal crack. Like, oh,
Oh shit! Wait,
okay.
wait, what?
Have you, Prez? You gotta watch the NFL draft, bro.
I don't watch the NFL, dude.
It's crazy.
you might need
Like
to.
every black guy has some crazy story that they highlight on. And then
for no reason.
no reason at all. And then the random white guy gets drafted and it's like none of that. It's like
went to church every Sunday.
Yep. Great family guy. First in the gym, last out.
And then the last thing will be like has 2 DUIs. You're like, wait, that seems like maybe that should have been discussed a little bit more.
Doesn't add up.
No, the NFL draft
manslaughter,
is
but only second degree.
No, the NFL draft is like, bro, it's some of the shit they put out there is like, who nobody's asking you to do this.
Born premature. His mother was addicted to smack.
Yeah,
his father wasn't in his life until the age of 19.
Yeah, was really fortunate not to be born with fetal alcohol syndrome. Like what? Nobody asked for that knowledge, man. Why are you giving that information out?
On the spectrum, like literally, they will throw everything in there. Like,
so do you guys think that it's possible that some of the trades the Knicks were rumored to make that didn't involve the 11th pick could still happen tonight, or do you think it's just going to be
Oscar in the chat? Nick's still pursuing Ivy. Shout out Oscar.
yeah,
There you
I'm
go.
sure.
The
All
dream's
right.
still alive. Although Shwin
sure.
is over it. Shwin is over it.
I'm sure that pursuit's gonna
Literally,
shove it up.
literally, no.
Why can't we get some of that Pacers water carrying, huh? How come we can't get some of that?
I'll say this though: if the Knicks are pursuing Ivy still, I'll throw this out there.
He will know that Ivy was never going to be a bust.
No. Yeah. Oh, that I always knew. If he's a Knick, no, I would say if you think the Knicks still have a chance at Ivy, and you still want Jaden Ivey, I would suggest you should be rooting for Jalen Duren to fall to 11. That's all I will say. That is my thoughts.
That is a good call. Cause yeah, I'm trying to think like who would they have liked the most aside
What?
from Ivy.
Why are we still pursuing? I thought Oscar was trolling. That's actually real.
No,
the
what do you
hell?
mean? Because the trades aren't always announced like at the time
Yeah.
of the first pick.
Okay,
Tyrese, I think you need a timeout.
dude. I'm also like, I just worked today. Okay, like,
This man doesn't
What?
have no. Your
Did you
employer
just
is
say
fucking
that?
up, bro.
like, dude, like, I'm coming.
Dude,
back from
I
COVID, and
I
my
did
brain,
a thing today.
My brain is fried right now. Okay.
Tyrese giving that COVID commentary right
do we
now. Right, man?
do we like Matherin here? I think it's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
That's
like
fine.
Rick
He's
Carlisle
more
loves
of a-
him a movement shooter, right? Like you know,
Is he a 3 or is he a 2 though?
he's a 2. He's like a 2-3 in today's NBA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
You could
I
play
feel
him
like
with Duarte, whatever. It's
The
not
way that-
ideal.
the way they're going, I just feel like their defense is going to be really bad for a while.
They're
like a long
tanking
time.
though. Like
They're tanking.
they're the
Who cares?
first team. They're the first team who wasn't tanking and then decided we are now tanking. Like I was wondering, I was talking to somebody and I was wondering legitimately because like aside from OKC and maybe Orlando, I didn't know which teams were going to be truly tankingly horrible. And I told him, I was like, some teams are going to flip the switch. I don't know who it is. And the Pacers were the first one. There's going to be more, but the Pacers were the first one.
Oh yeah,
It's
so
sup-
okay.
it's surprising that they did it with Carlisle, but like it is what it is.
Does Portland trade this pick?
Ooh, I'm gonna say yeah.
They should trade it for my
Yeah,
baby
Jeremy.
boy.
Who the
OG.
fuck they gonna pick? Who's gonna help them right now? They already traded
No,
for Grant.
I
like,
I was like a lot of people have been like, why would they trade OG for 7? Why would they trade OG for 7? What do you mean? Why would you trade OG and OB for 7? That motherfucker's never making an All-Star team, no matter how much Tyrese loves him. Okay,
Yeah, the self creation league did not happen this year. It's over.
It's never gonna
if
happen.
Tyrese admitted it, it's fucking facts regarding
never-
OG.
it's never
over.
and the thing is, like, Toronto has a nice core, but if you look at that team, to me anyway, I don't look at that and I'm like championship contender potential. Like, no, I think they still need somebody to push
And it-
them up.
Man,
And
they,
if you-
they
and if
traded
you
for
look
Premier
at-
League this year. They're blowing it
And
up.
if you look at like the like creation chops of that core, like Scotty
Ass.
Barnes. Well, I'm not even gonna say ass. I'm gonna say Scotty
I
Barnes
am.
is like
I will
12 years
say it.
old, rolled out of bed into the NBA, and showed more creation chops than OG, who's 5 years older than him.
Yeah,
Don't
Scotty
say it
Barnes
like
a
that,
loser,
man.
though.
I know, like Scotty and Toronto's firmly in the Shwin shit list. I'm just saying, like, if your 19-year-old big wing has more creation chops than OG,
It's
and you have Pascal and Fred, 3
It's
is a
over.
lot. So just
it's
take,
actually
take phone calls
pretty-
for OG. Like, it's not a big deal.
it's pretty useless to say who is on my shit list because my shit list is literally just like it's basically the
It's
NBA.
more who's not on the
and
shit list.
It's the NBA other than like Giannis and Steph,
Franz Wagner.
Franz
That's like it.
Wagner, and Frank
Michigan players, Giannis, Steph, and the Knicks. That's like
and
literally
Frank
it.
and Frank
And Frank.
and Frank. Forever,
Trey
never. on
Burke
the-
supporter? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, Frank. No, Frank could never be on the shit list.
Who's the team who, if Frank played for, it would be the most painful if he got real minutes?
Hawks.
No, come on, that's silly. It would be like the Celtics, right? Like it would be painful.
Who
It'd be
cares
like,
about this? Who cares about the Knicks Celtics rivalry in 2022?
okay, all right. I'm sure you were really like ambivalently watching the NBA Finals. Get a life.
Tyrese
I
was like
literally-
7 when Paul Pierce was in his prime, all right?
I didn't even watch
He's
the
from
NBA Finals.
fucking New York. What? That's not. It's not even about Knicks Celtics. It's
I
about-
barely watched the playoffs.
He's
this
a
year.
Mets fan. They don't have a rivalry with the Red Sox.
They have a rivalry versus like fucking
The Phillies.
having a good summer.
Shut the fuck up.
Just throwing that out there, pal.
Think about that. Shut the fuck up.
No, it's fine. They were.
Wait,
They were.
We're
Wait
going
on that
away this
subway.
year.
Wait on that subway series. It's gonna go just like the last one.
Y'all not even beating the Astros. Stop it.
Okay. All right. Enough baseball talk. Because I just
I got
You
my
guys-
two. I got my 2 sentences in.
you guys exceeded all of my knowledge about the sport already. So, no, I think they should trade this pick. By the way, or I don't think Portland should do it, but I think if Toronto can get the 7th pick for OG, they should do it.
Do you
That's
think
how
it
I'm
would
gonna
be
do it.
straight or it would be OG plus stuff?
I think it should be straight. What else would you want?
I have no idea. I'm really bad at.
Well, like
trades.
I personally wouldn't trade the 7th pick for OG because I think if you're drafting at
you would
7,
trade it for someone else if you had to win.
Yeah,
out,
I
is
think
what
it
you're
has-
saying.
Yeah, I don't think like the 7th
Like
pick-
Julius Randle.
Yes, yeah. You got to trade it for a high upside player like Julius Randle, who has a great team first mentality and provides fantastic rim pressure, right, Tyrese?
Great rebounder. Great
yeah,
rebounder. Who rebounds on the Blazers? Nobody.
Do you
Exactly.
guys think that Simons is just going to be the starting? Is
Two.
going to start next year next to Dame, or you think he'll? Yeah. So why would they trade 7 for OG when they already have Josh Hart? I know OG's better than Josh Hart, but
OG's like half a foot bigger.
Yeah,
than...
just get big because now you can have Hart come off the bench.
yeah, okay, that's true. I was just thinking
and you
that
can play Hart at the 3 too. He's short, but he's like for no reason plays like a big player. Like he's always getting like 10 rebounds for no reason. It's
My
just
son.
like that.
I mean,
Josh Hart.
I was just thinking they could whoever they draft could be their 6th man or whatever. Like
yeah, I mean that could too.
It could be.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think. Look, if they're gonna do the dumb thing of like trying to win with Dame, then I guess trading 7 for OG is fine.
man,
Oh
Beg-
wow! Wow!
Wait, what happened? I was
They
about
took
to go to the
Shaden-
bathroom.
They
What
took
happened?
Shaden. They took Shaden.
What? Wait, do you think it's for some? Do you think it's for someone?
No,
I mean, there's no way of knowing with us being not on Twitter.
This. I'll say this: Danny Meringue, who was on Strickland Roll, who's pretty plugged in with the Blazers. I think he said if they kept the pick, Shaden would be the pick. So
Wow.
take that for what it's worth.
I
I don't
hate
really
this dude.
understand that because it's like this guy. Look, you guys have watched.
I want to flag the comment from Hawkeye 420 that says it's miserable hours on Twitter. People want Leon fired for not blackmailing Detroit.
Yeah, I think once the Kings took Keegan, I just kind of think like it is what it is. Like you can't. What were the Knicks gonna do? I don't know. I don't think. Like if you were willing to offer Obi, then I guess that's a conversation. But I wouldn't have offered Obi, so I can't blame him for that. Moving on from Twitter, which I'm happy I'm not on right now. You guys have watched more Shade and Sharp than I have, or I'm assuming Geoffrey has. Is there a chance that he can contribute this upcoming season, or no?
No.
I watched as much as I could because so first of all, my first YouTube search for him, it's still in my history, was Shaden Sharp, Kentucky. That's how little college I watch. I had no idea that he didn't play for Kentucky this year. But then I went back and watched old clips of him, and I believe he has a really high ceiling, but I don't think he can be a huge contributor year one. I think he's going to be a bit of a project. Prez?
I think Prez is urinating.
Oh, classic.
I don't understand why they take Shaden Sharp if they're about to pay Anthony Simons a significant sum of money, but like.
But isn't Shaden long term?
Shaden's not going to be good for the next like 2 years, so who cares?
There you go.
I
Even if
think
you're
year,
high
I
on
think year,
Shaden.
I think year 2 he might be like decent towards the end of it.
I think
year
end
two,
of
he
year,
might
end of
be
year
like-
2, end of year 2,
like
maybe.
Gerald Green.
Relax.
What does he do better than Gerald Green?
Had grow hair.
You're getting into some really
You have no
divisive
proof that
territory.
he does anything better than Gerald Green, who's a great dunker and a great shooter.
You're sick. I hope you know that.
He like
He
Can I-
might.
isn't J.R. Smith like an average
Yes.
outcome for him?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Jared's good.
yeah, that's not like a bad thing.
Wait. Okay, so Steve Popper, hearing that yes, Knicks is still talking with Detroit about the Ivy selection. A deal can be made if Duran's available at 11,
Schwinstradamus.
and they do a package with that pick. If they actually get, oh my God, pick
So
Duran.
we gotta root for everybody. Who else is gonna take? Who's in the mix?
No,
for Duran?
all this is all that needs to happen. Pelicans are not taking him.
No, they're not.
Spurs are the only team you have to worry about. That's it.
The Wizards are not.
Wizards are not
Wizards are
taking him.
No way.
Wizards are 100,000 million billion trillion % not
They got
taking
like
a
8
fucking center.
centers.
They're not doing it. It is all about the fucking asshole Spurs who have been the bane of my existence since 1999. No, they have not.
Don't you guys think too though that with how the Pistons are set up, I know Hayes hasn't been good as an NBA player, but I do think they're still in on him somewhat.
Yeah,
That we could trade for Ivy without giving up quickly Obi or Grimes. We could do like
I
picks
mean,
and-
I don't
it-
understand. I mean,
I would give up Grimes. Like this is my
Yeah,
thing. Like
it's
I
Grimes.
I
know.
love
I'm
Grimes.
just saying, couldn't we give up Cam to
Maybe.
them instead because they need
Maybe.
wings?
Maybe,
I
but
mean, like,
if you wouldn't you
might as
rather wouldn't you rather have the team control if you're them though?
like I think you just
No,
throw
I'd
in.
rather have
I think
Grimes.
you throw in Reddish because it's Reddish.
But
but,
no,
like-
that's what I'm saying. You'd rather
Troy-
have Grimes.
Troy
You'd rather have
Weaver
Grimes if
would've-
you're them, right?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Grimes
Oh yeah,
is
Troy.
better.
You'd rather have the you would rather have the 3 years team control.
for sure.
Right.
Because
And like,
that's the only thing about Reddish. Like Reddish is the kind of guy that Weaver loves, but you have to pay him after this.
and
year.
I will also say this: there is an argument, not a very good one, but there is an argument that if you really believe, like Prez has made this argument, right, that Atlanta sucks at development, and
True.
the stuff that Cam is not good at is not actually incorrectable. They just sucked at correcting it. So if you believe, as the Knicks, that Cam is not just a salvageable prospect, but one that you are confident you can get right, there is an argument that you should be willing to include Grimes in a deal, because fundamentally, the 6'9" guy that can move the way he does just has more potential to provide, to do things.
There's definitely an argument. I'm not saying it's like open and shut, but I'm saying like
Yeah.
if you're looking at the possibility of, because of the way the team is structured,
Yeah,
essentially having a low ball offer for Cam as an extension, and then you do like the whole thing is he played like 5 minutes for the Knicks all of last season. He took out the mid ranges and his efficiency went up a lot, even though he didn't shoot threes well. So like it's so easy for him if he doesn't shoot mid range to have a high efficiency. And if you accomplish that,
Pelicans took Dyson Daniels, by the way.
Disgusting.
that's a great fit. That's a great fit for them. I still hate the Pelicans, but like that's kind of the fit that if I was a Pelicans fan, I would like that for them.
Cannot believe they actually took 6'7" Alex Caruso. That's actually hilarious. Holy shit, that team.
Oh,
Oh,
6'7" Alex Caruso is
forgot.
a good player.
he doesn't fucking play in the league.
Switch.
Let me
There's a
what I
hold
meant.
on. Let me
Let me
explain the
explain what I
context.
meant.
Hold
Let me explain what I
on.
meant.
He wasn't in the group DM. There was a group DM between the other draft people. Me,
Alex.
Tyrese, Oscar, and Alex, Knicks film school,
and Stacey.
and Stacy. And Tyrese established that he's the rare draft Twitter person who is anti-height.
Listen, no, you don't understand. Okay, all right, okay. I want you to be perfectly honest with me. I'm gonna give you a bunch of like wins in the league, and I'm telling you right now who would play.
Your argument is crazy, but it also kind of makes sense. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, right now, Harrison Barnes with 6'7" Alex Caruso. Who do you think is getting more playing time?
Wait, sorry, say it again.
Harrison Barnes with 6'7" Alex Caruso.
This
Who do you
version
think-
of Harrison Barnes?
The Harrison Barnes is putting up like damn near 50, 49.
Yeah, no, but this, like you, brother,
Harrison-
I know you have not watched the Kings just based on that right now.
Harrison Barnes right now, who's giving you basically.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll take the Alex Caruso.
Macri saying if Duran's there at 11, the deal's done.
Holy
Lord
shit.
of mercy!
Wait, San Antonio. Either way, I win. Either my Spurs get fucking.
I have
Jalen
always-
Duren, or
Did you just say
complimented-
my Spurs? Tyrese, leave. I need you to leave right now.
my Spurs?
I've
I
always
live
mentioned
here.
about how
Nobody
much,
cares
much
about
I
your
look up
Spurs
to
getting
RC
Durant.
Buford.
Get the fuck out of here, my
Yeah, aren't you
Spurs.
in San Antonio? Go find RC Buford in whatever rich suburb you're in.
Bro,
while
they
you're-
don't. They do not play about the Spurs here, dude. I wore a Knicks hoodie once to get a haircut, and they was looking at me like I shot somebody. They were like, "Yeah, I bet you remember '99, don't you, bitch?" I was just bored. I don't know what you want me to do.
Are you sure you weren't just like in the wrong part of Texas?
dude?
This
I live
is
in
like
the
going to
suburbs.
be the most stressful 4 minutes of my life right now.
This is
It's
crazy.
gonna be more
actually.
than
Like,
4 minutes.
No, it's not. If they get past, if Duran goes past San Antonio, this is over. Like that, they will get Ivy. there.
Okay, so Edwards is
Fuck.
saying the Pistons are keeping Jaden Ivey despite several attempts for rival teams to
Fuck
acquire him.
Edwards.
Yeah,
If-
James Edwards.
Let's see. Let's just see. Let's see who wins out the argument.
I know he's like the Pistons reporter too. Fuck.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see.
Anti-Ivy. Nobody's anti-Ivy Hawkeye 420.
No, but
I will be
I'm
anti-Ivy
being,
if they
I'm
don't.
being dead serious. Like hyper efficient as Harrison Barnes or
I
Alex Caruso.
just told you I'll take Alex Caruso, bro.
The league. I'm talking about. Do you think the league
The
is going to
league.
play?
The
league-
league will take Alex Caruso.
No, they won't.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what you think Harrison Barnes' value is, but I promise you, if it's as
My
high as you
point
think
is
it
when
was-
you're taller, shooting is more for premium. And Alex Caruso is shooting sub 40% from the field. Even if the defense is fantastic, the teams are going to take a dude who shoots more.
that's not a compelling argument though. That's just saying that you think
How-
that teams
how many
value
six-
things stupidly.
I mean, okay, how many 6'8" dudes in the league right now are getting playing time like that? Don't say Draymond Green.
Getting playing time like what though? I'm trying
I'm
to
talking
understand
about
what
like
you're saying.
how many like six
He means
seven,
guys who don't shoot and don't shoot efficiently.
who are 6'8" right now,
I
getting
don't know.
significant play time, who are there for their defense.
who are there for their defense. So
The only person I can think of is like Aaron Gordon.
okay, Aaron Gordon. There
And
you
who
go.
else?
Uh,
Exactly.
what does Dorian Finney-Smith shoot?
Dorian Finney-Smith is shooting 40% from three.
Okay, but what does he shoot from the field?
From the field, I think he's like around let me see,
like probably like 40%.
Yeah, like I don't think this is like some
47.
I just don't think it's like this crazy bar. Like I just don't, man. I think if the guy is 6'7" Alex Caruso and he shoots like 37% from three, that's
No,
a valuable player.
I'm saying if he shoots like 31% from three.
If anybody shoots 31% from three, unless they're named Draymond Green, they're not going to help you win. It doesn't matter.
I mean, you look at Pat Beverly, you look at guys like fucking Marcus Smart, you look at guys like Caruso again, like Gary Payton. Like when you're 6'3", it's easier to get away with being a
Beverly
shooter.
shoots like 40% from three or something.
Beverly shot like 33% from three this year.
Yeah, but he's shot 40% like multiple seasons, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, fine, whatever. But like my point stands is basically like when you're small, okay, you're like it's a gene pool thing where it's basically like 6'3" dudes need to play in the league, and the barometer for being like a good player at 6'3" is lower than this for being a good player at 6'8".
My guy said a gene pool. Führer Tyrese over here.
No, but I'm being dead serious. Like, do you think Denny Avdia, if he's shooting like Tordes, is getting a second contract in this league? Even if the defense is like pristine?
Yes.
Like-
Yes. Like what do you mean?
Like to the
Yes.
point where like he's like, okay. Do you think
Have you ever heard of Luke Richard Mbaamute, who took about
The
6
Kobe
years?
stopper.
Yeah, who took about like 8 years to figure out how to shoot the basketball and kept getting contracts.
Wait.
promise you.
Spurs are taking Sochan.
Okay, the dream is
Okay.
still alive.
He's here.
The dream is happening.
That's a good pick for the Spurs.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever.
I'm
Nobody
gonna
cares.
love that.
Shwin, there's nobody. Am I wrong, Shwin? There's no lottery player. You just give less of a fuck about this. So
Yeah, I do not care. I don't
he,
care.
He's not. He doesn't move.
He like I like looked at his numbers
cool hair,
once.
bro.
I looked at his numbers once and I was like, okay, cool. So this guy
He's just not.
he can't shoot.
So now we're at the part of the pod where it's like, I have always believed Macri, right? Like, let's
Yeah.
go, let's fucking go.
Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
If we get Duran, I will go to Brooklyn and
This is
throw
I
a
don't
party for Macri's family.
I don't
as the
if they-
first reporter for this.
if the Knicks take Duran, then the trade is happening. They're not. I don't think they're taking Duran unless the trade is happening.
Oh, that's a great call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great call.
Yeah, because
Like-
we know they're resigning Mitch.
Yeah.
Because I think the Wizards are going to take
relax, Tyrese.
the Wizards are
It's
going to
happening.
the Wizards are going to take either AJ or Johnny.
yeah.
I think.
I wish
the
that
Knicks
one
wouldn't
thug
take
tier
Duran
for
unless
John.
we were trading him, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They won't.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think there's any world where they take Duran unless they're trading him.
Yeah.
Okay. So if they take whoever's left of Johnny Davis and AJ Griffin, then that means it's either that or they're trading for Ivy.
Well, if the Wiz take Johnny or AJ, and we still, because in theory, like if the Wiz take Johnny and the Knicks take AJ, then you know the trade is probably not happening. For example,
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, everything.
My stream is so hopelessly behind, bro. I don't even know what the fuck they're at. The Spurs pick is in. That's where they're at.
Do you
Yeah,
want me
that's
to
where
like?
I am at.
Do you want me to like share the stream in the?
No. We tried that the one time. It didn't work.
No, but
Yeah.
Tyrese is cheating. He's on Twitter checking who the Spurs have picked.
Get off
Because
Twitter.
my stream is behind.
Okay,
We're all
right.
behind, bro.
Shut up, man. You're so you're so young. You have no patience.
I don't.
Wow, that was like the most old man shit I've ever heard all day. Back in my day, we
Yeah.
didn't even have a stream live.
Back in
If
my
you
day,
wanted to know who they picked in the 5th round of the NBA draft, you had to go up to Madison Square Garden and buy a ticket for a 3 pence.
Yeah,
You have to
know-
look at the board.
Yeah, the craziest thing is there used to be like 10 rounds or something of the NBA
Yeah,
draft.
dude.
It makes
Back
no
in the
sense.
day, like reading like the old Knicks books and stuff, like in the Garden Was Eden or whatever, like books like that. You hear the crazy stories about how it was back then, where like dudes were just, yeah, we took a so and so in the 7th round. They're also a construction worker or
Okay,
whatever.
I just want to say this. I hate this pick for the Spurs.
So on.
I hate this pick for the Spurs. I don't think they have any vision. I don't think they have a plan. And I
They're-
think they are content. Like, people talk about, like, oh, the Knicks won't pick a path. The Knicks won't pick a path.
The
This
Spurs are
is
not doing
the
anything.
definition of not picking a path. What is your path? Like, I was actually excited when I saw that report yesterday where they were like, "Oh, they're thinking about trading DeJounte Murray for Collins and 3 first." Because I'll tell you this,
That's
people
insane.
people love DeJounte Murray. They love DeJounte Murray. Oh, he led the Spurs team. What did they do? They won 34 games. They got to the play and they got their shit kicked in. Okay, he leads an offense that sucks ass. Congratulations, you lead an offense that sucks ass, and you put up individual numbers. If there's one thing that I learned from Julius Randle, it is do not overvalue a player who has a great individual season, but the offense continues to suck gigantic ass. Do not overvalue that, because can you scale your usage down? Can you scale down to be a 2? Can you scale down to be a 3? DeJounte Murray, put him next to.
It seems so
Damian
weird as a guy. Like, I get it on the one hand, like you get another initiator, which they don't really have. You get like a second point guard, which is cool. You get a defender, which is cool. But like when it's crunch time and Murray is off the ball, that just seems kind of weird. I know he's an improved shooter, but like
he can't shoot. Nobody cares about his
like
shooting.
in the playoffs, they're gonna just dare him to they're gonna give him Grant Williams treatment.
You remember Derek White? Derek White was like hot for
Derek
2 rounds.
White, right?
He was hot for like the Bucks series and the Miami series, and he started off crazy in Game 1 against Golden State, right?
Isn't that crazy how ruthless it is? Like they were literally like him and Grant Williams were literally killing it for like 2 weeks, and the Warriors were still like, okay, continue.
Yeah,
that's insane. The NBA is fucking ruthless, bro. Like if I had seen somebody give out that much work, I would just fucking crumple and be like, no, cover this man around all the screens or whatever. The Warriors were like, nah, we don't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So it's gonna be AJ.
Who?
I mean, I think the pick is gonna be AJ
For the Wizards.
Are you guessing, or did you
look for the Knicks? I mean,
if we get AJ and we don't get Ivy, like, I mean,
the Wizards took Johnny Davis. What you're saying?
I mean, the Wizards, who knows who the fuck? They might trade that shit right now, bro. Who knows?
They picked Johnny Davis.
Yeah. Tyrese is literally ruining everything about this right now.
Because I don't care anymore. I'm just on Twitter now.
Tyrese, get off Twitter.
I stayed off Twitter to see if the
continue off Twitter. Like,
yeah, this is defeating the
vibes,
purpose.
bro.
All right.
Just miserable fucking Gollum over here sucking the energy out of the live stream.
Wow.
We're getting like spited, but like we're not gonna get Ivy because of the negative Twitter vibes.
Yeah, we're already not gonna get Ivy. Just deal with it, buddy.
Oh no, we get the 6'6" generation.
Mute Tyrese. Yeah. Do we have a mute button here, like in fucking Around the Horn?
So who do we trade?
Prez, are your thoughts on AJ Griffin's shooting like legit, or are you being hyperbolic?
No, I'm actually not being hyperbolic. I think there's very few players who have come into. So the best shooting resumes I've seen in the last couple of years coming in, the top is Bane, just because if you shoot 43% over 500 threes in 4 years, like that's the most bulletproof shooting resume ever, especially if it's off the dribble, NBA range, going left, going right, off movement. But as far as 18-year-olds go, him and Jabari are like pretty much the most unassailable, like 18-year-old shooting seasons you can have. Like versatility, they check the box. Or like, let's talk about AJ. Like he shot all the kinds of threes at Duke. It wasn't just movement. I mean, it wasn't just catch and shoot. He shot off the dribble, off combos, different parts of the court, NBA range, off movement, like off jabs, and all the types were 40% or higher. And in high school, didn't have a season below 40%. So he's been doing this for a while now. And like, you wish the free throws were higher, but like the touch is amazing. Like
the free throws aren't even that bad. I think the free throws are like 80%.
It's not bad or anything, but like he's great he shot like mid 40s from the mid range as well, and like mid 40s on floaters and like 60s at the rim. So if you just drew up like a hypothetical made up prospect who was like elite shooter, the numbers would look like that, which is kind of insane. And that's why I'm saying like he could be super mid at everything else and still be a fine draft pick.
And if he ever gets his athleticism back,
if he does, this is the thing about AJ. I talked about this on my last pod with Jake. Like, if he does if his handling gets a little better, if his passing gets a little better, if he gets a little stronger, if he gets a little taller, if he gets his athleticism a little back,
working a little bit on defense,
if he starts giving a shit on defense because he's afraid of Tibbs, if any of these things happen, then he becomes like an amazing shooter who also does other stuff, which is automatically a really good prospect because he's 6'6" with a 7-foot wingspan.
Okay, so here's
built like Ryu from Street Fighter.
Here's my question: what if the Knicks get AJ Griffin, and we're assuming they probably do. What level of prospect do you think he is like on the Knicks? Like, do you think he's the second best, third best, fourth best, etc?
I mean, I would say that's tough. That's a good question. I think Obi's and IQ and RJ's scoring potential is just so high that
I think AJ's is too.
I mean, AJ's is too for sure.
AJ's probably the only person on the team right now who could probably hit a mid-range jumper, and I feel comfortable with them taking it.
Well, wait till we unleash mid-range Obi next year. Don't sleep.
Tyrese is so mad he has to watch Obi top in next year.
He's not going to be in the team next year. I digress.
All right, guy. Relax.
I might kick Tyrese from the stream pretty soon here.
Those 12 minutes don't count.
Let's give Tyrese another strain of COVID real quick.
No, hold on. No, we got Tyrese here. Let's ask him some questions. Let's play. Ask Tyrese to explain his brain dead logic. All right, let's play that game. How the fuck do you still like Julius Randle? How the fuck are you like,
How many pods are you going to have me on to explain this?
Because it never makes sense. Because you come on the pod and you're like, oh, I know, actually, like, I like Obi and blah, 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 blah. And then the next, week, I'll see you on Twitter and you're like, get this 6'9" bum out of here. We got to get some fucking dribble penetration in the garden. I don't care about play finishers.
Don't
you start
using
using all these fancy fucking words that nobody gives a shit about. Like, I don't care about the play finisher archetype of 6'9" forwards in odd years when they're selected. Like, shut up.
Tyrese in grad school now. Let him flex, bro.
No,
he's paying a lot. He's getting in a lot of debt
flex.
for this.
He can flex, and I get to make fun of him. That's how that works. Explain. This is what because you said you outlined this entire thing of well, Julius can play make and do all these things, and I'm like, that is literally Obi, except Obi does it without being the most morose, energy sucking, fucking negative leadership, selfish motherfucking player possible. That's how he does it, and yet you are like,
Johnny to the whiz.
We can unlock Julius in year 17 of his career.
You just deviated from the
nobody
draft.
cares. Nobody cares. I want to know. Who cares? We know.
I like Johnny's pants. They got the stripe. They got the racing stripe.
Yeah,
Tyrese had already ruined the 10th pick for us, so he gets to get yelled at now for it. So
I'm not ruining any more of the draft.
Yeah, I just want to understand why is it that
I was like, he got a doppelganger. I forgot Johnny has a twin. I
want to know. I want to understand why the archetype of playmaking, all this stuff that you assign to Julius can't apply to Obi Toppin, given what we've seen of them as players, and also why you care. I don't care if Julius Randle averages 5 or 6 assists a game if it requires him to bring the offense to a grinding halt, which I'm sure Jeff watched way too many times this year doing game threads. I don't care how many assists he averages if it doesn't actually lead to good ball movement. So why is it that Julius gets all of these excuses basically, and Obi is well, he's just a play finisher. That's all he can do.
I also think, to your point, Shwin, I think that making teammates better is more than just pure assists. Steph Curry's best assist season is Russell Westbrook's 12th best assist season, but nobody thinks Russell Westbrook is making teammates better than Steph Curry. Obi Toppin makes his teammates
Hot
better.
Take, Jeff.
In
Hot
a way
take.
Obi Toppin just makes his team better in a way that Randall doesn't.
All I heard was Jeff doesn't care about stats.
Jeff's all about vibes.
That's me.
But honestly, the vibes do matter. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I genuinely do not understand how. Because Tyrese, I know you watch 75 of the games at least. I'm assuming.
I watch all of them.
Okay, so you watch. How the fuck did you watch 82 games of that team last year? And you're like, yeah, Randall, bring him back, baby, love him.
I mean,
I don't get that at all. I'm sorry. I genuinely.
I'm just not willing to
understand it.
sell. That season was I get it. You could be COVID, bubble boy, whatever. That season for me was just way too significant for me to be you know what? Immediately, I can't do this anymore. I'm done with them.
All these Knicks fans they show on the thing make me really annoyed. I don't know why.
Because you're old now. That's why.
They're all young.
Pick is in. Pick is in.
It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
I had a Bing Bong hoodie on.
Oh, why is Bing Bong still a thing?
He's like a 10-year-old. So I mean, I'm not gonna hate that much, but
I would hate on a 10-year-old. Like, why are we doing big monks though?
That's
Let
because
it
the
go.
difference between you and 10-year-olds like difference between me and you out this motherfucker. I'm fucking old, bro.
The best thing the Knicks could do now is somehow trade back in for 13 and get
Good
me
God, I can't imagine what the
Tyrese
fuck
in.
Kendrick Perkins is talking about right now. Jesus
nothing
Christ.
good. The Knicks need a dog.
Derrick Rose.
AJ Griffin is a mix between Klay Thompson and fucking OJ Simpson.
Well, Malika, you see here, I think that boy Mitchell Robinson for the New York Knicks needs to be part of the future of that franchise. They better re-sign him and give him his money, first of all. Second of all, that boy RJ Barrett is a dog. All right, pick is in. Who is going to be the next Knick?
Oh God.
How many scriptures are AJ and IQ going to read together tonight?
All of them.
All of them. All of them.
Oh man,
I think-
Tyrese pretending like he already doesn't know what the pick is funny.
He's a great actor. He's a
No,
great
I'm not.
actor.
I actually have not checked that out yet.
There's no way I believe you.
I'm pretty sure whoever the Knicks pick, this is gonna be the rare like crowd doesn't boo them situation. That's my hot take.
The Knicks took what?
Oh,
Who
no.
the fuck are we thinking? What the fuck are we doing?
Oh no! Oh no!
Wow.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh
Fucking
no!
Usman?
Wait, really?
Yes, we took
That's
fucking
apparently-
Usman.
Wow! Wait, is that?
We're so
Wha-
cooked. Oh my god! I want heads. I want
They're
fucking.
trading it to OKC.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, I'm gonna have a panic attack.
hot. Wait, did they say that on TV or did you just pop back on?
I just- I
the
looked in the
Thunder will
stream.
sell multiple first round picks in New York. Okay, this is a tank job.
Wait, what? They
They're
said
sending
this.
multiple first round picks.
No way.
to
no.
who?
They have
The
to be
Knicks.
their fake first, though, right?
Probably. Let me
To
check
who?
the
And
next
it could be protection. No, for what though?
for
They're
Usman.
12. They have the 12th pick.
No, who did OKC pick?
OKC is
OKC
at
has a
fucking
pick.
12.
Oh, for 12. I thought you meant. My bad. I'm tripping. My
Prez,
brain is still
Prez,
fucking fried.
you
by
drinking?
Jag.
Please
Yeah.
drink more.
I am. I might be a little.
Off the what is it, coquito? That's what you guys drink, right?
Only during the holidays. Only during the
So
holidays.
see what happened was today at work I got myself some fucking horchata and then now I got some coquito with me and I'm like
So what
Really
did the
good
Knicks
now.
get though?
So wait, we traded this pick to OKC, right?
yes,
But we
Okay.
don't know what we
Multiple
got.
firsts.
multiple firsts. Let me see what firsts are coming again.
And the first are going to Detroit, right?
I mean, that would be
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, that actually might happen.
Yo,
Oh,
Usman fit is tough. Very generic, but
Prez,
I, like it.
I need you to shut the fuck up about Fitz for 5 seconds. Oh my god.
Whoa.
What?
Uh-oh.
Also, that tweet I had about the Knicks are moving back actually is going viral right now because they did it. I fucking knew they're gonna do it too. I
But
didn't think
that's fine. If they got multiple firsts, who cares, man?
that at that point
great.
that's the Ivy trade.
Yeah.
That's them going for Ivy
Even if it's not Ivy, like
because they
whatever.
could probably
like you
they
went
could
from
probably
11 to 12. It literally
can
doesn't
take-
matter. Like
yeah, and
right.
they-
Duran.
They
You can literally
they-
take whoever the fuck you were gonna take at 11 and get stuff for it.
They
like,
take
Why
Duran.
would the
Who,
Thunder-
shut up, one sec. Tyrese, what?
I said they'd probably take Duran at 12 and then they trade all the first they got from
Well, yeah,
OKC.
we'll see. We'll see. Sorry.
I gotta turn my
No, don't be
phone
sorry, I was-
vibrating.
I didn't even hear Tyrese. That's my fault. Why would the Thunder do this?
Because they want
So
they
they
want
must-
Jang.
No, there
And they
must
want a
be,
tank.
There must have been another
Consolidation.
team. There must have been another team. That's the only way. There had
Oh,
to
with
be
like
another
more
team.
stuff going to OKC.
No, I'm saying there must have been another team that was also trying to get up there for Jang. So it must have been OKC wanted him at 12, right? Another
Uh-huh.
team knew that, so they were talking to the Knicks.
Oh, Cleveland almost. I bet you will get because the word was that Cleveland actually had promised Jang at 14. So
Yeah.
they probably manufactured a little mini bidding war.
I thought they were a Jalen Williams team. That's interesting.
They were also a Jalen Williams team, but that was more like based off of just the fit. Like
My son,
I-
Jalen Williams.
your son, Jalen Williams,
got
unless he
the
goes to
worst
one of the
sons.
28 teams who you hate.
You have the worst sons, by the way.
Jalen Williams is fantastic. No Jalen Williams slander.
Yeah. Are you talking about?
Poor-
Are you talking
poor
about Santa
Usman
Clara? Are you talking
Jang.
about Santa Clara or Arkansas?
Santa Clara, obviously.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
I don't give a shit about taking charges. Jalen Williams, Arkansas.
Charges are a nasty part of the game, but we should eliminate them. I just have to say
Yes.
that.
Wow, Tyrese, rare good take.
Blake
Tyrese.
Griffin, Kyle Lowry, and Kemba Walker need to be unemployed.
Well, Kemba Walker is about to be unemployed.
He's going. Wait. What are the picks?
He has a
What are
job. It's expiring contract.
Kemba's job is to go back to Charlotte for Gordon Hayward's fucking corpse.
Fulfill his true destiny as mentor for LaMelo Ball.
Okay, so
Would you- Yeah, go ahead.
oh wait, Oklahoma City will pick Jalen Williams at number 12.
I know the Knicks liked him,
I mean, it could be as simple as that, like a one-spot trade down.
but what was the picks?
Yeah, we're
I
still
have
trying to
no
figure
idea.
what picks
Yeah.
do you guys think it is?
I don't know. They have like 9 billion picks.
Okay, so I'm gonna read off all of OKC's picks.
Don't. All right.
No, this is gonna take like 7 years.
I know, that's why I'm gonna do it. Okay, so they
Oh.
have the 2023 Clippers pick. They have the Wizards pick protected in 2023. They have the Pistons pick protected in 2023. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have that. The Nuggets pick in 2023 protected. So they have 4 picks in 2023. 2024 they have the Clippers pick again.
The Clippers pick.
The Jazz pick, the Rockets pick in 2024. In 2025, they have the Thunder pick.
I think it'll be this. I think it'll be the better of the Clippers or Houston pick in 2024.
Yeah,
And
I think they might be. I think honestly, I think the Jazz pick might be real.
that,
I
or
would-
may- I would want that Denver one that's way out there. I wouldn't mind that one.
The Denver one in 2027.
You're always
Yeah.
a fan. Yeah, you're always a fan of those like way out there, like sneak
Yeah.
attack picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that one because the rumor is Windhorst kind of like broke this, and I don't think he was supposed to. They were like talking about it on some whatever stupid. What is this stupid podcast that he does? Fucking not
Hoop
Pod
Collective?
Strickland. Not fucking Pod Strickland. That's
Hoop Collective that we don't
Yeah.
listen to because
More
who
like-
the fuck is listening to this?
Because we're cultured.
fucking Tool Collective. But they were talking about that pick, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I heard that it was top 5 protected," and they were like, "Wait, what?" And he was like, "Oh no, sorry, don't aggregate that. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing."
Also,
I-
by the way, I predicted they trade out the draft and I win. So
Trade out.
I said they would trade out. I did say they would trade out in the article. I said
Who would
that
trade out?
the Knicks.
We
They
don't
can
know if they
trade out.
trade out.
They did. They don't have 12.
Who has 12?
Yeah, but we don't know what they're doing with all the picks. What do you mean?
Okay, well, regardless, they're not taking 12. They're not picking at 12. It's OKC.
That's
Okay.
not trading out if you end up getting another player in the class, though.
But they don't have any more picks in the draft. They don't have any more first round picks in the draft.
But we don't know what if they're getting any other trades
Okay,
done.
okay, fine. If it's Ivy, I guess it counts.
No, I mean it could be whatever. Like they could trade out if we get like a haul, sure, but like they might also just be trading down.
they could
later in the
use one of
draft.
these picks they get to get another pick in the draft or something.
Yeah, it's not like crazy. I mean, it might be, but who knows?
Also, yeah, but like, so multiple first round picks. I'm thinking 2. I'm thinking they might get they're getting at least 2, and they're probably trying to go for. They're going star hunting.
I mean, OKC certainly has enough to spare that they could probably be like, "Yo, y'all not even using all these joints."
Well, if they traded out, then I feel like they got probably at least 2. I would not be surprised if it was 3.
Yeah, or like 2 and some half-ass like super protected or something like that.
I don't
think
understand.
so.
What are these picks, man? Are they gonna fucking tell us or what?
I'm sure Twitter already knows, but we don't know.
We don't even know yet.
That's fine.
I mean, somebody knows.
They're saying in our comments here like they traded out, but we literally don't know because it wouldn't be reported. So
Well, no, it would be reported they traded out, but we don't know for what. Is all.
I'm really interested in what picks they are because I would like a new player. That'd be pretty cool.
Man, would this just be like the most Knicks draft ever? Like all these different like live streams and mock drafts, and then they just get nobody. Oh fuck, man.
Well, we'll see. We'll see who they picked, or rather, what they picked up.
This is like the worst reporting. This is why they need to like
Switch
just-
the order.
Yeah, this is so stupid. Like how do you not know what the fuck is what you're getting already?
I mean, you mean reporting wise?
Yeah, like you're
Yeah.
telling us like, okay, they traded out, but you're not telling us what the fuck they got, which seems important. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I
So as of now, like OKC has given stuff to the Knicks and is also taking Usman and Jalen.
mean, the other thing is Dern's still here, so if there was to be a trade with Detroit, that would be,
What if we trade with Charlotte and get Duran? Take
mean,
on
fuck.
Hayward and get Duran and then trade that to.
There's a lot of weird shit still possible. Who the fuck knows?
there's any number of things they can do. Is
It
Road
really
gonna
just
break
depends on the fucking like return. Like I don't like trading out as a concept because I think the draft is a pathway to high upside talent that you have to develop and all that. But if you get enough back, there's a line for all of that. There's a threshold for all of that. And OKC is the only team that can really just send that shit out willy nilly.
this is just really annoying because I want to have a reaction,
Yeah.
but I don't know how to have a reaction if I don't know what the hell they're getting.
Also, people are like complaining that the Knicks are. Why did the Knicks trade out again? Like, why are we upset that the Knicks got more assets?
Because nobody knows how many assets, dude.
I mean, we know it's at least 2.
Yeah, but we need to like, if it's like, I don't know, they have like some really shitty firsts. So if you got like a couple of shitty firsts, it's not super appealing, right? You're just like, well, that sucks. I mean, look, there's. I also think there's like an opportunity for them to like. Charlotte is here 13 and 15. We know they want to get rid of one of these picks potentially, so we'll see. There's opportunities. I don't know. It depends. I just need to see what the picks are before I have any reaction because I think there's a world where like if you get enough assets that I don't mind not taking a player this year.
Yeah, the bar is different for different people, but we have no way of knowing until we know what it is, what the package is.
That's fair.
Yeah, I just would again, whenever Twitter wants to do its job and let us know what the fuck these picks are.
I will let you know when the picks happen.
All right.
I will go on Twitter for all of us.
Thank you for making that sacrifice, you brave young soul.
I mean, they'd like don't. The thing is, like, if you don't look, all right. So we have right now we have RJ, IQ, Obi. That's 3. Deuce, Grimes, Cam, Jericho. Right.
Rokas.
Roka, but Rokas isn't here yet.
Yeah,
So but 7 guys on the roster that are on rookie scale deals. If you took somebody this year, right, and let's say that like whatever you take, let's say they'd taken Griffin, and I don't care about the 42nd pick. To be quite honest, like sorry, don't care. Like if we already think they're gonna have a problem consolidating, is it okay to push that out into the future and keep those assets fresh? If you didn't think this guy was, because like if you don't think the guy you were going to draft was going to play all that much, you're burning a year of his rookie contract, right? And we just saw that.
I said this and you called me crazy, by the way.
No, I think it's crazy to. I also said that if they got multiple firsts or something like that, it'd be okay. I'm pretty sure I said that.
Yeah,
Which I didn't think was possible.
I was basically like, why take somebody in this draft if you're basically gonna burn a year of the rookie contract? And you're like, well, you should fucking take somebody anyway, just because like Tibbs shouldn't dictate the roster. And I'm like,
well,
Tibbs
yes,
dictates the
I
roster
agree. But
regardless.
if you're going to get multiple firsts, I don't think that's a move that's dictated by Tibbs. I think that's like, okay, we got multiple firsts. Like, I don't see and what did we heard? There were reports yesterday from like Vicini and all these guys, right? Like, Wasserman said this, right? Oh, teams are dying to like trade out of this draft to get multiple firsts.
Pistons guy, James Edwards, hearing the Knicks are taking one last serious push at the Pistons for Ivy, laced with picks from the OKC tree that happened at a pick 11. Stay tuned.
There you go. That's what it seems like. They're, this is what the Knicks front office is probably thinking right now, if I had to guess.
They're probably like, yeah.
They want to stock up on ammo for Ivy, but they think that I would guess that they can also trade with Charlotte for one of those picks, not necessarily for Hayward or something, but like just get one of those picks and take something
Trade
else.
a future pick for 15 or something.
Yeah, and get back in the game easily because they have, they have the assets and because whoever they have on their board is still there, whether it's AJ or Duran himself or whoever.
I think
they might be. They might be.
I think they were just like, we're getting multiple first round picks and we're kicking the can down the road again because we want a star and we're going to trade for a star on our own time.
Well, I mean, I could see their logic also being like, we have all these assets. We're gonna do the star pitch for Ivy, and if Detroit says no, then we save these assets for the next guy
Donovan.
or whatever.
It's not.
If they're not really enamored with you know,
It'll be
AJ
funny
or
when we
something.
trade these picks back to OKC for SGA.
Yeah, that would be amazing, but I don't think Presti would do that.
So Tyrese, are you not as
Wait.
high on Ivy as
Hornets traded Jalen Duren to the what?
Wait, what?
Hornets traded Jalen Duren to the Knicks.
Okay.
Here we go.
So
Here we go.
this is happening, dude.
Jalen
It's
Duren's
gonna
being rerouted.
happen.
Yeah, Ivy's the Nick.
Let's fucking go! Is it for real?
No, Jalen Duren's being rerouted to Detroit.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Yes,
let's
we
go!
are fucking
Let's
getting
go! Let's go!
Are you serious, Tyrese? I'm not looking at
I'm
Twitter.
being
Oscar
serious.
said it in the chat. It's happening. Oscar,
Let's
more
fucking
details.
go!
Brock Aller.
Thank you.
Oscar, if you're lying, I will come fucking find you.
No, he's not.
He's
Tyrese
being
isn't
deadass.
lying.
He's being
The
deadass.
Pistons guy just said Jalen Duren is being rerouted.
James Edward is super plugged in. You're right.
Holy shit.
Yo, Jalen Duren, great fit. That'll look good in Detroit.
Oh my god. Yeah, they did it. Holy shit, Leon Rose fucking did it. You fucking
Whoa,
bad man.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna read out the tweets for you. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you, kind sir.
All right. So it says Hornets traded Jalen Duren to the Knicks, and then Jalen Duren's being rerouted to Detroit.
Okay, so we don't know, but why
He's
else
not
would
being
they do it?
rerouted for Sadiq Bey out this motherfucker.
Yeah, like we're not. Yeah, no, this has to be for Ivy. If it's not for Ivy, I will actually not do the pod tonight.
Wow.
Hey,
Devastating,
yo, hold up.
devastating
up.
consequences.
Hold up. It has to be.
Good God.
Yes, the Pistons
Can-
will acquire
can we
Jalen
really-
Duren.
Are we gonna
in
have a
Detroit.
live stream while we're having good things happen?
Oh my! This actually
For
might
the
be.
first time in the Strickland history.
I could cry tears of joy right now.
I was like this close to coming off camera, but I'm not coming off camera.
I
All
broke
right,
my webcam.
so Tyrese, if the Duran trade happens, what else do you think is being tossed in?
I think.
That's a good
So
Wait,
if
do we still know what the picks we got are or no?
No, we don't,
We don't know yet.
because I think that everything's been happening so fast. I think. I think IQ might be cooking up in Detroit.
Wow,
think
that
it-
would be a fantastic fit for them.
I
If
think it might
true.
be IQ. I think it's IQ. Because if that happened, the way that happened, I think it's IQ.
That's your guess.
Yes, I think it's IQ.
Shwin contemplating his children.
Well, I wouldn't like it. That's
Okay,
not-
to be honest, I don't know where Duren is going, but this sounds like a 3-team trade with Detroit and New York and Charlotte. So it's Ivy. It's fucking Ivy. Unless LaMelo Ball is getting traded, it's fucking Ivy.
Well, yeah,
What,
obviously.
what the hell? Yeah, what? No shit, Tyrese.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like hammering the point home. Anyway, Jaden Ivey is the Nick. Emmanuel Quickly will be singing spiritual hymns with Cade Cunningham, and even though it'll hurt me to see Emmanuel Quickly All-Star starter in New York, you also see Jaden Ivey All-Star starter.
Yeah,
So-
these guys. This is so ridiculous that they do it like this. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Why we don't care about Cleveland right now? Come on. Oh, like I'm gonna say like the late all like the talking heads basically talking about Jalen Duren being traded and passed around like he's a blunt is hilarious right now. Like the
You
Pistons
mean
are
the talking
calling
heads
it-
on the
Twitter.
the actual? Oh, I thought you.
It's
meant
like,
on
it's like
ESPN.
a screenshot with like Woj. Knicks are trading Kemba Walker to Detroit. We did it. We did it. We did it.
Dude, this is so fucking idiotic how they're reporting this trade.
I know. Just tell us all the information. Stop being stupid.
It's this is what happens when everybody wants to be first. You can't like actually figure out what the fuck is going on.
Low key, Kemba Walker in Detroit. I like that.
Tyrese, go take your medicine.
Just shut up. Dude.
I
Maybe-
like
Who is
it.
that? Oh, that's Agbaji. I was like, who the fuck is that? I didn't even recognize him.
Agbaji went 14.
Yes.
No, they were just showing him on the. Oh, well, I'm. This is my
Oh.
like. I mean, y'all are probably ahead of me.
Yeah, but yeah,
To
I mean,
Cleveland?
like,
So we know Kemba and Durant are to the Knicks or to the Pistons.
Durant and the Pistons is such a great fit.
yeah, it's good. It's
Okay,
good.
Do we?
Caitlin.
I know this isn't Knicks related. Do we think that means Aiden back to the Suns, or who are some dark horse Aiden suitors?
Yeah, that
Wasn't
might
there
be.
some weird there was a whole lot of weird stuff being reported, but it wasn't like concrete about like Suns open to this or Aiton open to that. So,
Also,
like,
if they're trading Kemba, that means that space, the Knicks are opening up space.
I mean, we knew that those dominoes were gonna
Yeah,
fall
I
at
know,
some
but that
point.
means that we could be talking about Brogdon. Oh, not Brogdon. Brunson.
Brunson.
I told you, Brunson is happening.
The boy.
The Brunson is happening. Brunson is happening, baby. I'm getting my light up, and they thought I was crazy.
Ooh, dude, you weren't like the only person on Brunson Hill here.
I'm talking about Brunson Ivy Hill. I was on Brunson Ivy Hill, by the way.
That's fine. You were not alone there. That's all I'm saying.
But hey, but it is my hill, and I had.
It's not your hill. Who's to say is your hill more than my hill?
Wow. Apparently Aiden to the Pacers is something not happening, but some potential there.
I know Rick Carlisle would Oh, I don't know if you'd enjoy that more than Miles.
What? Okay,
Turner.
the Pistons are... Wait,
I'm like just watching Shwin. He's just ready to explode. All he wants is this full trade to be released.
Pistons are sending the Hornets the 2025 first-round pick via Milwaukee in the Duran trade. Detroit got that pick from Portland. I don't even understand what's happening right now.
What is going on? Just say Ivy.
Yeah,
Can we just say Ivy?
Agbaji to Cleveland. Bad pick. Good job, Cleveland.
I like Agbaji.
I mean, he's fine, but like at
Exactly.
14, bro, I don't know.
All
man.
they need is fine.
I don't want to be that person, but there's no way we just gave the Pistons Duran just to shed like Kemba's.
Yeah. There's no way that's
No.
No. We gave a significant number because think about it this way: like the picks that were in play for the Sacramento trade were anywhere, depending on who you believe in the reporting, from 2 to 4, and now we have at least for sure 2 more picks from OKC. So you could easily be seeing 3 or 4 picks in this deal.
Yeah.
Easily. In fact, I would say that's the expectation.
I think at minimum probably 3 or 4. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be like 5.
If one of the Knicks high-end guys is involved, then maybe less. But I think it's much more likely if you just think about where Detroit is at, that they're just like, yo, give us a shit ton of picks, right? Like,
and the Knicks the Knicks have a shit ton of picks now. So
right, exactly.
Shedding Kemba was great.
Wouldn't that be funny if like Presti is who got us Ivy?
Dude, Presti might need a bouquet of flowers. That's all I'm saying.
A small bouquet.
We donate to his charity.
I will put a moratorium on Thunder slander for
literally
for 2022. No, that's a lot. That's a lot of pods. Let's say till winter.
18 months.
When does winter begin?
Charlotte will pick Mark Williams at number 15.
Okay, nobody cares about this shit, man. Tell us the fucking trade.
I know.
These dumbass reporters are gonna have us waiting till like the 28th pick or something.
Okay, so let me try to cook up my fanspo real quick and see how money might be moving around here.
All right, Jeremy Cohen.
I was supposed to do something with a cap and no cap with Jeremy. I was trying to do like some cap stuff with Jeremy, but never got around.
That shit makes my brain hurt. I'll leave it to y'all.
I love the cap. Anyway, the NBA cap is fun. NFL cap is annoying, but the NBA cap is fun.
Yeah, y'all can have that crossover sport pod without me.
But yeah, like, if my opinion, I'm probably thinking like Burks probably goes to like Boston or something in a DPE. They shed it Kemba, and Kemba's probably the hardest one to shed. The fact that they shed him means that I think they're getting Brunson.
I think so too.
Because like Kemba was probably the big fish. Kemba was the one where like, where is he gonna go? I was thinking San Antonio just to like dump him into space or whatever. But like, yeah, if they got rid of Kemba, that means that.
Okay, this is what the Detroit guy is saying. Sounds like Ivy is staying put, Duran is going to Detroit, and the Pistons take on contract of Kemba and give up the pick they got in the Jeremy trade. So as of now, Pistons are leaving draft night with Ivy and Duran.
So what the? Did the Knicks really dump for fucking Kemba?
There's no way. This would be like one of the worst things.
That would be horrendous.
And for a 2025 pick from Portland or whatever, no way.
No way. No. So that means that they're like, I mean, they're getting fucking Brunson, but like that's
No,
dumb.
no.
That's dumb.
No way.
There's no way they do that without getting Ivy, man. You basically traded out of the draft in order to dump Kemba Walker, who's expiring.
No, that's I can't.
How did Leon go from, like,
Kevin says Charlotte traded Duran to us. I'm so confused.
Charlotte traded Duran? I think what happened was Charlotte traded Duran to us, and then we traded Duran to the Pistons. So I think the Knicks traded out of the draft to trade back in to draft Duran, and then to trade him. Yeah, that's basically what happened.
I'm so confused. This hurts my brain and my soul.
By the end of the night, I might be yelling at Leon Rose.
So we don't have. So they have Ivy and Duran?
Yeah, apparently they're getting Ivy and Duran. So we basically just traded out of the draft to get another first-round pick and to trade Kemba Walker, is what I'm thinking at this point. And now I'm just whelmed.
I would like to know what the full trade details are here.
Yeah,
but this is not good in my feelings.
Yeah, I like Brunson, but Charlotte sent us Duran. We sent Duran and Kemba to Detroit, and no Ivy back. Maybe.
Which means that we basically just traded out for a future first-round pick. Well, they said multiple, so we'll see how many multiple is. But
Duran for one pick is not good. Like, I'm high enough on Duran by himself that that's fucking stupid. I love Brunson a lot.
How hard was Kemba to move?
Why are they that desperate to move him?
I mean, they want Brunson.
Yeah, but what are we doing? You don't need. What are we talking about?
But it's cool to free up space for Brunson. It's cool to free up space for Brunson, but you shouldn't have to give up other high upside swings. That's my problem.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I think their logic is basically we can move Noel, we can move Burks or Fournier if we needed to, and we're trying to get Brunson, and if they're trading back into the first, maybe because AJ Griffin's still on the board. So,
no, I mean, there's still guys I like on the board, plenty like AJ and Tari, but that's not the point right now. This is just.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like them going. Fred VanVleet is not happening again, and we're getting Brunson. And it feels like as soon as they hired his dad, I was like, okay, they're getting Brunson. But
Kevin says we don't know the return yet.
We don't know the return yet, but
I'm looking at the comments, not on Twitter, here in the live stream.
Yeah, they did all this for Brunson. I think. I basically think they basically did it all for Brunson. Leon Rose is like, I did it for you, not be an all-star. I mean, it's gonna work. They're gonna get Brunson, but even I'm the biggest Brunson fan on the fucking Knicks Twitter, and even I'm like, that's probably not the best. And there's
got to be more. That's the only thing I can think of. I honestly cannot believe this team, which has been crazy about asset management, trading out for 11 for multiple firsts. Good. Okay, I understand that. Trading to get Duran to send to Detroit could also be good. Not getting Ivy and then giving them a first to trade
Kemba.
Is insane. Flat out, that's insane. Unless you're getting something.
If they got 3 firsts back from trading Usman, and they basically used 1 first on dropping Kemba, and they kept the 2 other first, I feel better about it. If you did for 1 pick, that's bad. 2 picks, I can talk myself into it. I really think it comes down to how many picks they get out of this deal. That really depends on where I'm at. It really depends on the picks.
I would like to know what we got from OKC. That's kind of.
I would just like to know the deals of the trade. I would. I mean, yeah, man. Oh my god, this is either going to be really good or really bad. Yeah.
I just think it's really bad. I don't see how it can be good. I don't see how this can be good.
It depends on the picks. If you get 2 picks out of the deal, I'm happy.
But they had 2 picks.
I'm talking about 2 picks net.
Yeah, okay, that trade could be fine, but
if you basically traded 11 for 3 picks from OKC and you use one pick to dump Kemba, and you know you could dump Burks and probably Noel as well, and you kept 2 picks out of the deal, and you're getting Brunson, I'm okay with it. At that point, you still have 3 future firsts, Brunson, and you still have some caps. You still have some salary to throw around.
I'm not okay with it. I think that's like you signed these contracts last year under the alleged idea that they were flexible, they were easy to move. I understand Kemba's not easy to move because he sucks ass now. Okay? But you're not even trying. You didn't try. What the fuck are you doing? You traded a first to get off of Kemba Walker? Like you and for what? What are we doing here? Because we would have like 16 million in space, I think that was what I saw, including Mitch's cap hold. So to get Brunson, if that is their master plan, you're going to dump Noel or Burks or both.
I mean, Burks should probably go to some TPing anyway, and you probably get back to like a late first or early seconds. I heard. Did we hear about like Boston trying to like get
not even my point. Not even my point. If you did all of this just to pay Jalen Brunson, I'm sorry, I am out. I am out on this front office. I am out on their plan because their plan involves just signing guys that are good. That's it. Their entire plan then at that point is we want to add good players, which is a great plan to have in some nebulous concept, but it achieves absolutely nothing. It achieves absolutely nothing. You have no plan. The fucking plan is Jalen Brunson. That's the fucking plan. The fucking plan is Jalen Brunson. I'm sorry. That's so embarrassing if that's really like what we're doing here. I can't believe that. And you did all this, and you didn't get like. What the hell was the point of any of that then? You were trying to get Ivy. Were you trying to get Ivy? Were you even trying to get Ivy? I have no idea because it doesn't seem like you tried very fucking hard.
Man.
Let's see. Maybe I'm freaking out about nothing, and this return is going to be wonderful. But
I want to see the
very
picks.
tough time.
I want to see how many picks we got back. If you got 2 picks back, if you got 3 picks back from trading out of 11, and you get 1 pick to shed Kemba, and you still keep 2 picks, that means you have 3 future picks to throw into trade, and I'm okay with that.
You traded out of a lottery pick to dump Kemba. That's so stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're Tyrese. You're assuming that the first. Everyone was cool with the first part of it. But they didn't have to do the second part.
I mean, again, like OKC has like 4 first-round picks next year. So if you get like, let's say you got a 2023 pick. Let's say you got like a 2024 pick from the Jazz or whatever, and like a late pick from like 2027 Denver. If that was the trade, and you traded like let's say 2023, and you kept 2024 and 2027, how would you feel about that personally? Just like for asset value alone.
I would feel fine with the 2 assets, but I would feel better if we had all 3 than getting rid of one of them.
I mean, but like my thing is like, okay, what is the team going to do with 3 2023 picks though, and all the seconds they have in the draft? Nonetheless,
do something better than using it to clear out Kemba's $8 million.
$9 million. But like my point is basically like I think from a pure asset valuation point, you traded 11 for 3 picks. You use one of the picks to get off Kemba. You want to sign Brunson. You get Brunson. Great. We'll see what happens with the Alec Burks return. Like, let's see the Alec Burks return. Let's see, the Alec Burks return. Let's see what happens with that. I don't think no one well goes for anything like that. But like, objectively speaking, you come out with 2 picks for like, let's say you get 2. If it's 1 pick, then it's a bad trade. If
you burned a fucking first to dump an $8 million salary. That is fucking stupid. It doesn't matter what the fuck else you got in the deal. You burned a fucking lottery pick to dump Kemba Walker. That is garbage. I don't care about anything else. That piece of it is absolute garbage. It doesn't matter if you got.
If you really need space, you could stretch it. There's any number of things you could do. You could probably trade a pick in the future that's more protected and still do it. Like you don't need to do a 11th pick hand in glove, like, or bird in hand rather pick for that. That's my thing.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Tyrese is saying. He's saying that the net of the 2 picks is good, but you're attaching both the trades as if the first one couldn't happen without the second one. We could have just done the first trade and had the 3 picks. Like, but
and then you figure out later. Look, there's going to be. You have what? There's a week before. What is this? Free agency's on the 30th, right?
I think so.
What is today? It's like the
24, 23rd.
23rd.
23rd. You've got a week. You're trying to tell me you had to do this today. It had to happen today because if you didn't do it today, Detroit was magically going to use up all of their $700 billion of cap space that they generated now. Like, it's garbage. I don't care what you say, Tyrese. Like, you're coping right now. It is fucking garbage.
I
Like,
mean, I wanted Jalen Brunson, so I'm not coping, brother.
no,
I
it
wanted
doesn't-
Brunson too, but
yeah,
like,
but
the
this
point,
piece of it is
it's
stupid.
asset management, right? Like, the whole point is Kemba is supposed to be a risk-free gamble. If you have to use a first to move off of Kemba, then it's no longer a risk-free gamble. Then it was a stupid fucking deal.
Yeah, it's like it's not the point. Isn't what the overall return is because the overall return, I agree, it still could be wonderful for all I know. Maybe it's great. They got 17 first for all I know. But that piece of it, you're trading a first to open up space to sign Jalen Brunson is asinine. And I've already made it clear that I think it's stupid to fucking pine after a sub all-star caliber point guard the way that you have been, twerking for about 6 months now.
Wait. The Pistons have acquired Jalen Duren and Kemba Walker from the New York Knicks and are sending Milwaukee's 2025 first-round pick, which they acquired from Portland yesterday, to Charlotte. Okay, we already know that. Never mind. I just saw some news. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
We still don't even
Like,
know
we don't even know the picks yet. How do we not know the picks? Yeah, this is...
It just seems so weird. Like, I almost wonder, like, there has to be more, like, using a pick purely to get off of Kemba seems like anti-Aller stuff. Someone in the comments here said Macri said that we're done, but Macri also said that they're not done before. So,
well, I mean, being done is one thing. But what the fuck did we get?
Right.
Maybe they are done. I don't know, but they have the 42nd pick for whatever the fuck that's worth.
I'm smiling.
I honestly want to punch you in the face right now.
When Jalen Brunson is starting in the All-Star game, you will thank me.
He's not going to start in the All-Star game because he's not an All-Star.
Well, he will make the All-Star team.
Who is he better than? What point guard? Like he's going to make it over Trae Young. He's going to make it over Darius Garland. He's going to make it what are you talking about?
I think he did. Okay, let me look at the All-Star point guards from this year so I could understand what I'm talking about while I say this. Yeah, I mean, who the fuck were the point guards this year? It was Trae Young, Garland, Fred VanVleet. Am I missing somebody? LaMelo, and somebody else. I cannot remember. I think there were 5 guards. Am I right about that?
Trey, maybe? Trey?
Yeah, I said Trey. Trey.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm thinking about who the guards were. I think.
Garland?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I found it here. Go. I found it. Trey, LaMelo, Garland, Harden, Fred VanVleet. I think right now he's probably he could be better than LaMelo. He could be better.
Bro, I don't know what you
Harden.
watch when you watch Jalen Brunson, but I promise you, he's not moving anybody, bro. Get the fuck out of here, Jalen Brunson.
But also, even if Brunson falls in between where you two see him, some middle ground, what is he doing for the Knicks? What does this do?
It's cool, dude. We got 48 minutes of penetration, dribble penetration. Woo, that's all we need. We can't start at IQ because reasons and contracts for trades and all this fucking mealy mouth bullshit we got to do.
And now, I mean, IQ won't play more than 22 minutes a game next year if we get Brunson.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That's crazy. For Jalen Brunson. Jesus Christ.
a big part of trading Kemba Walker. If the Knicks renounce Ryan Arcidiacono's cap hold and waive Todd Gibson, they can open up $20 million of cap room.
getting Jalen is fine. It's just like you gotta not have. To me, I should say, like it's just the method by which they did that seems ridiculous. Like it just.
I just want to know the full details of the trade before I'm saying anything first.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know what they got even from the first deal with OKC, but like, man, you really putting all your eggs in one basket.
Like, if the return is okay, hell, Dallas is saying it. If the return is sizable, then I'm okay. Like, the more picks we got back in the deal, the more I'm okay with it. If we only got like if we got one spare pick, I'm gonna be pissed. 2, I feel better. 3, all right, whatever. At that point, then I'm like, beggars can't be choosers. I think that's where I'm at this point.
I wish I loved Kemba.
No more Samuel saying no more copium. Tyrese, enough, brother. I'm literally probably the only one in the Knicks Twitter happy about this because I wanted Brunson anyway. So
I wanted Brunson too, but I don't like.
I literally was like $25 million for Brunson or Fox, and people were like, Brunson won't make $25 million.
I'm very like you can ask Shwin. Like I'm a very big Brunson fan, and I think we disagree on like some of the Brunson stuff, but like my issue is I just detest the idea of giving up upside swings via the draft to do that. It shouldn't be. It's hard enough to get a superstar in this league by any means. By pick any avenue, trade, free agency, development, whatever. You shouldn't crap out on any single path because it's so unlikely as it is. And by giving up firsts, which are a very good way to do that, like it just seems very short-sighted.
So one thing that is fair to bring up, which people have tweeted, is it's not actually clear that the Knicks are trading a first. Like, they traded a first, obviously, right, with OKC. But we don't really understand the machinations of this trade. All we know is they traded 11 to get the multiple firsts from OKC. And that they're part of a three-way deal with Charlotte and Detroit. And that Kemba Walker is part of this deal. But we don't know what was actually given up. Because they took... So it's weird, right? Because Detroit traded the 25 Milwaukee pick to Charlotte to get 13. Is that right?
Repeat that.
Charlotte gave up 13 for the Milwaukee 25 pick from Detroit.
Yes.
We don't know what Kemba Walker is doing in this deal. Like,
we don't know how the Knicks are involved. We literally don't know how the Knicks are involved, and we don't even know the initial deal from OKC.
Yeah, because Kemba Walker's attached. Like, the Knicks aren't actually attached to this deal based on what we know. Like, all we know is they acquired the Dern pick, right? But we don't know what the actual overall trade is right now. We just know Kemba's part of it.
And we know that they got off Kemba. And that's it.
But, like, I still think, however, you can, math is funny, right? Math, you can make numbers do whatever the fuck you want them to do. At the end of the day, like, they acquired the Dern pick, which I'm assuming ran them a first. And they used that to move Kemba. Now, we don't know what the fuck they're getting back in this deal, if they're getting something. But, as of now, I'm very, very uninspired by whatever the fuck they've done today.
I wonder when we're going to get the info.
It's like the reporters all have the information but can't believe the trade is so bad. So they're like, we can't publish it. There's got to be more.
They probably don't know.
Fuck, man. Got to crack open some alcohol or something.
I just want to know the deal already. How do we not know the deal? It's been like 40 minutes. Do we even care about the rest of the draft now?
I don't.
Only Prez.
Steven ain't going through it. This is nasty.
Oh God, I don't even know.
know what the fuck did.
Fucker is talking about.
No, it's just like Spike Lee selling out and covering Stevie A while he's like fake crying.
Spike Lee been sold out.
We know. That's why we don't care about him at the games anymore. Dolan was right when he was like, Spike Lee can't come into my stadium. I agreed with him. We're crying over trading on 11th pick. Facts, Ace. I mean, like, again, I just want to know the return. Once I know the return, then I can like have decisions and like.
No, trading the 11th pick is fine. Trading the 11th pick for multiple firsts is fine. Trading one of those first to dump Kemba Walker is absurd. Like, that's effectively probably what happened here, right? I don't know how else we got involved in this trade. I don't know how else we acquired 13. But I guess we didn't acquire 13. Detroit acquired 13 because they gave them the Milwaukee pick. Like, I don't know. Maybe the Knicks just attached a couple seconds in this deal to throw Kemba in there, which, okay, I guess that would be fine then. But, like, what are we getting from OKC? Like, we still don't know that, which is extremely frustrating and making me the most frustrated.
Oscar saying, I think it's more likely that Leon made the trade going all in for Ivy. Detroit just said no, and he had no plan B. That I don't think that makes any sense. I don't think that makes any sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, like, there is no way that Leon Rose was somehow thinking that there was obviously a backup plan for this.
Like, people keep saying they essentially attached a first-round pick to do it. I don't see how that makes any sense because we don't know. Like, again, Detroit gave up the Milwaukee first-round pick to send to Charlotte for 13. I'm assuming that would be the main return.
Yeah,
and we gave up Kemba.
We don't know what we don't know what we give up to dump Kemba. Zayn is right. Like, what did we give up to dump Kemba? And we don't know the details. If it's just a second, then we don't care.
Bagley literally just tweeted, Kemba Walker will be sent to Pistons by New York Knicks, and
but he doesn't. But he's wrong.
Oh,
like,
okay.
like I mean, he's not wrong. I don't know. He doesn't. But he doesn't have the details, right? He's saying if deal is complete and New York Knicks shed Walker's salary, but needed to essentially attach a first-round pick to do it. But we don't know what the Knicks are giving up in this deal. All we know is that Kemba is going in the deal, and we know that, like, the way it was reported is making it weird because they're saying the Knicks acquired the Duren pick, but then the only part of it we know so far is that Detroit sent the Milwaukee first to Charlotte. We don't know what the Knicks sent in any of this.
We don't know what the Knicks got or sent. All we literally know is that Duren was a Knick for 5 seconds and that we traded him to Detroit. That's it. So we don't know what it took to get Duren. We don't know what we got from OKC, and it makes no sense to like actually have a take about this until we know everything. Memphis is acquiring number 19.
Must be nice.
They're getting Jake LaRabia.
Oh,
Good fit.
That's a solid deal. Buy Dylan Brooks.
It's just so yeah. What Jake said in the chat, like, these motherfuckers know everything before it happens, but for this deal, we don't know what the fuck is happening.
Like, how are they like? Oh, the Knicks traded now. We're not paying attention no more. Like, that's nasty. All this is shit in $9 million expiring. Can't even get off Julius. They don't want to get off Julius. Like, I thought everything this offseason basically made it clear that, like, yeah, they aren't getting off Julius, at least not yet. He showed up at the first game in Dallas with the whole front office. Like, as soon as you saw that, like, you should have known Julius wasn't getting traded.
I don't even care about Julius getting traded right now. I just want to know what the fuck is in the pick.
I just want to know the full parameters of the deal. Brunson Randall, let's fucking go. That's what I'm saying. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, like, let's see what I want to see what happens with the picks. I want to see what happens. I want to see like the collection of picks that the Knicks got and what's their net. And if they did have, what did they give up in the Kemba deal? That's all I want to know. And apparently, we can't figure this out, even though Woj and Shams can break everything else.
Yeah, I just really got to know what the whole net return was for both the deals, because to me, if they had Ivy was plan A, if the only other player they liked a lot was, say, Davis, say they didn't like anyone else as much, that's fine or whatever, but like you got to have a good plan to get stuff back, because even if the remaining players don't move you as much in terms of their upside,
what if we just gave back Detroit their seconds?
Maybe.
So what would that make the
So we
net?
gave them their 23 and 24 seconds for Kemba to take on Kemba.
Yeah, if we give seconds for Kemba, then fuck, that's fine, whatever. Like you can,
Like, I care, but I don't really care.
I don't, because it's so easy to find seconds, you know? Yeah, so I'm with you. Like those are like quote unquote good seconds or whatever, but like who cares? I couldn't care less about like getting seconds. Like Brock Aller can get seconds if he wants.
I don't understand how you cannot have the details of what we got from OKC yet. While, Woj has been on here, very aggressively filleting Troy Weaver and Sam Presti constantly.
Yeah, I'm just.
What? On top of the future first round pick, the Hornets also acquired 4 second-round picks in the deal for Duran.
What? What? Wait.
Not our second round.
What are you seeing that?
Rod Boone.
Boone.
Okay. On top of the future for the Hornets also acquired,
because that deal wasn't technically like that was Detroit and Charlotte, right? So
maybe we gave up 2 of the seconds or something.
Yeah,
and maybe Charlotte gave up a first or something. I'm sorry.
I want to see what the picks are. If it's just like we used like 2 seconds to get out Kemba Walker, I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a shit, right?
And then it's like if the deal
to me, it's just uninspiring. Like, if the master plan here is to clear space to get Brunson, I'm sorry. Like, you can tell me many things about Jalen Brunson. I simply do not give a fuck. I don't think you win in this league by making significant pushes for players of Jalen Brunson's caliber. I don't think there's any good argument to not start Emmanuel Quickley next year, other than that you're a fucking coward. And, I would prefer if these people would just say they don't think Quickley is good, because that's effectively what it boils down to. So yeah, I'm like pretty thoroughly disappointed in this. Not because I knew they wanted Brunson. I just find this process of going about it really, really just,
Did anyone think Quickley actually had a shot at starting this year? Unless like they struck out on everything.
Look, that's the fucking problem, dude.
I know it's a problem. Like,
no, but you don't know it's a problem because you think it's good. You want them to do this, so you don't think it's a problem. You want them to do this. You want them to do this, right?
I wanted them to get Brunson. Yes.
Okay, so you don't. So you like that's my point. So you don't get it then. Like you agree with them. Quickley isn't good.
I think Quickley is good,
but he's not good enough to be a starting point guard. That's what you think. So he's not good.
I think Quickley is good. I would start Quickley if there wasn't like if I would.
What do you think Jalen Brunson is, man? Like what? Like is
better than Quickley?
Is he a top 10 point guard?
I think he's top 15. If you get him a starting,
that is so uninspiring. You don't want to give Quickley a chance so that we can sign a 26-year-old fucking midget who is never going to be any more than a top 15 point guard in the NBA. Like, I think that's the vision? Really? That's the vision. That's the high ceiling play here. Let's nuke. Let's make sure that we cannot get a high-end lottery pick in 2023 to sign Jalen Brunson, who I promise you does not change the fundamental trajectory of your franchise. That's the vision. That's your vision. That's what you think is good. That's like a smart play. That's good management. That's what you think.
Look, man.
You're the draft guy. You tell me. Victor Wembanyama, legend, like once in a generation
They
prospect.
were never getting that high in the draft anyway, unless they like lucked into it, and you know that. The team,
Okay, so wait, hold on.
the
Wait,
team as
so wait,
the team as currently
hold on.
constructed is
So
probably
if
going to be.
if they didn't sign Jalen Brunson, they still had no chance of finishing high in the lottery. That's what you think?
Yes.
Okay, no, hold on. Why would that be the case?
The case because they have the whole team is basically a bunch of solid NBA players.
Okay.
The team itself is solid
Right,
NBA
right.
players.
Right. So why do you need to add another solid NBA player to a team made up of solid NBA players? Like, what does this do for your team? What does this unlock? Are you now competing for the top 4 in the East? Are you now challenging for home court? Are you threatening the powers in the Atlantic Division?
Wait, the deal came through. So Hornets compensation for Jalen Duren, 2023 first round pick from Denver, 2023 Knicks second round pick, 2023 Utah second round pick, 2024 Dallas Miami second round pick, most favorable, 2024 Knicks second round pick. The Knicks gave up 4 seconds that they got from 2020. Yeah, it's they gave up 4 seconds. I don't care.
For Brun. Okay. So
for-
what do we know what firsts we got through both of these deals?
We don't know
or
the first yet, but we know the seconds that they gave up. So the Knicks gave up 4 seconds effectively.
That's fine. I don't care. Like the Cavs gave up 4 seconds for Kevin Porter Jr.
I don't care
whatever.
about seconds. Like
I just want to know
22
what
seconds.
firsts we got.
Yeah, I want to know the first one we have.
So does this mean that the Knicks never actually had Duren or that pick?
They had Duren for like 5 seconds, and then they basically
No, I don't even
Okay.
think they did. I think he's right. Like they just jumped in this. Somehow they just hooked into this trade to like,
dump Kemba.
yeah. Like I don't think they actually ever had Duren.
Okay.
Because that makes a big difference. If they did have Duren, then they did make that selection and they did give up a first to do all
Yeah,
of this.
there's no unless we got Duren for the second round like that. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, right?
Right.
So, God, I'm so bad at this stuff. So
Wait, so did the Knicks get?
I need a flow chart.
Yeah, literally, because I'm so.
I need like the Kristaps trade type flow chart, like one of those.
Yeah, so like seconds,
Oh,
I don't care. What's up?
The thing is, all teams have to quote unquote touch each other, right? In a trade.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
What's funny is like I think that given like who the Knicks are right now, I actually think they would be better off if they just somehow missed on Brunson, but that would make this like even more pathetic.
I mean, if they're doing all of this, they think they have Brunson.
I
Yep.
have a feeling they're getting Brunson.
Yeah, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna do all this and whiff on Brunson.
Hey, Rick, ask your son if he wants to come to the team.
What's up?
Like, basically that's what happened. They're like, Rick, do you think he's coming? Yes or no. Okay, cool. Ask him at dinner. They can't say tampering if you ask him at dinner. Leon Rose could be at a dinner. Oh yeah, by the way, like this is a family friend of mine. Like,
Look, all my point is like, what is Brunson like? You're locking yourself into a team that is fine.
okay, so
like-
all I'm saying is like, for right now, the Knicks basically kept all of the seconds they got. So they kept all of the return that they got from trading. What's his face? Jing, whatever.
Okay, but like that is a separate thing we're talking about.
Which means that there's 2 picks right now. That means they got 2 picks, and
But we
Okay.
don't even know what the fucking picks are.
we'll see what the picks are. But like, you still got 2 picks.
I'm sorry. Like I just find this entire sequence of events extremely uninspiring. The fact that we could like their plan for the the Brunson thing just is not. It does nothing for me. It has never done anything for me. I agree he's a solid player. I'm not gonna like,
you differ on how good you think Brunson is compared to me and Tyrese, and I get that. What we want to find out is from a draft perspective, because the draft is a tool to get upside swings, which is what you're worried about in terms of the Jalen and IQ dynamic, and I totally get that. But from a draft and asset upside perspective, if you're higher on Jalen and higher on the ability to get IQ minutes with a Jalen on the team, then the question of what picks you got back net through all of this actually matters, because
but you also are nuking your own pick. Like that, that's part of the equation. You signed Jalen Brunson to be solid. So
no, I get that. I'm saying, like, you're saying nuking your own first from this year, right?
or from next
If-
year rather.
If our goal, what is the fucking upside here of getting Jalen Brunson? Does this team become a contender? No. Does this team solidify itself 100% as a top 6 seed? I don't think so. Do you?
So what I would say is, without acquiring Jalen Brunson, and this depends on not playing quickly. Like, you can't only play quickly like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something
Well, luckily
like that.
we got the right coach for that.
I know. I'm just telling you my answer here. So if you can play quickly a decent amount of minutes and play Brunson a decent amount of minutes, you're going to have a good offense. And I don't think if you had quickly starting and then whatever, Derrick Rose and Deuce or whoever playing backup point guard, I don't think you would have a good offense. And that's not a statement on quickly being good. That's just a team-wide thing. So I think there's a pathway to having a very good offense and a very good defense if you have Brunson and quickly getting minutes. And I think having penetration does improve the development scenario for your other guys. What I care about personally is whether you're sacrificing that marginal to you, a little bit more than marginal to me, upgrade in terms of offense and development for the whole team for the high upside of draft picks, because I personally really value getting new talent on the roster, even if they don't fucking play this year. Down the line, they could have high upside.
I just realized something. The Hornets got the 2020 Denver first, which means that we got the Denver first in trade. Just realized that.
Does that from OKC?
Yeah, we probably got the Denver first from OKC, and then we traded that along with 4 seconds to dump off Kemba Walker.
Yeah,
That's not good.
Yeah, that's a terrible trade.
That'd be
terrible
horrible.
Trade.
That'd
Yeah,
be
That is horrible.
All the Hornets compensation for Jalen Duren came from the Knicks. Because that means 2023 Denver, we got that from OKC.
Wait, how do we know we got that from OKC?
How is this the fucking graphic, ESPN? Multiple future first-round picks. That's it. That's all we know. We got multiple. Get the fuck out of here. Tell us which
Okay,
ones.
so OKC owned the 2023 Denver pick. They
What is
got
it?
that
Lotto protected, I'm assuming?
lotto protected.
Okay.
And
So
then
that was definitely from us.
that was from us. The 2023 Knicks second from us. The
And
Utah
2024
second
Knicks second.
from us.
All the seconds are from us, aren't they?
Yeah,
If
all
we
the-
gave up 4 seconds and a first to dump Kemba, that's like
that's bad.
Crazy. That's
That's
fucking
like
crazy.
that's like generationally bad shit. So
Holy
either that's horribly bad, or something
There-
hasn't been reported yet.
Wait, the Knicks received 3 conditional firsts from the Thunder for their 11th pick. They traded 1, they got 2. That was the scenario I was talking about.
Okay, that's still terrible.
Yeah,
Like, that's still garbage.
The 4 seconds make it a little bit.
How
worse.
do you have to give up a conditional first and 4 seconds to dump in, what is that, $9 million salary?
9.2? Yes.
There's nothing. Just stretch it. What the
w-
fuck is the
if
problem?
I-
that means because if
when
you
we-
stretch it, that's what, $3 million a year? Like,
Yeah.
$3
When
billion a year.
when we took Ed Davis on, which was I think a $4 million salary,
$5 billion.
$5 million. We got 2 seconds,
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yes.
2 or 3 seconds, whatever the fuck it is. Let's say 2 seconds. A first round pick to dump $9 million, like that should be enough. That really should be enough. And
Yeah,
4
they kinda-
seconds
They
to
got.
dump us.
a first max or 4 seconds max. Like, both is
They got
fucking crazy.
hosed. Yeah, that's a hosing. Now, okay, now I know that's a hosing.
They got fucked. They got fucked on this trade because at the very least, if they moved. Nerlens.
Okay, did they get 3 firsts after the 3-team deal or before the 3-team deal? That's what I want to know. Or no, they said 3 conditional firsts in the deal with the Thunder. So 2. That means they have 2 extra firsts.
I mean, we don't know what first either yet.
You don't know what first either, but they have 2 firsts because they traded 2020 Denver pick. That was from New York.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I just think the value here is terrible. Like, if you wanted to, like, let's say you had to do this, right? You had to dump seconds. You had to add the 4 seconds. You got $5 million in cash sitting there that you haven't spent. You can't buy a fucking second and dump and use that as one. Like, it's
There's a
just
zillion ways you could do it.
It's just uncreative. And on top of it, I'll say this: you're talking about, oh, we can be soft. I will fucking literally put a shotgun in my mouth if I have to watch Jalen Brunson and Evan Fournier play basketball together next year. as a starting backcourt. I'll fucking blow my brains out, especially with that fat fuck at the 4, Julius Randle. Are you fucking kidding me? If that was the vision for this team, I am fucking out. I'm done with like this entire front office. I think they burned a shit ton of goodwill tonight. Like, I have no faith in them right now. If they're, and I'll tell you this, they're not certain to get Jalen Brunson. That is far from a certainty.
I mean, it's far from a certainty, but like, I feel like, again,
Why? What? They freed up cap space. What if they just tell India, we'll take Brogdon into our cap space that we freed up stupidly, like fucking morons? What if that's the ultimate plan here?
okay, listen,
That's great.
I would agree. I would agree if it was any other free agent except for the dude whose dad is literally on the team and this agent is literally running the team.
He hasn't done anything yet.
If there's one free agent,
hold on, let me tell you something. The agent that's running the team, the CAA fucking mastermind, okay, couldn't get Jaden Ivey, CAA, couldn't work his connections to make that one happen, right? Couldn't do it. Didn't happen.
Wait, Philadelphia trading Melt. They're trading for Melton.
What were the protections on the Nuggets first?
A lot of protected 2023, 2025. It's a fake first.
Okay.
It's not a fake
Okay.
first. It's a legit first.
Well, if it's
gonna be a low first.
if it's a Jokic team is not
missing the playoffs.
They're not missing the playoffs,
especially if everybody's healthy.
That's what I'm saying. So it's a real first.
It's conveying next year.
Oh! I see what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna convey. Like,
it's just like a back end
Like,
first.
how you
Yeah.
like, that's fucking bullshit. Like, 2023, this draft that you and Tyrese and all these other draft people have been jerking themselves to death to. We give up a first in that thing.
But they were never going to use 3 firsts in that draft.
That's not the fucking point. That is not the point. I know you understand that's not the point because you literally said the Knicks got hosed in this deal. So don't.
I agree. I agree.
So why are you telling me that? I know.
But
that,
I'm saying, like,
I'm.
why are we? Okay, my hope. I hate the fact that they traded up first in 4 seconds. But my point is, like, they weren't using three firsts in that draft anyway. So, like,
that's not how you trade. That is not how you fucking trade. Oh, well, we're not going to do this, so let's just start tossing this shit away. Let's fucking let's play roulette because I got $100 that I want. Like, that's not what you fucking do. That's stupid. That is terrible asset management. That's fucking garbage. And let's be honest, the optics don't look fucking great either. Your master plan, Leon Rose's master plan, his big fucking push after 3 years is to fucking clear cap space of a contract he signed, by the way. He signed this contract under the assumption that it would not be difficult to move if it came to that. Okay? You now trade a first and 4 seconds to dump this fucking contract to sign your fucking godson, who you were also the agent for. That's your master plan. I'm sorry, the optics here suck. You are signing a player who effectively caps the potential role for your second-year guard who has insane impact metrics. Basically, every nerd and their stat that they've created loves Emmanuel Quickley. So you now have solidified that he will never start for your team because Jalen Brunson provides room pressure and fucking lit up the Utah Jazz, who suck ass. So great, wonderful. Let's all fucking have a round of applause for that. Okay, that's what you've done. And then you still got this fucking fat piece of shit asshole at the 4 who's going to start and get 20, 10, and 5. And people like Tyrese are going to talk about how his rim pressure and fucking assists are great when all he does is fucking jerk off in the post and do absolutely nothing to help the team. And on top of that, you got fucking Penguin on the sideline who's going to not play Obi more than 10 minutes because he'll fucking die if Obi plays more than 10 minutes. That's the plan. Let's fucking go. Get the fuck out of here selling me on that shit, Tyrese. Suck my ass. Fuck you.
Okay, dude. Honestly, quick question. After you yell like that, do you need a lozenge? I'm honestly curious.
Do I what?
Do you need a lozenge like after you?
A lozenge?
Like,
no, I don't.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That is.
I do have a question for Tyrese and Prez, who are on the other side of me and Shwin on the Brunson side of this. I hear all the time from Brunson supporters, people who want Brunson on the Knicks. A big person who says this a lot is Jeremy Cohen, who I'm a big fan of, but I disagree with him here. He says
I don't care that Brunson can be used in a star trade or whatever.
Oh no, that's not where I'm
Oh,
going with this.
okay.
No, that's not where I'm going with this. He says repeatedly, and many other people say this, that getting Brunson won't stop Quickly from playing 25 to 35 minutes a game. You guys agree that's bullshit, right? Like Brunson coming means Quickly's capped. You both agree with that, right?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I don't care. This is my time to yell at fucking all you assholes that want to jerk off Jalen Brunson. So I'm gonna do it. You are delusional if you use this because this has been Jeremy's argument, and I love Jeremy, and I'll probably DM him and call him a fucking asshole. But like, he has been arguing that Quickly played, what did he play? 26 minutes a game or something after the All-Star break, right? That was whatever he averaged. I think, does that sound about right?
Yeah, like 25 and a half, I think.
Whatever. Okay, let's call it 26. Round up. Let's give Tibbs the benefit of the doubt because he totally deserves it for being a fucking asshole. All right, 26 minutes a night. Because he played 26 minutes a night with Alec Burks as starting point guard, that means we're going to see a lot of Brunson and Quickly together, and we don't need to worry about Quickly's minutes and all this shit. I don't buy that for a second. And I'll tell you why. Because Tibbs, in his heart of hearts, knew Alec Burks is not a point guard. He knew that. He knew Alec Burks is not a point guard. He only started him out of necessity because, I don't know, the world would have collapsed inward on itself if we started Quickly at point guard. Rose was hurt. Rose is still here. He is still chilling on the roster. We have no idea if he's going to be here or not. I'm sorry. If they had drafted Ivy today, I would have thought Rose being here would not be concerning. I'd actually love that. That'd be great. Have Rose, Quickly, Ivy, Deuce can hang out. I'm good with that. We didn't get Ivy. We didn't get anything. We decided to like take money. What's that? You know the scene in Dark Knight when fucking Joker lights the fucking money on fire? That's basically what we did today. So we did that. And then like we're gonna make a run at Brunson. So we still got Burks on the roster. We still got Rose on the roster. We're gonna maybe sign Brunson, and we got Quickly. I don't buy for a second that if you sign Brunson, and let's say we give him 4 years, 100 million. Let's just say that 4 years, 100 million. He's starting. He's playing 30 minutes a night. Quickly's not playing with him more than 5. Let's say 5 minutes a night. So now, and he's going to get 18 minutes at the backup point, just him. I'm very skeptical of this. I am very, very skeptical.
Yeah, that's the whole disagreement that we've talked about on the pod as many times as that exact point that you made is how willing is Tibbs to play IQ?
What is in Tibbs' track record to prove your point? Because you're like the entire point is Tibbs is the coach, and there's nothing in his track record to suggest like he did this 2 years ago or when he was in Minnesota before his third year, right? Before his third year, Tyus Jones, that was his third year. Tyus Jones, if famously Jeff Teague literally had to tell Tibbs like, take me out of the game and play Tyus Jones, right? This is the thing that happened. He said before that year, okay, yeah, I got to play Tyus more. He made said all these things. He didn't play Tyus more. Tyus' minutes was basically the same. Like, there's nothing in his track record to suggest he's capable of this.
I think he errs on the side of playing guards who can penetrate more. And once Quickly shows that he can penetrate, which he did at the end of the season, he'll be more likely to play him more. And I started
Burks over Quickly.
Yeah, because for half of the year, Burks penetrated more than Quickly.
No, he didn't.
They both drives are not necessarily always penetrate. You could drive to right below the free throw line and take a floater, and that counts as a drive. Look at shots at the rim, and look at free throws drawn. Quickly was way behind in both of those metrics, which are much more accurate representations of how often you actually got to the rim. And that's not because Burks was good at them. It's because Quickly just didn't get in a groove because he didn't get fucking minutes. I think Quickly actually
isn't that kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy then?
Yes, but I'm saying my point is at the end of the year, Quickly actually was getting not just drives, but to the rim and free throws at the rim, not just the shooting Trae Young free throws. And I think that's a change that changes how Tibbs will allocate his minutes and his view of the players. Because to me, he always needs those guards who can do that. That's why he played fucking Aaron Brooks and Nate Robinson and all these other guards who really aren't that good, except for they're quick and getting to the rim. Early in the year, we've seen it. Like, if you look at how many drives per game Quickly had early in the first half of the season, it's actually not a bad number. And it's guess what? He wasn't taking layups. I'm not saying he was bad. He was really good, and he should have been playing a whole lot of more minutes. But like drives per game is not really a good measure of actually putting pressure on the rim, and that's personally what I think Tibbs really gives a shit about, because he's played lots of guards who are mediocre who do that. So I think that having more of that, I think he knows that having more of that leads to good offense. One of the things that he says all the time is, draw two to the ball and pass it on. And yeah, most of what Tibbs says is bullshit, but based on how he's allocated minutes to players throughout his whole career, I think he actually cares about that. And if you just drive past the guy and shoot a floater, even if you're good at that and you're good at a bunch of other stuff, that's not going to move Tibbs because he's a dumbass. But if you drive all the way to the rim, that's going to move him a little bit. So
wait. Also. Wait, so the Knicks traded the 20. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting for a second, but we got three first then. We got three first because the Knicks traded the 2025. Sorry, the Pistons traded the 2025 pick, the Milwaukee pick. The Knicks got that, I believe. So that means that they got the 2 firsts from OKC. They traded 1 first to get Kemba, and then they got another first back in the deal from the Pistons. So that's 3 firsts. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that. Anyway,
No, I mean that's better, but it's also like you traded a better.
It's
So you swapped first to trade Kemba Walker
and gave up 4 seconds.
what was the swap?
So basically, they gave up the 2023 Denver first to get the 2025 Milwaukee first.
Okay. I
The
mean,
Knicks got
do
3
we
firsts.
do we know the all the first we got?
We don't know the other. Kev. What I'm saying is, apparently,
my guy Kevin, all caps, yo.
No, we got. Hold on, yo, Kev, relax. 1 second. We got 3 firsts. They swapped one of those firsts for the Milwaukee first that was effectively traded to Detroit. That's what happened. So they did get 3 firsts. Trust me, if you've been here, you've seen me screaming and being livid also. Like it's fine. The Knicks got 3 firsts. That does not make the Kemba part of it any good. It doesn't. And I still hate Jalen Brunson with all of my soul. Yeah, look, I'm just gonna say this. I don't know how you can. This balancing act is bullshit. When it comes to certain positions, it is bullshit, and it's bullshit. Like they would never do this to RJ Barrett. They would never do it to RJ Barrett, right? They would never be like, "Oh, well, we're just gonna clear this cap space and sign like a wing that plays your position."
Like Tobias Harris.
Yeah, they would never do that. And I'm sorry, like I love RJ. I think RJ has a chance to be a star. I think he will be a star. But quite frankly, I think for 2 years, if you're just talking about impact on the court, Quickly's been their best young player. He's been their best young player. People will say Mitchell Robinson. I don't give a shit. I mean,
you think Quickly's the best prospect?
I think Quickly's the best prospect.
You don't have to like just say that. Just don't give all the caveat.
That's
fine. Just like you think Quickly's the best prospect, and they should treat him with more importance than they treat RJ.
They treat him like Frank. They're treating him like Frank. Oh no, we can't play you because you're a rookie. That made sense as rookie year. Fine, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Where we differ is I think they're gonna play him a lot more next season.
But it's not as a
Prez,
starter.
Over under 27.5 for Quickly next year.
Is that around what he played in the?
He played 28 minutes the last 30 games of the season. He averaged 28 minutes a game the last 30 games of the season.
Yeah, I think he'll play about that. 28.
I think
so. If you put the over is 27.5, then I'll go over.
I think he's at 25.
I would take the under and I would buy fucking minutes. Like I would buy minutes to that. That's how fucking I no shot in hell this fucking dinosaur T-Rex fat fuck of a coach has the creativity to manage this shit. No shot. If you told me our coach was like
Johnny
Nick
Brown.
Nurse, sure. Yeah, that would happen. Tom Thibodeau, the man that sat there for a full year and started Elfrid Payton, who was shitting and pissing on himself up and on the court. That was our best chance. He's going to do it. The man that sat there with a straight face and said Alec Burks was our best option. He's the best we got. That man. The man who, after the Knicks' young core has this inspiring comeback victory in Miami, decides that is the time that he needs to make the point that Knicks Twitter is dividing the team and we don't watch the game film 2 or 3 times. That man? No. He has the memory of an elephant. he will never adjust. He was impossible for him to adjust. To him, adjusting is like playing Obi Toppin 16 minutes next year instead of whatever the hell he averaged this past season before Randall decided to shut it down because he was definitely, hurt or whatever. It's not personal. I think that at some point, if you either believe in your young talent or you don't. And if you believe in your young talent, like if you signed, I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to. If you sign Darius Garland, that is one thing. That's a different. Okay, if you sign Darius Garland, quickly, sorry, you can figure it out. We'll figure it out. Jalen Brunson is just like, I mean, gun to your head, how many All-Star? If I set the line for Jalen Brunson All-Star appearances in his career at 1, what would you take?
If Jalen was in the East on a team that was like, I mean, All-Star is a rough tool for evaluating guys, but like, I think there's a
to be
I
fair,
think there's a very, very likely world where Jalen next year on the Knicks makes it over Darius fucking Garland, who's super overrated on the Cavs.
Damn! Whoa!
Yeah.
Darius Garland is 6 feet tall and a great shooter, but like, I'm talking about All-Star games. Like, you're gonna tell me a point guard who
he already
averages,
made one.
I know he did because the competition after Trae Young and whatever at the top is fucking light.
He averaged 22 and 8.5 last year.
I mean,
he's
like,
great. He's fine. 22 and 8 and horrible defense is not like some fucking all-star player. Like, he's getting better. That's fine. He still doesn't really like. Again, like, this isn't even like about Darius Garland. My point is like, I understand your greater point that like Jalen is not like some type of high upside play, which is really what we should ultimately be giving shit about, because that's what IQ is and that's what you need to win in this league. Like, I totally get that, but like, don't like bring out all-star games as the measurement, because Darius Garland is not that fucking special either. He's not some high upside. He's never going to be the first or second best player on a championship team. So like, I don't even know what we're talking about with Darius.
I think he could definitely be a second best player.
Who is like him? He's ever going to come close to Kyle Lowry on defense? Kyle Lowry is the only short point guard.
What about Kyrie?
Kyrie is 1,000 times more efficient than Darius Garland and way bigger.
Garland had a 57.5 for true shooting last year.
But you know what happens to tiny guards in the playoffs?
Did you guys see Shams posted the picks?
No. Oh, he did?
Yeah, 2023 protected first from Detroit, 2023 protected first from Washington, 2023
the protections.
2023 protected first from Denver. No, he didn't.
I could tell you the protections right
2023 firsts.
Yeah,
I thought we traded the Denver one.
We traded the Denver one.
So we have Detroit. One? We have Milwaukee's future pick.
They're talking about the return from the Thunder only.
Okay, but do we for sure have this Milwaukee pick?
I think so. I think so. Yeah. And then we have the Detroit and Washington.
Protected first.
The Washington pick is like wrapped up in protections, and the Detroit pick that's wrapped up in protections.
Yeah, I need to know like
the protections are like we're talking like 2027 protection picks.
Those picks are like they actually have a chance of never conveying. By the way,
they will probably never convey.
So that's very inspiring.
Oh, here we go. I see what you're saying. 2023. Yeah, all these I don't know these. I'm assuming these protections are fine, which means like fuck these picks, right? Like,
okay, so I think the pick is basically for the Detroit pick, top 18 protected 2023, 2024, top 13 protected 2025, top 11 protected 2026, top 9 protected in 2027.
I need that written down. I can't keep track.
Is that Detroit?
That's Detroit. That's the Detroit pick.
That will convey at some point.
That will convey probably like 2025 or 2026.
I mean, you guys were saying they could make the plan, right? Playoff,
I mean,
maybe?
Yeah.
I'm just saying
if they got 8, Detroit.
I'm this is the first time I'm not actually yelling at you in Prez. Genuine question.
Yeah. They have... and the Wizards pick. I'll tell you the Wizards pick right now.
I mean, would they? They're not going to get Ayton after getting Duren, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
they're not doing it now, but like. I mean, by 2025, I think the Pistons could definitely like be a not bad team.
No, they'll be fine. They'll be probably pretty good by 2025.
I'll tell you
I just mean next year.
Wizards protections. I'll tell you them right now.
The Wizards is a 23 pick.
Yeah, the 2023 pick. It's top 14 protected 2023, top 12 protected 2024, top 10 protected 2025, top 8 protected 2026.
I mean,
They're
any Wizards pick is probably like
good.
honestly like a decent pick just because
Yeah, so those picks are
Yeah.
probably going to be like 2025, 2026 picks.
it could be a pick next. All Kristaps has to do is regular Kristaps stuff and miss like
Regular-
like a third of the year, and
I
that's that.
mean,
Like
But that, do you think they're going to be a not lottery team? Houston is trading Wendell Moore to Dallas, even though okay, that's actually wild. Wait, Houston is using the pick. Wait,
No.
Houston is trading Wendell Moore to Dallas.
Wait, what? Isn't that Dallas's? Isn't that Rockets pick? I think that
Yeah.
could probably whoever tweeted that probably fucked up.
Yeah, okay, I'm confused. Anyway, yeah.
No, look, the Detroit pick will convey at some point. I feel pretty confident.
that's
about
one
that.
of that's one of the three, right? And then the
The
second one is
Milwaukee
the
pick will
Washington.
convey. Obviously.
Those so that's two. So there's four, right? The Detroit and the Milwaukee ones will probably convey. The Washington one will probably convey, but maybe not because if it's top, what is it, Lotto next year or 14 next year?
It's 14 next year.
So if the
Lotto.
Wizards are like playing, then it conveys. Is that right? Basically,
If the
Like-
Wizards make the playoffs, it conveys.
the Detroit pick is not going to convey until at least 2025. In all reality.
So this is basically them going, we're going to like extend our shelf life for like trading picks.
And then sorry, hold on. I'm doing this in the stupid way. And then the Washington pick is Lotto protected this year, 1 to 12 in 2024, 1 to 10 in 2025, 1 to 8 in 2026. If you had to bet, I would bet that conveys at some point.
2025.
say that one more time. My bad.
Lotto protected.
This is the Washington.
Yeah, Lotto protected in 2023, 1 to 12 in 2024, 1 to 10 in 2025, and 1 to 8 in 2026.
Well, I guess if KP's like healthy-ish, then they might.
I
If
mean,
they get like Malcolm Brogdon or some shit, then yeah, like I'll put them in the play-in. But
They had to make the playoffs.
they don't have a point guard right now. I don't know how
They have to make the playoffs for the
pick
pick to convey.
Yeah, they have to make the playoffs to get this pick next year.
Yeah, I got you.
And then what? I mean, the seconds we gave up are so weird. I don't even like. We gave up our second next year, our second the year after, which is weird. I would have rather just given up Detroit's. I think I don't know. Whatever. And then actually no. I guess we'll probably still be better than Detroit next year.
I think
Probably.
so, yes.
Probably. And then we gave up that weird one with Dallas or Miami or something, right? And then Utah's. We basically gave up all our seconds for next year.
I mean, yeah.
Which is like I don't
Whatever.
how-
Like those, you have to essentially use between the first and the seconds. You have to like use them for shit.
it's not about the seconds, right? It's just like
Right,
it's
right,
the
right.
process of the entire thing that is stupid. And look, they didn't. I guess
Ultimately, if this comes out to basically being you dumped Kemba by swapping first and using a bunch of seconds, dumping Kemba, if that's the move, how do you feel about that?
I mean it's whack. I still think it's stupid, but
Yeah, I peeped the protection.
less stupid. And I guess they're betting that Denver is really good next year, which is probably true because they're going to get Jamal Murray back.
They get Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.
What's
and-
sorry? I know
no.
y'all said this. What's the Denver 23 protection?
It's lottery protected.
Lottery protected.
All right, so if they make the playoffs, then it
Yeah,
conveys.
as long as Jokic doesn't die, they're making the playoffs.
as long as he doesn't get trampled by a fucking like rickshaw in Serbia or whatever.
like by his brothers.
Yeah, like a regular a
Family
Jokic
squabble.
style, right? A family size rickshaw.
And then, if they effectively traded 11 for 3 firsts, and then 4 seconds to dump Kemba, that's okay, I guess. But like they better get Jalen Brunson. And I someone that doesn't even want Jalen Brunson. But if you did all this to get Jalen Brunson, you have to get Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
If you do not get
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson, then you are
Then you're just twiddling your nuts, like
then we could have just done all of this and started quickly. We could have done none of this and started quickly. We could have done
Right,
we
right.
could have just done the first part of the trade and not done the Kemba part and been fine. But like I don't know, man. I guess
Jake Fisher, if you guys want, we don't have to read it out, but he has like the descending levels for all the protectors and all that shit.
And I think we should be getting the Milwaukee first. I want to see like if that's confirmed, but we should be getting Milwaukee first.
Well, that was from the wasn't
That was the Milwaukee first came from Detroit because Detroit got it in the Jeremy Grant trade yesterday, and I'm assuming if they traded, how does Charlotte figure into this deal then? Because Charlotte had 13, right? Charlotte had 13, and wait, am I doing this? Am I saying this right? Because didn't the Knicks have 13 at one point?
No, that's what wasn't Shwin saying that like technically we never had Duran or whatever.
I'm so confused. Okay, that's confusing. I want to see. Do we have 2 picks or 3? That's my thing. If it's 3 picks, I'm okay. If it's 2 picks,
we have 4 2023 picks. 3 of them, the ones that are not ours, have protected. Dallas is top 10 protected. Pistons is top 18 protected, and the Wizards top 14 protected.
So we should get the Dallas pick next year. We should probably get the and we should probably get like the Wizards and Pistons picks like 2026, 2027 or whatever.
Well, the Wizards one, like that could, I mean, I guess it depends how you feel about the Wizards, but like I could see that happening next year or the year after. Pistons is definitely not happening next year. Then you have the Denver one, which is gone, right? Because now that's in Detroit. And then you have the Milwaukee one, which is way further off.
Okay, I just want to see what happens to that Milwaukee pick. Am I confused or am I like, because like we should get the Milwaukee pick. I think.
Did we get it or not?
I'm not sure. I saw something that said that we got the Milwaukee pick. Maybe I read it wrong. I gotta know what happens to that Milwaukee pick.
Hold on.
Tyrese, your guy Ty is slipping. Maybe we'll get him in the second round.
Surprise that nobody.
Nope. Accord. Oh wow, you telling me mid-range mafia boss isn't fucking?
I like Tyrese, but like people were wilding on him. I mean, not.
I hope so.
I meant Ty, not Tyrese.
The likelihood is that Walker will go into the trade exception created once the Jeremy Grant trade is finalized. Okay, so.
Oh fuck!
I still just say this is.
What the fuck is this outfit? Jesus Christ! Jaden Hardy.
Oh my God, he looked like a pimped out Pope. Why his shirt bedazzled? Come on now, man. Bedazzled. Oh my God.
He looks sad. I feel bad for him because he's fallen.
Kennedy Chandler. Kennedy Chandler looked like he's 13.
I didn't even see Kennedy Chandler.
He looks 13.
So did we ever get? I don't. So do we determine this? Do we get the 2025 pick or what?
I'm trying to figure that out now.
Which deal was that in originally?
That was the Jeremy Grant. Oh, you mean where the 2025 first came from? From
the 2025 to Milwaukee was Detroit's through Jeremy Grant, and then that came to us as part of the.
You know, it almost probably did because Charlotte has to send something to us in the trade. That's how it works. Like they have to send something to us. We traded them. We got the Duran pick from them, right? Or the Duran pick never touched us. That went to Detroit.
No, the Duran pick touched us. I'm pretty sure the Duran pick touched us, and then we traded it to Detroit. I think that's the team. I think that's what happened.
I don't
because I remember them saying like Duran got traded to the Knicks.
Yeah, but I don't think they had any fucking idea what was going on.
Yeah, I think that's like ESPN, like just
they were just trying to get it out there.
Right.
That was shams, though.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. They're all just trying to get it out there. They're all just trying to fucking be first, right? So we don't actually know. By the way, Miami took your boy Nikola Jovic. Prez. I actually have no idea who got drafted anywhere.
Oh, he's not my boy, man.
He's
one of the few not my sons.
Good job. We found one. We found one. We got one.
I
Well,
mean,
You are
but
not.
yeah.
You are not the father.
I heard he just slept through a workout. That's so cool.
All right. So Kevin Stern said the Knicks do not and never had the Bucks 2025 pick. So we got 2 first. Yeah, this trade sucks ass.
Yeah, two first that are probable to convey, right? Yeah, fuck that, man. That's so.
I mean, they will convey. They'll just convey later.
Yeah, but like my point is like the whole point of it's like what I said earlier. That's fine as throwing ammo for a fucking kick the can down the road deal or whatever. But like, I'm
You have
not.
to get a juicy first at some point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not with the shits. Like, I don't like putting all your eggs in the baskets of free
Wait.
agency.
Lowe is saying the Knicks will also be acquiring the Bucks 2025 first.
Zach Lowe?
Zach Lowe, yes.
Okay. That makes it better, I guess.
Okay, all right.
That's
I mean,
still,
like,
From a principle perspective for me, I mean, like I've said it 10 times. Like,
Woj said
I don't like
went to Charlotte. Zach Lowe is saying it went to the Knicks. Let's see.
I think Woj has no idea what he's doing right now. I think
Yeah,
he's just
Woj is getting like.
yeah, he
spun
got
around.
clarified too. Clarifying, Knicks will be getting the Bucks 2025 first round pick.
Okay, so the Knicks. Okay, all right. I mean,
that's fine. It's fine. Again, like if you like their idea, they have this fucked up idea where like I won't say fucked up, but like probably very risky idea that whoever they picked this year was not going to move the needle now or in the future, and they preferred the combination of Brunson and what they have and future picks, which is fine. But like, it seems clear to me that they just view picks as not really upside plays, right? Like if you think about it, like even looking at like what you were saying, Shwin, about how they've treated Quickly, who's phenomenal, and
yeah, like do they actually value this stuff, or
they value as far as on-court contributions, they seem to value the players more by what they can offer, what they are perceived to offer now than what they can offer in the future. Or I should say Tibbs, but at this point it's kind of hard to separate it out because like the front office is not putting their money where their mouth is as far as picks go. And they did the same thing with Cam Reddish, right? Like they moved a pick for Cam Reddish, who is a little older.
Who's still here, baby? Let's go, Cam Hive.
Cam Fam. So I like just from a team building perspective, I don't like the idea of abandoning high ceiling bets from the draft, which seems to be what they're doing. Like it can still work out despite that, but that doesn't make it okay.
I mean, like. What they basically did was go like, we still have something in the chamber. Like that's basically what they're doing. They're like,
that's fine, but like, I'd rather them. They got something in the chamber, but they only got fucking one gun. I'd rather have a bunch of guns.
I mean,
to use a crude metaphor.
That's
like,
fair. That's fair.
Because there's
so to be clear here, the order of events was we had 11, traded 11 for three protected firsts. And then
we traded the Denver protected 2023 pick next year. We traded the Denver pick to get the Charlotte pick, right? The 13th.
Okay.
And then we traded 13 to Detroit with Kemba, and we gave Charlotte 4 seconds, basically for being like to give up the
facilitate.
Pick. Yeah, to pick up to go the pick. And we also got Milwaukee 2025,
right,
which went to Charlotte and then came to us because that was how they, quote unquote, touched us in the trade.
But we could have just done the 11 for the draft picks, right? We could have just done 11 for 3 future protected firsts.
Yeah, we could have, yes.
So my question to you guys is...
It was a pick swap and 4 seconds to move Kemba,
right?
Basically.
But I feel like we all would have just been okay with it if we just did the first trade, right?
I mean, I don't.
Yes.
I mean, I would have been okay with it, but like, I just don't know what they would have done with 3 picks.
I would have not been a fan of it, which is pretty much what I said in our trade out article. Because again, I don't like passing up on potential high upside guys. just because you don't feel like you can develop them right now. Like there's plenty of playoff teams that develop their young guys, and I don't think those things are mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So I
But
wouldn't have been a
you would've
huge
been
fan
more,
of that.
You would have been more okay with it than you were after the second trade, right?
Well, the second trade now is basically a pick swap and 4 seconds to free up Kemba. So, like, to be honest, I kind of don't like whatever. Like,
That's a nothing deal. That's a
right.
nothing
Like,
deal.
it's essentially like you're trading the Denver pick for the Milwaukee pick, and then giving up 4 seconds.
Why was it so expensive to dump Kemba? Because Kemba sucks. I mean, like, I don't think it should have costed 4 first, but at the same time, like,
I don't.
or 4 seconds. You know what I mean?
Again, it's more like what Shwin said. It's like it's not about the price is whatever. It's just the principle that like it's just a shitty like you signed this and it's supposed to be a like 4 seconds. Yes, 4 seconds are nothing, but they're also like the things that you grease the wheel with in trades and blah blah blah. So like it's just unfortunate that you had to use that wheel grease for something else. But beyond that, I just again like I don't like the idea of just punting draft development. Like full stop. Like we're not good enough to do that. And if teams like the Grizzlies can develop Zaire and all these other fucking playoff teams can play kids and get meaningful minutes, you know, we're not that fucking special that we can't do that shit. And like that's what I'm saying. Like we better. This is where I get Shwin's fucking all caps rant, right? Like you can theoretically go next year and do both, but you have to do it. And there's so many indicators that you won't do it, right? Like, how do we know you're gonna play fucking IQ? Prez could say that shit, but like, who the fuck knows, right? And same with Obi and Julius, and same with Grimes. Like, so you like, there's an avenue there for us to be good, sign Brunson, and develop the young talent, but the front office has to fucking nut up and tell Tibbs like, this is the fucking way it's gonna go down, dude. Like, we're doing all of the things, not just your thing.
Also, effectively speaking, like they have ammo in the chamber now to like get a star. They can do that. And ultimately, I think
that's fine.
Like at the end of the day, that was what this move was for. They're like, okay, we just traded this lotto pick to get future picks because we know we're going to throw them into a trade.
That's fine. That's fine. I just don't like the idea of like also punting on 11.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that, but
Like I think you just need to get more out of it. If you had dumped Noel in the process too, or you had, and maybe they can
dump any of the guys, right?
Look,
I mean, but like I think
let's throw this out there. Maybe they already know that they can move Burks and Noel for a couple of seconds.
That's what I think too. I probably did think
that's why I'm not really tripping over the.
Yeah,
the
it is what it is. I just think it's a ridiculous overpay, all things considered. And I just again like a lot of this just hinges on one. If they
FYI, the Milwaukee one is top 4 protected.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Giannis
we
is
need
alive.
we need Giannis to just take one for the team, be a family man, and give us like a top.
But Drew will probably suck by then, which is good.
True, and Chris Middleton will be washed. Will be washed.
But like, I just think that you need to like if they get Brunson. Like this, so this hinges basically on two things, right? It hinges on, do you think that the return was enough to trade out of 11, and also that getting Brunson is worth it?
Yeah, those are the two questions.
Like
for sure.
for me, like trading out from 11 for what they got, I guess if you just gun to my head, do I think it's worth it? I would say sure. Like, I don't know. I don't really know how to judge that. Like, 3 first that will convey at some point. I think all of them will actually convey as first. So, okay. That's fine.
Yeah, in a vacuum, 3 firsts for 11 is fine.
Yeah.
You don't get 3. Like, Jeremy Grant got 1 fucking first. So, like, 3 firsts for 11 is fine in a vacuum.
That's not terrible or anything. That's fine. It's actually, you could even argue it's flat out.
Yeah,
good.
I was going to say, Jeremy Grant was considered a positive asset, and he got 1 first. So, like, 3 for 11 is fine.
Also, like, again, we're talking about, like, star trades, but, like, if Randall's bad next year, they have ways to get out Randall now. Like, they basically have, like, created a bunch of options for themselves with the picks, and, like, again, 4 first-round picks are never a bad thing. So, like, ultimately, I just feel like this is a it's a meh. Like if we were grading it right now, it'd be like a C.
Sure, I don't know. I just
Like a B- to a C, and ultimately, like I don't. Like,
But here's the thing, like where I disagree, and I don't know Jeff actually where you stand on this, but where I disagree is you guys would say that if they get Brunson at 4,100, right,
mhm.
that bumps up this trade. Like, does that bump up the grade on this overall transaction to you?
I mean, ultimately, I think it turns into like
As
a B.
opposed to getting Jalen on another price or something.
No, just like we get Brunson or we don't get Brunson. So forget the contract. But if we get Brunson, does that because of this trade? Does that makes the trade better in your eyes?
Well, yeah. If this was probably the whole reason for the trade.
I'm just, so yeah.
No, he's saying like as opposed to like freeing up cap space for Brunson in another way.
I mean, okay. Okay, you
Like,
react
like-
to questions I'm being a
So
little...
so like for example, like I have a DM with Jeremy and Shwin, and we were talking about the different ways you can free up cap space for Brunson, and this wasn't what Jeremy came up with. Jeremy came up with a couple of other ways involving different configurations of trading the vets. So like I think what Shwin is getting at is like this was like the bird in the hand way they chose to get rid of or to free up the cap space, as opposed to like how could you move Fournier and would it cost anything? How could you move AB and Knurls and all that shit?
I mean, I guess what I'll say is this: like, I think last year one of the issues that people had with the trade we made out was that we only got one protected first and whatever. You get three that should. Look, I'll just say, getting three is good. That's a good vacuum. 11 for 3 first is good. It's where you go from there that I think I lose it. Like I just don't really like that. I have a hard personally. Like I don't feel like I'm some draft expert, especially on this class. But like I find it hard to believe there was nobody there at 11 that you thought was worth it. And I also
That
feel-
right there, what you just said, is my main beef. Like, if you don't have somebody who you think is
at 11
who has the upside, and like with Johnny gone and Duran being a 5, like what that pretty much is saying is you don't think AJ Griffin.
You thought his medicals were bad.
You thought, well, it's not just AJ. You don't think AJ Griffin, Jalen, Usman, or Tari, for example, like to pick 4 guys who are in that tier for me. You don't think they're have a good chance of having high upside, and like I think some of them do, but I don't think if somebody said like, nah, I think it's extremely unlikely that any of those players has a high upside outcome, then like I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. But I don't like the idea. Like I don't know, that doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah,
like,
they basically they probably thought that draft was like just pretty like meh.
I struggle.
I also think that what Chris said, Chris Bernard, I think a lot of it was us seeing Duran go to Detroit and have the hope that we had the package for Ivy. I think that holds a lot of the anger for us tonight. I definitely think that is 100% part of it. But like the pivot from like, so this is kind of like the second time now, and I think there's credence to this now. They seem to have like very, very defined value brackets in the draft, like extremely defined.
That's what I always ask people, like where, like we all have our tiers on draft Twitter, and so do teams, and it's very possible that like while I have Jalen Williams and Usman and Tari in this tier of like, wow, would be great picks at 11.
They probably thought the draft like was just off a cliff after 10.
Yeah, or it could have even been before 10. But like,
yeah,
for all
we have
know.
no idea.
Yeah,
like,
but like it's very clear to me that they don't view any of those players who were on the board there. So AJ, Duran, Jalen, Jang, Tari as like anything special that would be getting playing time today or tomorrow or the next year or whatever.
Yeah, and they're basically just like, well, we don't find anybody in this class to be a needle mover, and then we're just moving.
I will just push back on this a little bit. Retro said we can project and say those picks will convey us first, but the Wizards and Pistons might still suck for years, and if they're mediocre, they're incentivized to tank to keep their picks. I'll push back on this because no front office can tank forever. You can't. Like at some point they will push to make the playoffs.
The Pistons themselves will be good. Like
Yeah.
the Pistons will be good in a few years, especially
Yeah.
because like
They'll be good sooner rather than they ended the year all right, and they're gonna continue upgrading.
Yeah, and they got
whatever.
Jaden Ivey. You know,
they might get Miles Bridges.
Prez
like,
was really sad for Pistons fans for a few seconds there, and I hope that he's still shedding tears for their misery today. But they got Jalen Duren, they got Jaden Ivey. Obviously, they'll naturally probably make the playoffs within 2
Peyton
years.
Watson for OKC. They really don't give a fuck, bro.
okay, it's going to Denver.
Oh, I was about to say.
Okay, so real quick, when do you think the draft dropped off for them? Did you think it was like at Shaden Sharp when Shaden Sharp got taken? 7?
I don't think they cared about Shannon Sharp.
I think they did.
I don't. I think that was bullshit. That was
It's probably just Wes and nobody else.
Yeah.
Like they literally said important whatever at the top of the 100% that's Wes.
I think it's 100% obvious they didn't think anybody after Ivy was that great. Like if they
It was probably literally like just Matherin.
Yeah. if they loved Johnny Davis, right? If there was a clear cut drop off after Johnny Davis, they would move up from 11 to 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Or to 9.
Yeah, or to 9. They would have done something to get him if they had such a. But the fact that it was
you can like a play. I think this is what some people are not understanding. Like we've heard some of the reports that like, oh, Tibbs likes Davis and the front office has some fans of Davis and they really like Ehrman coached Jalen Williams and that's great. Like you can like a player and still not think they're on the level, right? Like depending on where you pick. Like we liked Grimes for the 19th pick or whatever, or 20 whatever pick. Like
25th.
That's right. That's different from
liking
liking a guy at 11th, and it's like we have our preferences, but like it's very clear that they differed in their evaluation there.
And again, we also know from Wasserman that teams were looking to trade out of this draft, and I think
it's like this is the thing. Like which is what you're alluding at about like after Ivy, the Knicks were probably not super impressed with other players. Like there's some upside bets and some role player bets, lots of them actually. There's probably 30-something players that have a very good argument of going from 15 to 30, which is unusual for a draft. That's a high number, but like in how many of these guys would go from 10 to 15 in a normal draft, right? Like not a lot.
Yeah.
Hardly any. Maybe like after the big 4, you're probably talking about like Sharp, Matherin, Dyson. That's it. Maybe I don't know. Like honestly,
Yeah.
all those guys would not be in the top 10 next year. Not even close.
Yeah.
I have I don't know who this was, but the Cavs and Knicks had a trade agreed to contingent on a specific player being available at 11. So I think you were right, Prez. It probably was Jang. And yeah.
Who got the promise?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, exactly.
But then they got a better offer from OKC.
I mean, Cavs. I don't think the Cavs had anything to really give. So,
Garris.
sure.
So, Prez, who should we be looking out for? We have
At 42?
40,
I don't even know who's on the board. Let me see.
EJ Liddell. He might
I
drop.
mean,
Comagate.
he's. It's not, first of all, it's not Comic Gate.
I have no idea.
This motherfucker's not from San Francisco, bro. He's from France.
Kamajati? I don't know, dude.
Kamagate.
I just like Gate. We're fuck it. We're calling him Comagate.
It's Schmid.
Did he just get picked or something?
No, we're just saying he's on the board.
Great, fantastic. This just I don't know, man. Right now, it just feels like we're running it back, but we're gonna. It's like they saw last year's team and they were like, you know what? The only problem was Kemba, so let's dump Kemba.
Hardy's still on the board.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But it's like their plan is like, okay, the only thing that was wrong was Kemba, so let's dump Kemba and sign Brunson, and we're good to go. Like that's what it feels like right now. We'll see. There's a long off season. The Julius stuff infuriates me. If he's still here next year, I consider that a failure, especially if there isn't some like actual attempt to move him, because I think he's a fucking piece of shit who needs to be traded. And, I have zero patience for him, and I hope that he fucks off. and never plays for the Knicks again.
Caleb
That'd be fantastic.
Houston at 32. Ew. Ew.
I mean, if they don't if they don't trade any of Fournier, Noel, Burks,
They
or Rand,
will.
I mean, how? I don't mean this like I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like. Bitch
Don't
at
they
you.
still need more space?
How can
still?
you
Burks.
say that confidently though?
What do you
Don't
mean?
know. I'm only thinking like mathematically. Like, I don't know where our cap situation stands after the.
I think we have like $18 million right now.
So you probably still need to move off of one of the other dudes, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
so, like,
you want to
you-
get to like 20 at least.
You dump Burks into TPE. Simple.
So that's at least one of them. But yeah, I'm interested in what
I
Jeff is saying. just-
absolutely think they could like dump Burks and all it will cost like Burks will give you positive value. Whatever positive value you get from Burks, use it to like dump Noel if you need to. I don't even think you need to dump Noel. Ultimately speaking, if you
Oh
You
yeah,
have to dump Noel.
yeah. No.
Fuck
Let's give Tom Thibodeau Nerlens
Fuck
Noel.
that.
for
I
the-
know.
You
I
have
I-
to dump Noel.
I'm not saying you. I didn't say you. I'm saying whatever positive value you get from Burks, I don't think you have to use it to dump Noel. I think
Yeah.
you could trade Noel for neutral value.
Yo, real quick thing. I'm trying to like articulate the concise version of this to somebody by text. So is this accurate or what have I fucked up here? The Knicks basically traded Kemba 4 seconds and their 11th pick for 2 firsts next year and another in 25 and space to sign Brunson. Is that it? Or
Two
did I
protected
miss?
first next year.
Okay.
Just say two
Oh
protected
yeah,
first
yes.
next year.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, if one of Burks or Fournier is back next year, then one of Grimes or IQ will not be in the rotation. Think about that.
And Cam.
Yeah.
You cannot have Jalen Brunson and Evan Fournier in a backcourt together. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, that is atrocious garbage.
Like Fournier needs to be coming off the bench next year.
Fournier needs to not be on the fucking team. Is what needs to happen. Like, I don't give a fuck about his 3-point record. I know that you guys love him for that. I don't. give a shit about it.
I agree with you 100%. Like I want Brunson, but like that's not a tenable
Yeah, you cannot have
playoff
that
backcourt.
He
You
needs to
can't
get the
have
fuck out of here. Get this fucking man out of New York. Like, I don't care where he goes. He's a fine player, but he is
Just-
not for us.
Right. Like this is as soon as you acquire Brunson, like you're placing more of a premium on whoever's playing with him playing some defense.
And it's like look, maybe there's some big trade, like Chris was saying. So then there's a big deal coming down the pipe because there's no way they can fit everyone on the roster. We keep saying this, but they haven't done it. And like, you know, I will like some of the criticisms they're getting they're actually really similar to the shit people said about Daryl Morey before he traded for James Harden. People forget this, but like for like 4 years, I think they basically just churned assets, and they were a mediocre team. They kept picking like 11 to 14, basically. They just kept missing the playoffs, and then he trades for James Harden, and then all of a sudden, Daryl Morey is God, and we need to S his D, as the kids put it. But like, until they do it, I can't keep saying they're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And like, it's also frustrating because they have like the big difference to me is Daryl Morey sucks at drafting. If you look at his track record,
Agreed.
like the one good draft pick he has is basically Maxey, I think. Like, I don't know. You had to go to like Chase Budinger, I guess, and I guess. And if you go I guess Chandler Parsons.
Yeah,
good
I
draft
was gonna say Parsons. That was a good pick.
Okay, so Chandler
Forgot about
Parsons
that.
and Tyrese Maxey are his good draft picks. What is frustrating to me is they've actually drafted well, and they still want to like not commit to giving these guys the opportunity to sink or swim.
That's the shit that sucks is because that's what I'm saying by like taking. It's like having being in a fight and having a pair of brass knuckles and then being like, actually, I don't need these, and the other guy is way bigger and stronger than you. Like.
And it's like the Mitch stuff, okay, like they're probably going to get him back now on a contract that is fair value. But like, what are we trying to be? Are we just trying to be like the masters of arbitrage here? Like, is that it? That's the goal? Like, we win trades, we win contract negotiations, which maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't know. Based on the what it cost to dump Kemba, I can't say we did. You know, we like what is the like. Is the goal like? And I actually, you know what I'll say is I'm never one to give a shit if a front office executive talks to the media or not. But I feel like this is a set of decisions made tonight where you kind of have to talk, bro. Like,
Yeah.
because what is the plan?
Yeah,
Like-
if you're this is what I'm saying. Like, if you're eliminating a very important and very common tool for team building, then that's not like a question of, one player versus another. You're just saying like we don't need the draft this year, which is pretty significant,
and it's also significant because they have invested a lot into scouting and all that kind of stuff, which we know about, right? Like, this is not the Suns who basically have decided that the draft is unimportant. And I think I read something yesterday where they have 14 people in the basketball operations department,
Yeah.
which is insane.
Most in analytics, right?
It's James Jones and the rest of the Strickland staff.
But like that's kind of, you invested all this stuff, built out an analytics department. They haven't shut the fuck up about this. They keep adding analytics staffers, and we see a bunch of these fucking nerds that look like, the white version of me on the bench with laptops and shit like that. Like, we see them all on the sideline. Okay, so we know they invest in this stuff. Do you now have the people in place to actually put this shit into action and maximize it? Because to me, like, Tom Thibodeau stayed. He survived the code red last year. Okay, like, shit hit the fan. We know he was in the hot seat. He survived it. To what end? Like, because if this season gets off to a shitty start, we know how he's going to react. He will not react by, okay, I need to switch things up, or I need to get these young guys in there and see what they can give me. We know that. We know how he'll react. He will double down on the bullshit he believes in the face of any and all evidence, right? He will just do what he thinks give him the best chance to win. Jeff can talk about this probably better than anybody since he's watched, like, I don't know, way too much of the Knicks season from last year. But, like, that is the piece that concerns me, because let's say they do get off to a bad start. Will Leon Rose fire Tom Thibodeau? I think he will, but so far he has not made tough decisions in that sense, right? Like, he has not. I think they started off with a path of like, okay, we want to accumulate assets, but we also want to change the on-court kind of like what people perceive as the Knicks. We don't want to be an embarrassment anymore. We want to be a competent basketball team that every single night, if you don't bring your best, we can beat you. And even if you bring your best, maybe certain nights we can't beat you. I think they've done that part. But is there any more to it? Like, or is it just we keep straddling this line until Donovan Mitchell asks for a trade, until Shai Gilgeous-Alexander asks for a trade, until this player asks for a trade, until that? Like, is that all there is to it? Because it would be really disappointing to me. Because I think it's a disservice to the guys they've drafted in some ways.
Yeah, you're punting one tool for awesome championship level talent development, or even for trade value development, and just focusing wholly on like being all right, and then stacking assets for a big trade, which is like, I get it on paper, but I don't like putting all your eggs in one basket. It seems short-sighted because it's so volatile to just wait for that shit and then hope you can pull it off, and then completely write off the other way that you can possibly get talent.
Personally, I think they're probably just like, we are putting our eggs into our development basket, but at the same time, like, I think in their head, they're probably just like, but our development is with the guys we've already drafted, and our way to like.
Okay, but then how the fuck does Julius Randle like you?
Well, this is the thing. The front office definitely thinks that, but like this is where the disconnect happens, right? Like, even if the front office is like,
I agree.
We like none of the players we could draft at 11 is fucking with Quentin Grimes, Emmanuel Quickley, and Obi Toppin, and RJ Barrett, and Cam Reddish. That's fine. Play those guys.
Right.
Yeah.
And what Shwin was saying earlier, or not earlier, just a few seconds ago, talking about if the Knicks get off to a slow start, like, he doesn't believe that Thibodeau will make the changes. It's such a valid concern because nobody gives their team less of a chance to see versatile options and lineups than Thibodeau because of his rotation structure and pattern. Like 90% of his subs are two guys in and out for each other.
Right. It's very
Obi and
formulaic.
Randall will
It's
always
hockey subs.
Obi and Randall will always sub in and out for each other. Last year, Quickly and Burks, when Burks became the starter, unless Quickly had it going, we're always subbing in and out for each other. So you're not there was a path last season where somebody, fuck it, it could have been Shwin, who was the fucking head coach, and was like, okay, our three best bigs are Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, and Obi Toppin. I'm just going to sub those three in and out for each other, and they're going to see the majority of the minutes. But Tibbs doesn't think like that, and he'll never do that. He would never have Obi come in for Mitch and then Mitch come in for Randall because he doesn't see people. He wants people to be really good at doing one thing. And the bad thing about that is that almost every guy on our team, their biggest strength is their versatility. The fact that Quickly can thrive next to Derrick Rose and then, oh, look, he's backup point guard and he's going to run the unit. And, oh, look, he's thriving again. Like, that is a good thing that we should be capitalizing on. He can play next to Grimes. He can play next to Jalen Brunson. Like, there's a world where a Brunson signing is good, where Quickly, starts at the 2 or at least sees heavy minutes at the 2 next to Brunson, but also is the team's backup point guard. It's just never happening under Thibodeau, ever.
Yeah. Yep. This is not the coach. I'm sorry. This is just not the coach for what, no matter what, if you're, and the other, I can't not say this, but you can't, you can straddle a lot of shit. You can even talk me into this Brunson Quickly fever dream of they're both going to get plenty of minutes under Tibbs or something. Fine, whatever. What you cannot convince me is that Obi Toppin will ever get a legitimate chance to play if Julius Randle is still here. And
if Julius is here, I don't see the way.
And if this inability to just, I guess here's one, if there's some kind of stupid positive take from this. They finally just admitted a mistake. And paid a premium to get off of it instead of holding on. They just dumped the Kemba thing, right? They didn't wait. They didn't say, oh, okay. They just you know what? Let's move on with this thing, okay? And maybe that's because they want to get Jalen Brunson, but they didn't sit there and wait. They just got rid of it. So maybe that shows that they are willing to do that. But accepting a mistake with Julius Randle is a lot different than accepting a mistake with this Kemba Walker thing. So if they keep Julius Randle, they are continuing to light on fire the 8th overall pick that they drafted in 2020 and his contract and the team control and all the shit that comes with that. They are not going to learn anything about this player. And at that point, after 2 years, it needs to not be about development and bring him along slowly. It is time to fucking play. He's not a young third-year player there. He's 24 now. He's not a young third-year player. You have to fucking play him and find out what he can do, especially given what we saw from him in limited minutes last year. So they've got to figure something out. They've got to get this fucking fat bum off the team. This unmotivated, self-serving, fucking morose motherfucker. He's got to go. He's got to get the fuck out of here. Because if he stays, you are continuing to just punish Obi Toppin for no reason. That, or just at that point, just trade Obi Toppin, because you're basically saying you don't care enough about him and you don't value him enough to just move Randall, who has earned what? This fucking 1 year he had. Okay, cool. He had one amazing year. The rest of his career is a bunch of fucking mid. It's nothing.
Also the one awesome year you had, you never want him to have to play like that again. That was the whole point of last season. We were like, yeah, your 2021 was really good, but you shouldn't have to have that shot diet. So
Prez, you got a question, by the way, but sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be really quick. All I wanted to say is his one elite season almost is irrelevant because it was all dependent on super fluky shooting that we can never count on again and a shot diet that we don't want him taking. So unless he's willing to completely alter his style of play and be a guy who will set a bunch of screens and live at the rim, who would be a fucking useful player, we can't keep talking about this season. As good as it was, as much fun as it was, it doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant season because we never want to see him play that way ever again.
He can recoup some value if he has some jump shooting that's between last year and the year before, but the rest of his game is the stuff that is more concerning to me personally. And that's why I don't see that shit changing, which is why I agree with Shwin that he needs to just get out of there. Let me read this question. Chris Bernard says, I just want some clarification between this draft and next year. Is this year more so role players and solid starters, and 23 is superstars and all-stars? So you can never say a draft is more all-stars or role players, but you can definitely say it's more likely. And
Like 23 is.
so I'll put it in concrete terms. So like Jaden Ivey was the number 4 pick. Most people say he was like not in the same tier as the 3 guys above him, but better than the 5 or 6 guys below him. There's probably 6 or 7 guys in that Ivy tier next year, and there's probably anywhere from 2 to 4 guys who would be the first pick in this year's draft. So it
Like we're
is,
talking like
you can say it's a lot higher probability of all stars for sure.
we are talking like probably, I don't want to say like 1996, but we might be getting in that territory.
Well, the best draft, I think last year's draft will go down as like maybe the best, or like breaking aside Michael Jordan.
The thing is though, like Wemby is probably the best prospect since like AD.
Well, that's good that we're gonna definitely burn our chance of getting him because we got to get Jalen Brunson in here.
Next year's draft,
Tyrese, you are completely missing the point. It's not about like you can't use Wemby as like Wemby doesn't matter to us then. Like he doesn't matter to us because we don't give a shit about that, right? We don't care. We just want to be good. So we don't care about Wemby. But the point is like if you don't sign Jalen Brunson, right? You think the Knicks would be a worse team, which means they'd have better odds of potentially getting Victor Wembanyama. But you don't like so to sign him, you effectively have to not care about that. And that is disturbing to me from just the perspective of like, this is not like signing a star. This is not signing Kevin Durant. This is not signing fucking Jimmy Butler. This is not signing a star or something. This is not 2019 offseason. This is signing Jalen Brunson. So you are reducing your chances at a generational talent. I don't think at least a player who's perceived as a generational talent to sign Jalen Brunson. Like, I'm sorry, that's just uninspiring to me. Like, and yeah, it is entirely because of the player. If it was Donovan Mitchell as a free agent or something, and they could sign Donovan Mitchell, yeah, that's obviously very different to me. But it's not. It's Jalen Brunson, and bless his heart. He had a great season. He's a really good player. But that's what he is. He's a really good player. He's not anything more than that. And if that is like the master, like it's just, again, you're walking this middle path, so you can keep walking it, and that's fine. I get it. But if you don't connect on a big swing, I mean, what are you doing? But they must feel pretty fucking good about their job security, I'll tell you that. Because, I don't know, James Dolan isn't known for a long leash, and they just traded out of the lottery for 3 future firsts, 2 of them heavily protected that I think will convey as first, but who knows when, and there's a chance they might never. We'll see. I guess I got to sign Brunson. They better, because I promise you, James Dolan is not going to be very happy with the performance of the front office if they did all this to have empty cap space that they can't fill, and they decide to absorb Malcolm Brogdon and his broken lower body into the cap space.
Hey Shwin, you get to hate the Lakers even more now. They just took a Spartan.
I know. I'm sure he'll change the trajectory of their franchise. So good for them.
Yeah, him and Austin.
I'm disappointed. That's all I can say. Like right. I liked their first 2 drafts a lot. I didn't mind the draft. People lost it with their trades last year, I thought they were fine. Even in real time, I thought they were fine. I feel very differently about this, and maybe some of that is residual of like thinking we got Jaden Ivey, but it's also just. I mean, I'm sitting here in retrospect, looking back at it, and it doesn't really make me feel great because I know that the ultimate plan is Jalen Brunson. So
It's misplaced faith in. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I think a lot of it to me seems like misplaced faith in Randall, and that's playing a real dangerous game.
One of the other things that I think doesn't get talked about at all, aside from with Quickly, but is Brunson coming in affects RJ. Like we drafted RJ Barrett over 3rd overall, and there are people who think he has multiple time All-Star, maybe even All-NBA ceiling. That ceiling is affected by losing usage and not.
No, I disagree on that because if Quickly was starting, his usage would probably be not that different from what Brunson's is, and RJ shouldn't like. He is a player who he's extremely good at scoring if he gets a little bit of advantage, and he sometimes struggles with creating the advantages. So if you have someone, and it could be Quickly, that's the frustrating part about all this. It doesn't have to be Brunson. If you have somebody else doing some of that, then it's less RJ versus 3-4 guys coming off of the pistol action and all that stuff, and it gets him easier buckets because what we did last year for RJ was definitely helpful for his development, but 30 usage is fucking high. And if the bar for getting a guy development is 30 usage, then nobody would develop except for top 3 picks,
Yeah. I guess my pushback to that would be if you think there's going to be no usage difference between Brunson and Quickly, then what the fuck are we signing Brunson for?
Well, it's what I said before. It's somebody who can collapse the defense a little bit more, but I agree with the general point that either of these guys, Quickly or Brunson, is helping RJ Barrett develop more. What you're looking for in Brunson is somebody who's more of a shot maker to try to make the playoffs and all of that. The problem is for what, right? Like Shwin was saying, you're not gonna be a top 4 seed or some shit. So who really cares? Which is why I don't like the prospect of not only punting on the draft, but more importantly, punting on the guys who we have drafted. That's the fucking biggest problem of all, because Brunson is fine. Whatever. He's as good as you think he is. That's fine. But for us to break the ceiling on this team, some of the young guys gotta pop, and they can't pop if they don't play. So it's as simple as that. They fucking gotta get minutes. Fortunately for RJ, he's always gonna get some touches in minutes. But it like Shwin was saying, it's a fucking crime that there's no way any version of Julius can appear next year. Good, medium, bad, different. A Green Martian could appear. That motherfucker's getting 36 minutes, and Obi's not playing the 5.
Pathetic. He's pathetic.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Jake, I see you in the chat heavy. Thank you for tuning in. Pour yourself a drink, bro, and get some sleep, man.
Or just keep listening to us.
Or just keep listening to us.
Maybe they're already under the Jake said, Shwin, maybe they're already under the Dolan microscope, and they're just desperate to get good players in here now, like Jalen Brunson. Yeah,
maybe
possible. I even then, I just think there's a better way of going about doing it. I'm sorry, I have no way of proving this because I know this is surprising. I don't work in the NBA. But it turns out if you call Julius a fat piece of shit 15 times, you don't get jobs in the NBA. But I really struggle with the valuation of the trade, how it happened. I don't know, man. I don't get it. And again, just going to fucking the entire thing with Brunson and like I don't know. Will they ever trust in their young players other than RJ Barrett because he was drafted third overall? So they're like almost obligated to believe in him. You know what I mean? Like it's like they have to do that because he was drafted third. But and he's this high pedigree guy, right? Like he was the most decorated high school player or whatever the fuck. But like with their own guys, right? Obi, Quickly, Grimes, whatever. What is like please do something this offseason that ensures these guys will play more. Like I don't want I like Derrick Rose. I'm happy with what he gave us. If you sign Jalen Brunson, Derrick Rose cannot be on this roster. He cannot. If he's going to be on this roster, be happy watching Emmanuel Quickly play 18 minutes a game because that's what's going to happen with this fucking coach. That's exactly what's going to happen. If you want Quentin Grimes to play, get Evan Fournier the fuck out of here. I don't care what the hell it costs you. If you got to take Davis Bertans' bullshit-ass fucking garbage contract, take it. I don't care. He won't play. I know that. Take it. Take that bullshit and send Evan to fucking, Dallas. I don't care. Do it. Like, get these fucking guys out of here and give your young players real runway to get minutes. Like, if you want Obi to get minutes, but you're too scared to, fucking trade Julius or whatever the fuck it is, okay. Don't bring back Mitch. Simple. Fine. Force Tibbs to do shit. Because, like, ultimately, like, they've picked the coach. They know his strengths. They know his weaknesses. They know his tendencies. They have to work with that and around that now. And that is on them. So
Chandler to my Spurs.
I'm going to punch you in the face, Tyrese, 100% next time I see you. Or the first time I see you, I guess. But, like,
See you in December, buddy.
You have a pathway to being good and developing your players, and you're choosing not to do it. That's the definition of shit, right? I got it
at the deadline, right? We talked about this. We talked like at the deadline. It was like, it's like I understand why you don't want to sell there because everybody can.
Right.
The desperation is like reeking from you, right? Like, oh my god, they want to get off this money. They want to get off this money. Okay, I get that, but like, there shouldn't be that desperation now because in the off season, you're not constrained by time in the same way, and you have a lot more time to figure out the market and all that kind of shit. So, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Prez.
No, I was just. I was typing a tweet, so I forgot what I was gonna say. So go for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I've just been yelling at Tyrese a bunch, so I feel like Tyrese should have a chance to say some things.
Used to it.
Very healthy relationship here.
Totally.
But like Shwin, to what you were saying, like I think that adds to the frustration, at least from fans. Like we don't have all the information, but I mean, how long can we just keep like putting it off? Like these are like when we were approaching the deadline, like everyone remembers what the conversations were. It was the worst kept secret, a foregone conclusion that the Knicks were going to make multiple trades. That was going to happen. Like everyone knew that we were going to be sellers. There were multiple tweets from people in the know, like Knicks are going to look to make. They did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. Okay, great. We trust this front office because they clearly couldn't get value for anyone. Then for the last month, all we've heard is yesterday somebody tweeted, "Oh, the Knicks are going to look to make tons of moves," and I guess they sort of did, but they weren't inspiring moves. I don't know. Like there's still 4 guys on this team that can't be on the team. At least they can't all be on the team. And
yeah, look, they got rid of the one that's hardest to move, which is okay, fine, whatever. But like to your point, I'm guessing here you're going to say Burks, Randall, Noel, Fournier. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
Well, I actually look. I'll just be honest. I would love if they kept Burks. I think if they can move Fournier over Burks, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Burks way more versatile.
Yeah.
Way more versatile, and I just think he's a flat out better player. Like I think Rose. Like if you get Brunson, Rose just can't be here. He can't. He can't be here. We know, like, Tom Thibodeau is not going to have Derrick Rose play less minutes than Emmanuel. Quickly.
Objectively speaking, so like if I told you the rotation next year was Brunson, Grimes, RJ, Randall, Mitch with a bench of IQ, Burks, Cam, Obi, and Sims, like what does that?
I would be really happy with that.
I would be unhappy with that because Julius is still here.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay,
But
fine. If Julius was like somehow,
I would trade Julius Randle. Like, I keep bringing up Davis Bertans because his contract is perfect because it sucks and he sucks and Tibbs will never play him. So, like, if they literally traded Randle for Davis Bertans and a couple of second-round picks, I would be thrilled. I would love that. I would be absolutely over the fucking moon with it, and I would move on with my life. And you know what? Then if they signed Brunson, I might not actually hate it that much because I'd be like, okay, they signed a solid point guard. They want to get some shot creation. This team might be good. It might suck. We might still have a decent chance of Wembley. That's fine. But Julius Randle still being here is just miserable. I'm sorry. Like, the shit we saw from him last year was so unacceptable. I flat out think guys like RJ and Quickly and Obi do not respect him anymore. I wouldn't if I were them. I damn sure wouldn't respect him if I were them. I don't think he gets along with Mitch. I don't think Mitch gets along with him. On the court, anyway. I don't think they hate him personally. But on the court, I think all those guys lost respect for him. They cannot bring him back. He is not a leader. He is not a great player. He's not a star. He is a dude who had a great season and is a good player in a certain role that we have not seen evidence he'll buy into in New York.
So, using Tyrese's example, Brunson, Grimes, RJ, but make Obi the starter. Brunson, Grimes, RJ, Obi, Mitch, and then IQ, Burks, Cam, Sims. Who would you like?
Deuce has to play then.
All right. So Deuce, IQ, Burks, Cam, Sims.
I would love that. I'd be thrilled with that. That would make me very, very happy. That would not, just to be clear, that would not all of a sudden make me be like, man, that Kemba trade was fucking fantastic. No. But like, if they were like, this is our team, this is what we're gonna do, I'd be like, okay, we got here in some type of way, but I'm okay with that. Like, I like this team. Is your boy Vince Williams still on the board, Prez?
Yes. A couple of my second round sons are on the board.
EJ Liddell's going to be a Nick.
Did Paloko get taken?
How is Liddell still on
Yes,
the board?
33.
Does he have shitty medicals or something?
I don't know, man.
Who?
Liddell is super high on my board.
Yeah,
the highest people on my. Let me pull up my board real quick. I'm pretty sure Liddell
Yeah, Liddell's
is
my
the highest one on my board who's still here.
I thought he was a first rounder.
Alondis, my son. I forgot.
Yeah, Alondis is going to UDFA route.
Okay, so I want to respond to a couple comments that were made here. Chris Bernard said,
Minot and Kamagate.
"Oh, I like
Sorry,
Minot."
yeah.
Oh, it's Kamagate. Got it.
Chris Bernard said, instead of having harmony and cohesion with the vets and kids, we have a roster where they're fighting for touches and it's not good as of now. I will say this. I think that's mostly just Julius. Because as annoying as Tibbs is with the vets, like, I don't interpret how they play as, like, it's not a lack of cohesion with the young guys. It's mostly just annoying because you're like, well, do we really need this guy here? Other than Julius, I don't really have a problem with these guys. Like, Fournier is annoying because he just is super soft on the glass, and like his shot selection is insane sometimes. But like, he's fine. I have no problem with him, really. Like, I think he's kind of an interesting.
He is what he is.
Yeah, and I think he's an interesting locker room character. I think he's like kind of. I appreciate some of his candor in press conferences, but like, whatever. I think he's fine. I love Burks. I think he's a really solid player. I think Rose has been great for this team in a lot of ways when he's played. Like, I have no problem with these dudes at all. I have a problem with.
Damn it!
They took Liddell.
New Orleans took Liddell at 41. Fuck!
Who did? Whatever. Liddell was not gonna.
He's also not gonna play.
Right.
I know, but
wait, who did Minnesota take? I'm behind or whatever.
McGowan's.
Oh, that's good for them.
We're taking Minnow.
The thing, I was just his like second round
Ew.
picks are cool and all, but
I'd
like,
be thrilled with Mano or Vince or
it's just like most of these guys will never.
What if we trade out the second?
hardest thing for second-round picks-
we could. I mean, they're not gonna fucking play a first rounder. Why would they play a second rounder?
I want the
Shit.
All right, so that I hear that. I think there is something to be said about like they're fighting for touches. I also think a lot of that is just because of the coach. I really think the way he manages minutes kind of creates that internal tension in some ways.
And also the way he coaches offense, right? Like,
Yeah,
how
it's
many,
like
like
take
we
your
get
turns.
we get one action, we get like 1.4 actions per shot clock. And if you look at every other, that'd be a dope ass stat. I need somebody to get on that. And then other teams is probably closer to 2, and then everybody gets happy because they get more touches and they run more, and everybody like transition touches, still touches. You get the ball in transition after you haven't touched in a while, still cool. So like we don't do that. We get less. We don't feed the mouths.
Yeah, we don't play with pace. That's another one. Virgil
Right.
X says Knicks have ammo to make all sorts of trade, not just Brunson. That is true. Would they act on that? I am skeptical they will do that this year. I feel like they're saving that for a star. I don't think a star's coming available this year. Virgil X also said this. This is fun. I'll ask Tyrese since he loves everything this front office has done, apparently. How about this? What else can front office do that will get y'all more upset? Tyrese.
Y'all.
Tyrese is going to say, trade Julius Randle.
Yeah. I'm not upset. I literally am
No.
like ambivalent. Like, oh no, the Knicks have 3 picks. Oh no, like, yeah, yeah. Also, fucking Liddell at 41. David Griffin is cleaning up. I hate it.
Who did he take in the first round?
Dyson.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like, I don't actually like that fit at all.
I don't like it either, but like Liddell made it better for
It's
me.
a good
The thing is,
value pick. When
he-
Zion plays like 20 games, Liddell can be like
He's not
40% of that.
He ain't playing, bro. He ain't not getting minutes in that fucking team. They still got fucking what's his name on there too. They still got Jackson Hayes sitting over there. They got Valanciunas. They got Zion, Bi, all these fucking guys.
Isn't Jackson Hayes like suspended or like legal trouble or something?
No, I think for that cleared up.
He got cleared up, but he's got like all kinds of shit he got to do for it now.
Yeah.
All right.
What happened? They got him doing community service out here.
Yeah, but it's
Prob-
like it's definitely serious. Like he has to do like it's like a full year or something. I
Oh,
don't know. It's a
dang.
lot of shit. Yeah. Which like
I wonder if we'll take who. I'm trying to think. The procedures off the board.
your
Job is
boy
off the
Ryan
board.
Rollins. He's such a Knicks guard too.
Well, I'm
Are we
thinking
judged-
if we take a stash because they don't want to roster guys, right?
Yeah,
So
I
they
was
could
about to
probably
say.
take Kamagate.
Who's the best player on the board, and who will piss us off the most when Tibbs?
Hyun Jung Lee, baby, it's time.
That is one of my. That's one of my sons. I think he's gonna go undrafted. Sadly, though.
He's our son. He's our son.
All right, so what could they do to make you more? What could they do to make you any upset, Tyrese? How about that? Let's ask you that question.
I don't fucking know. Try to trade for Levine this offseason. Like,
Well, fortunately, I don't think they will do that. 'Cause...
exactly. We don't want that nigga.
Keep drinking, Tyrese. All right.
What do you think they're gonna get? Rudy Gay,
Who?
Chicago.
Rudy Gay?
Yeah, wasn't that a rumor that they were
You
gonna
mean
try
Rudy
to...
Gobert?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we took Trevor Keels.
Oh, what? That's so random. Trevor Keels? He's cool. He's such a Knicks guard. That's such a
RJ wanted. RJ needed.
yeah. He's a combo. He's a great defender. Who's like high motor, blue chip, Duke, all that shit. Big.
Oh, I remember him.
He's
Was he a
using up.
high,
He's
was he a
using
high
up-
prospect?
Some people had him in the first round.
No. I'm talking about like when he came to Duke.
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
I could check his RSCI.
Wait,
What
so
are his
he looked like- he looked like a fullback.
shooting splits? He shot pretty well against Carolina, but
He had poor overall shooting splits. Or
He
at
shot
least from
31,
three.
31% from 3.
But his shot, like, it doesn't, like, if you watch him shoot, you wouldn't be like, oh, 30% 3-point shooter.
Like you think he's
young.
probably like 30.
He's not like an amazing shooter or
Oh,
something, but he's not a
This
bad
dude
shooter.
is fucking jacked.
Dude, he looks like a fullback. He's like a big
Yeah.
body.
6'4", 220.
He's bigger. He's a big boy, man. He's But there's other big boys they could have taken, like Alontae Williams. But anyway, Alontae Williams a lot older. Probably too old for the Knicks.
Damn. Oh, we didn't get a lot of this shit. Oh, I
Don't
just
worry,
realized
we'll buy a second round pick just so that we can bench 2 rookies again.
Alonta's probably gonna go undrafted, and then I wonder who's gonna take Kamagate, because they could just stash Kamagate. I'm
Yeah.
surprised he wasn't picked. I thought he was gonna get like a promise from a team or something.
This dude's shot doesn't look broke.
No, he's not a bad shooter. He's not a bad shooter.
You just think he had a bad shooting year.
Yeah, exactly.
What if he trade for Cat? Or if he
He's
trade for
not.
Cat-
I don't think he's gonna play for like the big Knicks though. Like he's.
Ever?
I mean, I don't think he's better than Deuce. You know? What
No,
I mean?
I'm just saying, like, do you think he has a path to being an NBA player though?
If for
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but not how he was. Like at Deuce, he started out. I mean, at Deuce,
Bro, this is a wild comparison they're putting up right now.
Oh God, what do they say?
Marcus Smart.
No, Desmond Bain.
What?
I'm not joking. That's the one they just put up there for.
I mean,
Alright.
they're both college combo guards, but
They're
and
college and jacked.
they're both thick. They both weigh more than 200 pounds.
Does this guy drive more?
His first step is not really good. He sometimes bully ball drives, but he's not like, he doesn't project. He's honest. It's better to think of him as a 3-and-D guard who can pass.
Yeah.
Okay, I could deal with that.
Yeah, the people who like him are, that's like, the pitch with him is he's like a legit, like, because he's so strong on defense and has like pretty good feet. He's like a guy who can defend multiple positions and knock down threes and smart with the ball and
Look,
all that
all I'm
shit.
saying is Deuce, Keels, and Grimes in summer league. We are we scoring 60 points, but we giving up 55. Or no, yeah. I'm right.
Keel seems more like a Tibbs guy than Deuce, though. Just because he can play more, like he can guard up more, potentially.
Yeah,
Not that Deuce can't, but Tibbs we know doesn't like small people.
you could throw Keels on like a small forward, and he's so
Right.
fucking
Yeah.
big that he could probably hold his own. But I mean, he's fun. He's fun. It'll be fun to watch him in Westchester.
And
Him and
some-
Deuce would be a fucking hilarious backcourt.
Yeah, we are literally just gonna put people in jail.
I wonder if Obi will play. Or if Obi or IQ will play summer league again.
I hope.
Nah,
IQ's
nah,
in
I hope
Italy. IQ's in Italy right now. He's not thinking about summer league.
No, he's
they
back
averaged
now.
like a zillion points last year in summer league.
I-
If they play again, they'll average like Michael Jordan numbers.
IQ's back from from Italy already.
Oh yes. Okay.
Yeah, loser. Fucking get on IG.
Okay.
IQ
All
was
right.
in Italy. I thought Grimes. They were both in Italy.
No,
IQ was there first. He's back now. He was there for some NBA shit. Grimes is just out there like, I should have known we weren't going to trade once I
Grimes
saw
gonna
his fucking
Grimes-
ass cheesing up on IG.
Grimes gonna retire and become a male model. The way he
should.
posing posing in Italy right now, like whew.
And then Obi, I hope he doesn't play summer league. There's literally no reason. For him to.
No, there's no chance Obi. He would literally score like, once you score 40 in a real NBA game, I feel like you're not allowed to play in this.
I mean, if Tibbs actually realizes that he needs to play more and knows that the only way for him to play more is to play him next to Randall, the value would be to only play him center minutes in summer league and just be like, here, learn to protect the rim, learn to be in that area, like learn to play drop coverage and pick and roll when the other team is spamming pick and rolls. Like that's the value in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean that's true. You can definitely use summer league and the G League for stuff like
Honestly,
that.
I'm like more interested in what Sims is gonna put up. Like I think Sim might put up some numbers. for
Bro,
summer
this Knicks press release on these trades is so absurd. It's like following this shit is insane. But it says they. Oh no, okay, no. They gave
Probably like reading a serial killer cipher.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Also, Trevor
Uh,
Keels looked like he at least 50. He look like one of them YMCA hoopers, man. That chest tattoo is
He
really
looks like a YMCA football player, dude. Like, he's fucking.
no flag football around these parts.
If he gets on that Kenny Payne treadmill workout, he's gonna be a specimen.
Yeah, I don't know. This shit really just who cares, man? Trevor Keels isn't gonna play for Tibbs.
Yeah, I don't think that's why I was wondering. There's a few players
So
who's
who's
up?
touching the court first? Trevor Keels or Ferran Hunt?
None of them are touching the court.
No, I'm saying like push comes to shove. Who's touching the court first?
Trevor Keels.
Trevor Keels is actually a draft pick. Fron Hunt just like they just used him for the press release purposes, right? They were like, "Oh yeah, look, we got 9 guys under 23 years old on the roster." Okay, all right, sure, bud. You want to count two-way man Fron Hunt?
I would say about Trevor, he's the youngest player they've drafted. I think. I don't think he's 20 yet.
Who?
Keels,
Keels.
unless I'm mistaken.
Keels is
Is it?
he's about to
Is
be
he?
19.
Yeah.
He's 18.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I said he's about to
Holy
be 19.
shit.
Shwin.
Yeah, he's like a true freshman.
Yeah. Youngest player we ever drafted. Let's fucking go. Leon Rose. is
Younger than
22.
Frank?
No, I'm talking about like.
Oh, for
Leon Rose.
Leon. I was about to say.
I mean, look, whatever. It's what did you ever get his rankings? His Trevor
Oh.
Keels
Oh, let me-
rivals.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah.
Some scouting report
He was a 5-star.
says for
Yeah.
Keels shades of Lou Dort without the defense. Like what?
Oh, so that's KOC.
He was 19.
Oh God.
KOC just needs to stop pretending he's punching college tape.
Honestly, Lou Dort is like that is the pathway for Keels, 100%. Now that I think about it, like combo guard who improves his shot and gets comfortable putting up a lot more shots
While
And
also
then
being
just-
brolic as fuck.
Yeah, while also being brolic. Except Lou Dort is actually like jacked. Trevor Keels is
Lou Dort is
large.
like Haitian
There's a
brolic.
difference.
Like there's a difference between like brolic and Haitian brolic, and Lou Dort.
Trevor Keels is country strong, man. He looked like he just
Trevor
chopped,
Keels
chopped some
18.
fucking trees or something. I don't
Ace Bouchard says he's got about 12 years before thins. I'll play him.
know. Then
Tibbs is just it's the most that's like honestly maybe the most miserable part of this all is that that
Mhm.
thing is at the end of
Oh,
it
the
all.
Hawks got Ryan Rollins.
Okay,
The Hornets got Mano. Fuck.
okay, cool. He's not gonna play Prez.
I mean, he might play for D'Antoni.
Desmond Bates and me and Trevor Keels got similar game.
Desmond Bain said that.
Yes, he
That's
just
so
tweeted
weird.
it.
Well, they were both combo guards in college. I mean,
they got similar game in the weight
No,
room.
but
Just
he said it would question
putting up iron,
He was
bro.
confused. Like,
oh, and Desmond Bain definitely disrespected by that.
I just like the thing is you look at all this draft stuff and I can't even imagine how that if I were you, Prez, I would be like I'd be so annoyed.
Well, I don't. The thing is, I don't like. This sounds cliche, but like, I don't. Obviously, I'm an insane diehard Knicks fan, but I don't only do it because I'm a Knicks fan, right?
you
So
do it
like,
for the grind, love the grind.
I'm like Dame. I don't run for the grind, even when it makes me feel sad and loserly or whatever.
It's like you just expect something at the
It
end of a
sucks, right? Like,
you
there
expect
definitely is.
like at the end of a shitty season, it sucks when your reward is like, well, we got 3 firsts, but not this year. Like you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I get it. I totally get it. Like, this is the thing about the draft, right? Is like, and one thing that you have to watch out for, especially if you're newer to this stuff. Like, there's a lot of people on draft Twitter who are newer to doing this, and it's easy to be like to get caught up in the players of this class
That
if
you
you don't
love, yeah.
if you don't have reference points from past years. So that's a way you can accidentally end up overestimating people. But for dudes like Walt Perrin, who's seen like a zillion fucking players in drafts, to them it's probably like, Like I can see why we want to kick the can down the road, blah 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 blah. Of course, that's all separate from what we've talked about. Like the good players you've picked, who you have, please play them and develop them. But like just purely from who do you pick? Like I get it. I get the kick the can down the road thing. It is whack for me because I wanted one of these players I do believe in to play for the Knicks. But just like I tell people all the time, like I trust this front office's player evaluation. I don't trust Tibbs' player evaluation. I trust the front office's player evaluation. But if they decide like there's no one here who's better than Grimes, Deuce, Quickly, Rokas, Obi, IQ, so we're gonna turn this pick into other stuff. There's something there. Like I can't write that off, you know?
I mean, you loved Deuce and you loved Grimes last year's draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like clearly they are cultured and have great tastes in prospects if they pick the players I liked last year.
It all comes down to like if they really love these guys, then you have to move off of your dudes. Like you're not your dudes. You have to move off of some of these vets. And
Yeah,
like
100%.
ultimately, like I can feel a lot better about all of this if they do that.
Yeah.
If they
There's a path here. It's just because of the fuckery we've seen. It doesn't. It doesn't seem, at least right now, very likely, and that's largely because of Tibbs. And because the front office is too cowardly to do anything.
I mean, I will say this: there's also like zero chance. Like whatever happened today, Detroit effectively like nuked Mitch's remaining market threat.
Oh yeah, they're
whatever.
gonna
There's
get
not
him on some really good deal.
they're not signing Mitchell Robinson, bro.
And
But that's kind of the thing, Prez. Like you said, like I mean, it just feels like there's a low chance. Can any of y'all think of a team that disappointed the way the Knicks did last season, and there was actually a chance that they would just run it back entirely? Like I don't think that's ever happened before.
So I will say this: I think the fact they dumped Kemba is an indication that I'm not. I don't. When you said run it back, and I said this earlier too. I think that they dumped Kemba is a sign that they're not going to just run it back. Like that is an aggressive move to clear cap space to add Brunson. Now it could still be the same broad team construct of like 2 5-man units, but I think there will be changes in those 5-man units. Like Kemba's gone already. Like let's say they sign Brunson or they trade for Brogdon. One of those two guys is going to be in there. All right. Then I feel fairly confident one of Burks or Fournier is gone. Probably Burks because he's a better contract to move. But I would prefer it's Fournier. It doesn't really matter. One of those guys will be gone. And I do think they will find another home for Nerlens Noel. Or do the same thing they did last year where they were like, yeah, but just, your knee hurts, right, bro?
Detroit took Kamagate. They'll probably stash him.
Yeah, Detroit is weird. Like, I don't know. I know everybody loved their draft, and I get it, but like, I still think they still have no shooting. That's kind of their issue right now. And also, like during, like, I mean, you've talked about this, Press. Like, no rookie centers aren't good.
Nah, any rookie center you're gonna take 3 years to be good. Like that's just how it is. This is how it is. Like very few centers break that. Like I don't even know.
It's usually like the high pedigree ones.
Even the high pedigree, like that. I'm trying to think. Like
Aiden was Aiden and Towns were both good.
Yeah,
Embiid was good once he finally got on the court.
Generally, guys who you could take number one, maybe the exception. You're right.
Yeah,
Jericho Sims was good.
That's true. Jericho Sims was immediately.
That actually is true though, but he was 23 also. He's an older rookie. But yeah, like most centers are not good. So I still think like we're not going to get the Detroit pick next year. I would love that if we did somehow, but I don't think we will. Actually, I wouldn't love that. It would actually probably annoy me even more.
They would need because right now, who's a good shooter? Like Sadiq Bey, and he wiles out with his shot selection. So because he has to, because he's the only shooter.
He's like one of those guys where,
he was so ill for my fantasy team.
Yeah, he's one of those dudes where I'm like, your numbers look good, but every time you play the Knicks, I just feel like I don't care about anything you do.
But he dropped 50.
He did drop 50.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Your boy Vince Williams went to Memphis, by the way, bro.
Oh fuck Memphis! Goddamn draft Twitter team.
but he's never gonna play, so that's good.
Yes, he will.
No, he
I
won't.
promise you, he will. He's really good.
Okay, all right. They have like 15 guys that all are the same person.
I'm still waiting for Killian Tilly to get minutes. It's not happening.
Yeah, it's not gonna end up. They have the other guy too, right? The other what's that left? John Conchar.
Yeah.
They have too many guys. They're gonna consolidate at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
And they'll actually do it.
It just annoy. I'm just annoyed. It's like,
this is an example. They got a lot of shit at the time when they traded Grayson Allen for like 2 seconds or something like that. I think, and that was a good trade for Minnesota. By the way, that was a really good pickup for them, even though he sucked ass in the playoffs against Boston. But like, they basically got a rotation player for nothing, so that's great. But what they did is they were like, okay, we don't actually need him because we believe Desmond Bane is good enough, right? He's good enough to just take this spot. And we have all these guys that are just good enough, so we don't need him. Will the Knicks do that? That is the key to making any of this possible. Because they have 7 guys that are under rookie scale contracts, or will be in the case of Jericho Sims, 8 if they sign Keels. These guys are good enough to be in NBA rotations. Or do you trust them? Do you trust who you picked, your scouting department, all the work you did? Do you trust them? Do you trust what they've done on the court? What do you trust them? If you do, you have to create pathways with them. And if you do that, that changes the entire tenor of like how I think I feel, how I think Jeff, you probably feel, how I think we all feel. Like if they go out there this summer and they're like, you know what? We don't need Alec Burks. Dump it for 2 seconds. We don't need Nerlens Noel. We will literally give him away. We do not give a fuck. Like, that would make me feel better about the team. And if like the one thing that would like honestly just be like get me back all the way on board is if they just dump Julius for like some bullshit package and not stress over like the thing with Julius to me is he's never going to be that guy again. He's never going to be 2020, 21 Julius. You are not trading away an all-star. You are not trading away an all-NBA player. You are trading away a good player, a flawed player, but a good player who no longer suits your purposes. So just move on.
Do you think, Shwin, there's a chance that the front office, like maybe doesn't sit down with Julius, but sits down together and says, okay, like we're going to say to Julius, this isn't a Helio Julius offense anymore. This isn't going to be a thing. You have to figure out how to be worth your contract while also doing role player things. And they're going to say, we're going to give him until the trade deadline to try and figure that out. And if he doesn't change, we'll trade him then. Or do you think they're just not even talking about it right now?
I honestly wish I knew. I don't know. I don't know. I hope if the plan is to keep him to re-up his value, they do that, because we were talking about this yesterday in the Discord, but like one of the kind of things that is an issue is like a team trading for Julius, right? If you're trading for Julius, you're kind of making a leap of faith, but you don't have proof of concept, right? Like you don't know what Julius is going to do as a role man, or if you dial down his usage and ask him to do more of the stuff he did in New Orleans and LA and all that kind of shit. You don't have that. So you want to see that before you trade for him, probably. So like, is that worth it to get a better price for him? I mean, me personally, I don't think so. I would, like, again, I am happy to just dump him. I do not care about the asset return. I do not care about him coming back to bite us or some bullshit.
It's just outweighed by like Obi. You know, if Obi gets minutes, it's gonna kill it.
Yeah, it's just I just don't care. And so like ultimately the front office has to just fucking make tough decisions and move the fuck on from shit that is like unimportant. And to me, quite frankly, Julius is unimportant. I mean, the way I think of it is when they came on, Julius was a guy that we all wanted to move off of, and we would have been happy to move off him for like a similar length contract and a couple of seconds at most. And honestly, I would have just done it for the similar length contract. I'm at the same point now. If they just move off him, so be it. Because the roller coaster of Julius year to year is just it's not worth it. You can't build a team like that. we have solid evidence now. I think I would say that he can't be. He can't be. His usage isn't effective in a lesser role potentially, or he's definitely not as impactful. So who cares? I guess is probably the best way to put it. And Prez, like you said, like Obi can do that stuff.
The next step is if the Knicks trade Julius, do they have it in them to realize that just because that frees up room for Obi to play the 4, like the ideal version of this team still sees Obi playing 5 minutes. It's not like we were saying Obi's got to play the 5 because we have to just find a way for him to play the 5. I don't think he has a sustainable path to being a very good player if he plays 100% power forward. That's my opinion. You guys might disagree, but I think if we ever
do you think he can play playoff minutes at the 5?
Last year's Obi, I don't think he could, but let's just say hypothetically we made the playoffs this upcoming season and we had last season's Obi. I think all of our centers would be played off the court much quicker, and we would just have to play Obi small. Like that's what we would have to do.
So you should have done against Atlanta.
Right, exactly. I just think that's the way the league's moving, honestly. I don't think centers like Mitch, Taj, Noel, shit, man. We're seeing what happens to Gobert. I know Gobert gets too much hate, but I just don't. I don't think they have value in the highest leverage games. And I think the way the league's moving, you need a guy like Obi to be able to be the biggest guy on your team.
I think that's definitely a fair assessment of the centers we have, but I think Obi at the 5 is definitely a better option than watching like our slow centers get played off the floor or whatever. But I don't think Obi at the 5 in the playoffs would go well. It would go better than the other options, but
does Obi at the 5, like if he plays next to Julius Randle, does that count as him playing the 5?
Yeah, I mean, whoever's the one spending more time at the rim is the 5. Like,
but it's like kind of like they're both the 5 and they're both the 4, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So, like,
by the way, Cavs took Isaiah Mobley, which is hilarious.
That is funny. Yeah. I respect it almost, but like the thing with Julius, like, Obi's not really switchy either, so that's where it gets kind of tricky. But like, he's so good at offense that you can definitely deploy that for stints. I just think a good team would just like layup line feast on all that. But like the center he is on defense this year is not necessarily who he is next year or the year after. So.
Oh yeah, to be clear, I wasn't saying he was going to have to play like half his minutes at center, but like I think with or without Randall, it would behoove the Knicks to mix in some center minutes and let and see what happens. Like I said it last season, like how sweet would a lineup of like IQ, Grimes, RJ, Cam, and Obi just be? Like how many teams are actually punishing that team for a lack of size? In my opinion, it's not that many. Like obviously, you can't do it against the Sixers, and you can't do it against. Maybe you can do it against. Yeah,
well, the other, I'd be worried less about teams posting that and just like again the layup line stuff. Like if you can,
you need somebody better than Randall for this thing though to work ultimately.
Yeah, obviously, 100%.
Like I guess the thing with when you say like, I don't care about the positional designation. I don't think Obi can play as the lone big on the court. That's the best way I think I can put it.
Yeah.
I think he always has to play with another big. So even if that's like another 4 or 5, but one that's more defensively oriented than Randall, that's okay.
Yeah. I think he's good enough at the 4 on offense in particular to hold up with a offensively limited. Like, say there's a universe where Mitch actually comes into the world in shape next season or whatever, and is like slightly more scheme proof than he was for most of this season. Like, Obi at the 4 with him would be fucking fantastic. I think that's a really good balance of offense and defense. And if you have at your 1, 2, 3 spots, both starting and bench, like a mix of shot creation and shooting and passing, I think that's a real team. Like Shwin, like we've talked about this a bunch of times. Like this team without Kemba Walker minutes was pretty much a top 5 defense. And if you replace a lot of like this team was not far from being 500 or better than 500. Like that pathway really consists of like eliminating stupid things on offense and slight upgrades of talent and scheme on offense. The defense can just hold and you're good to go on that end. So like Obi gives you some fantastic offense at the 4. IQ, if you fucking play him, gives you fantastic offense. Jalen Brunson is more fantastic offense and is more dynamic offense than like Grimes and Evan. Like I love them, but they're the kind of guys whose value goes up as the dynamicness of your offense goes up because they can just shoot threes from more places, but none of them are really doing anything inside the arc. So as long as you have one of them on the court with the dynamic guys, like that's going to be a plus for your offense too. If you have guys like Quickly and Brunson and Rose playing. So I really do think if they deploy the minutes right, there's a path there, not to like a top 10 offense or something, but like what were they in the offensive last year? I don't even remember. I guess it depends what metric you use.
They were 23rd.
Yeah, they should be able to hit 15 if they're not stupid.
If
you look at the
they get
difference
Brunson.
between like, yeah, well, not even just Brunson, but like if Tibbs is just not a dickbag, right? About like deploying guys, like you were saying, Jeff, like if how much better would your offensive rating be if you just deployed Obi for 5 minutes at center? You'd probably score a lot in those 5-minute stints, especially if they're versus like bench units or whatever.
Yeah, they were really good in the 79 minutes that they played with 70, or the 100 minutes they played with Randall and Obi together.
That's the other thing. Like
I'll look it up.
I know this is where Tibbs being so fucking like narrow-minded towards like what lineups would I deploy in the playoffs comes to kill him. Like, and we've talked about all this stuff a million times, but like the questions of getting played off the floor and all that shit, that doesn't fucking matter in a game in December versus like whatever, like the Magic or something. Like you could just play Obi at the 5 and just blow a team off the floor like a fucking Kamehameha and be done with it for the night, and everybody rests and is happy and your players develop and blah blah blah. Like you don't need 35 minutes of playoff rotations and 48 minutes of rim protection versus every fucking team.
Right.
The way the NBA is going.
And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in the sense of, think back to how frustrating the last half of last season was, in the sense of all the Tibbs supporters, all the people who appealed to authority, they always just said like, oh, well, that wouldn't work. Oh, well, that wouldn't work. And it's just like, yeah, because you never try it and you never let it work. So like, I don't know. Like they would always say, "Oh, well, we know that Obi at the 5 wouldn't work. We know that Quickly at playing point guard for a long periods of time wouldn't work."
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Like, no other team operates that way. Every other, they're like, I forget. Grimes, Cam, and RJ shared the court for 0 minutes last season. 0. No other franchise would do that. There's so many examples of that. The starting lineup with Fournier, RJ, Randall, Mitch, with Burks and Kemba had played over 400 minutes each, with IQ had played 29 minutes. 29! Like, you just can't be that rigid and unimaginative with rotations and lineups. It's just...
And I don't even think that's like a new NBA thing. That's like, you could never be this rigid. Like, this is not like the league is evolving and now you got to be more no, you've always got to be flexible. You always had to mix and match groupings. Like fucking, if you look at the 2009, 2010 Lakers that went back to back, they started games with Bynum and Powell at the 4 and the 5. And they closed games routinely all the time in crunch time with Odom and Powell at the 4 and the 5. Because it was not the same thing. You need different things at different points in the game. And starters don't need to be closers and all this kind of shit, but like you do need to mix and match more. But Tibbs will never, like he'll mix and match 1 to 3, right? He'll fuck around there, fine, whatever. But he will never. To him, the 4 and the 5 is like sacrosanct. It is, you can't touch it. This is the only true way to have a 4 and a 5 is like your 4 does some shit and your 5 is the defensive anchor, and that is that. He's a rim protecting defensive anchor. We are not going to do a switch everything defense. We're not going to change our scheme. This is our scheme, and everything stems from that scheme. And I'm sorry, that's just like not how it works, man. Like, Prez, you talked about this. Like, you weren't high on Kuminga because you didn't think a team would use him the way that you thought he should be used. And then lo and behold, the Warriors were like, Prez is right. Let's use him this way. And did it that way. And they got a lot out of him, or not a lot, but they got more out of him as a rookie than I think a lot of people thought that they would. And now you can kind of see a path of like, okay, I can see how this works. And this could be a really versatile and fun piece. And it's like, to me, I look at a guy like Cam and whatever his flaws and is he good or is he not good and all that kind of shit, fine. But he is a versatile piece. Like, there is versatility to his game. There's versatility to RJ Barrett. There's versatility to Emmanuel Quickly. There's versatility to Obi Toppin. There's versatility to Deuce. The guys they've drafted have versatility. They all can play and defend multiple positions and do different things. But they have a coach who views all of this stuff as like 1-to-1-to-1. So, it is what it is. All right, let's probably wrap it up here. It's been fucking forever. Prez, I guess, final thoughts on whatever the fuck we just witnessed.
Uninspiring. I get the logic behind trading out of the draft if you think the talent available to you was underwhelming, especially compared to the talent, which is considerable, who you have on your roster. But the whack part is you don't play that talent on your roster enough or appropriately. So I see the front office's logic here, but they need to make sure that their coach is in line with them, because there's like a way for this logic to make sense all the way from the president, from Leon Rose down to the players on the court, but we haven't seen that yet. And there's no, it's just uninspiring because of that disconnect. This what they're doing right now doesn't seem to be connected with what Tibbs has done. So hopefully that changes next year, and hopefully they do some roster clearing to help incentivize that. So that's all I got.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I just can't get past disconnecting the two trades that they made. I just feel like, and again, I agree. I completely agree with what Prez said about if they didn't want to take AJ Griffin at 11, they wanted to move out. Okay, they clearly got some sweet stuff. But to do what they did to make the second deal, I just find it impossible to believe that they wouldn't have been able to clear the cap space to acquire Brunson anyway. So, like you said earlier, Shwin, they did it. They better go get Brunson now. And I don't know even how I feel about that, but it really depends on what other moves they make, because it's really hard to be excited about a season if they just head into it with, like, if Fournier is still here. Like, let's say they get rid of one of Burks and Fournier and then Noel. If they head into the season still with Fournier and Randall, that's not good. Like, they're not going to be good enough next season, and they're just punting another season for specifically IQ and Obi, but also for Cam and Grimes. Those players matter too. And I know you said you disagree with it earlier, Prez, but I think if Brunson, Fournier, and Randall are here, I don't think that's optimal for RJ's path to, reaching all-star status either. So it really just depends as far as getting Brunson goes. It really just depends what else they do. On the flip side of the coin, if we have a lot of youth and, one or two of those vets, if we keep Burks but get rid of everybody else and we get Brunson, okay. I can see that working, and I can see being excited about that. So I guess the Cliff Notes version of my long ramble about this draft is I really, really, really do not like the second trade, and I'm just going to hold out and see what they do the rest of the offseason before deciding how I feel overall.
Yeah, I think the best way I can put it is like trading the 11th pick for what they got is fine. I personally would have just preferred they took somebody at 11. I understand why they felt they shouldn't, considering what they got. Okay, cool. I can live with that. It is what it is. Um, I just think the Kemba part is really bad. I think it's not just that they felt the need that they had to clear it now, but that it cost 4 seconds. The pick swap is like whatever, we can debate it to death, but it's like, would you rather have another late first because you have Dallas's already? Would you rather have another late first next year versus kicking that can down the road to convert it to a 2025 first from Milwaukee? I can see the argument for why you'd prefer the Milwaukee one. So whatever, you do a pick swap, cool, whatever. The 4 seconds seems very excessive. I don't know, that blows my mind for an $8 million or $9 million salary next year. And then where does this leave us all? Like, it leaves us very much as a TBD. Like, they have a lot of shit to figure out. They have a lot of shit to clean up. There's a pathway where this can still be like a fun team, but that's on them. And ultimately, like, all of this stuff, like what they did tonight, puts even more of an onus on them to get shit done this offseason because they have to reshape the roster now. They have to, otherwise they are going to go into a season with a bloated roster with too many vets and too many young guys that all need minutes, and they are going to have internal strife, and it's going to be a clusterfuck of a season. And maybe that's not a bad thing because maybe there's a Victor Wembanyama at the end of it all, but that's not something you want to bank on. And I'm just ultimately very unimpressed and uninspired, probably the better word, uninspired. I think there was logic to some of their moves, but definitely not what I hope to see today. So, all right, it is what it is. I hope everybody has a great night. Thanks for that. I can say confidently that me and Prez will not be recording a podcast for tomorrow. We will try to figure something out maybe over the weekend or something. But thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Prez. Hope everybody has a great night, and talk to you guys soon. Take care.